Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome to another live stream with me, 320 Sim Pilot. It's been a while. I am so happy to be back here streaming with you all. Thank you all so much for joining us today. Today, we're going to take the Boeing 787 Dreamliner for a flight from here in Gatwick up to Rovaniemi for our traditional sort of Christmas route. It's Lapland, for those of you who don't know, so it's often flown by charter airlines at this time of year, taking an airplane full of excited children and families up to see sleigh rides and Father Christmas and all sorts. So it should be good fun. About 3 hours 10 of block time. Flight time will be a bit quicker because we are now, of course, in the big change is what's in front of us here, the Boeing 787. That is the new aeroplane that I fly in the real world, and hopefully throughout today's stream I can give you a bit of help and just talk about it, really talk about what it's like to fly this airplane in real life. It is it couldn't be further from the A320 in some respects, and also couldn't be more similar in many others. So it's a really interesting machine, but certainly it is quicker than our old aeroplane, the A320. So we'll be getting to Rovaniemi a little bit quicker than if we'd set off before. It's surprising actually how fast this airplane is, although when you look at it here on stand it does look like it's a bit of a speed machine. It's in this fantastic Britannia livery. Britannia, of course, a charter airline from the UK. Paddy made this livery. It's one of my all-time favourites. What I grew up flying on was Britannia 757s. This is the livery of one of their 757s, converted onto the 787 here, and I think it looks absolutely brilliant. I would quite happily see that put onto 787s around the world right now. But there we go. So yeah, that is the plan for today. Like I say, 3 hours 10 block time. So it's going to be a fairly decent flight time. Even so, look at the size of our lovely engines. These are the GE engines we've got today fitted to this Britannia model. But yeah, we're going to start from Gatwick. I'm on VATSIM, so you can fly along. The route is in the comments and on Discord if you'd like to join in and fly along there. Right, I'm going to jump into the chat and say hello to everyone because it's been such a long time. This is the longest break I've taken from streaming. There have been some videos. There was a long break from the videos as well. But thank you all so much for sticking with the channel through that time. The channel did really well. We kept engagement, views, and so on. People were still coming to the channel and discovering it. I was still getting lovely comments from people enjoying the tutorials throughout that time, and that's all down to you all not just completely abandoning the channel, which I would totally understand, but I really appreciate the enthusiasm, and thank you all for coming back today. It means the world to me. So yeah, really appreciate it. So 320 planes, hello to you. That's Cirrus Pilot. Good to see you again. It's been since June. June was our last stream. That Cirrus Pilot says Lapland or Corfu. Either way, I'll try and fly along in a Vulcan. I bet I A, can't keep up, and B, run out of fuel. I suspect you could keep up, although the Vulcan is not the fastest airplane in the world, but I'm sure it could keep up, certainly on the takeoff and climb out. But you will probably run out of fuel. Zippy Zapple says, what's the route? The route now in the chat, everyone. So yes, we're going to Rovaniemi. So the code for that, EFRO. And the route there, there we go. I can finally, hopefully, pin that. Can I pin that message? I was trying to pin it earlier. Things have changed. Everything's changed. So I can only apologize for errors on my behalf. I don't know why I can't pin that message that I spent, but yet I can pin everyone else's. I don't know. So apologies for that. Aimbot eFly says, when is the next 7.8 tutorial? Well, that is something I'm going to talk about during today's stream. It's coming. I'm having trouble getting streams and videos in place due to the new lifestyle that long haul has brought. But I have a solution on the way. I'm pretty confident and I'm excited for that. So we'll get the videos out and then I can get the streams out as well once I fix one. It's like a blockage in getting things done. Igloo Foo, good to see you again. It's been so long. Igloo Foo says, I am so pumped. I've been waiting for this for months. I've really missed my 320 Sim Pilot streams. Thank you, Igloo Foo. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming along. Dougal, thank you for coming along. Dougal says, I don't have mod in here, only in Twitch. You do. Yes, you do indeed. Excellent. Thanks you, Dougal. Thanks for coming along and moderating. Really appreciate it. Hayden, good to see you. Hayden's been patiently asking for streams for a little while, so really appreciate your support, Hayden. Thank you for joining us today, and yeah, I hope you enjoy it. Really glad to see you stick with the channel through the gap as well. Paul Shoesmith, it is indeed time. Diamond Media, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. And G Whaley, good to have you here as well. Thank you very much. Olympia, just watched another live stream. Excellent, thank you for coming. Adam as well. Yeah, pretty impressive. Last stream to Corfu 6 months ago was the most viewed. It was, the last stream was very popular, even post stream, which is unusual. But yeah, very happy that people enjoyed that one. Peter DR says, hello Captain, a warm welcome back with this live stream. Congrats with your 787 type rating. I hope you enjoy this bird as much as the 320. Merry Christmas from Belgium. Merry Christmas to you, Peter. Yeah, we're going to talk all about this airplane. There's so much to talk about. It is yeah, something else. I mean, I can't wait to see what questions people have about it, actually. And I've already learned a lot about the difference in how I perceive the Dreamliner in the having come from, you know, inside the industry and its reputation to us versus what people outside the industry thought of it, and what it's known for. And it's surprisingly different, really. It suggests to me that some of Boeing's marketing didn't go as far as they perhaps hoped with passengers anyway. But yeah, it's an incredible machine. It's a spaceship. I mean, unreal. I was not ready for how amazing it actually is. But yeah, anyway, we will wax lyrical about how great the 787 is shortly. And there are obviously downsides, which I will most certainly be pointing out many times when I get frustrated. Good. I'm so sorry if I miss anyone. Dave Guymer, good to see you as well. Sarah says, will be a floor slam in this one. Yeah, this is the Horizon 787-9 I'll be using today. We have, of course, the Dash 10, which is the longest 787. We have the Dash 9, the middle sized, probably the most popular, and the 787-8, the original shortest, which is going out of favour already. But yeah, there we go. Horizon's front wheel just slams into the floor. Yes, there is a I know about that. So the landing won't be quite like our Airbus landings, but that's my excuse already in place before we even apply power to this one. We're going. That's probably a new record 4 hours in advance. Although I think on the long haul stream I probably managed that as well. Lauren V says, I missed this music. Yeah, me too. Brought a tear to my eye having that music play again. I really enjoyed that. So thank you for coming along, Lauren. Thanks for moderating and thanks for sticking with the channel as well. Really appreciate it. Lauren's been a huge part of the channel for a long time now. Piano Learner, hi all, welcome back, Captain. Glad to have a new live stream watching whilst working. I'll save the questions till we get in there. Thank you very much. Yes, questions once we're underway, there'll be plenty of time. This is excellent. Default 787 is also excellent. This is visually a lot better. That's the key difference. I mean, this visual model for a freeware mod is breathtakingly good. And this livery is also excellent because we know Paddy is excellent at liveries. But look at the grime around the windows, the streaks. This is seriously brilliant. Now this paint job by Paddy slightly cheats. It's grey on the wings, which looks great. It's what the 757s were painted. Most Dreamliners are white winged, I believe. But yeah, anyway, it gives it that sort of slightly more retro look, which I like a lot. But yeah, I mean, it's glorious, and you get both engine variants and new sounds, which we'll hear on this this GE variant of the 787. Look at that. It's glorious stuff. Right, sorry everyone, I will get going soon, but I feel like we can take a little bit of time to chat at the start as it's been so long and we're pretty early, so we're only 4 o'clock, so I hope you got a cup of tea. I've got my mince pies. You know, this is just like going back to a year ago, which is great. And someone spawned on the stand, which is another thing that I have missed. Excellent. Hopefully they can see. We are now in a bigger aeroplane, so no one should miss us on stand when they load in these days. So yeah, we're on the last stand of the terminal. This is the freeware Gatwick, by the way, from flightsim.to. Ever excellent. And this one, the latest version, massively improved my frame rate after having trouble with the old one. Now, they might not see us if they're in their cockpit. That's the only problem we've got there. That is going to become an issue perhaps later. Nick K, good to see you. Nick says, hi, all looking forward to this so much. 787 Sim Pilot, hope you're enjoying your new airplane. I am indeed. And yeah, 787 Sim Pilot. I haven't changed the name yet, but I don't think I'll be able to at this point. But anyway, there we go. Right, Paddy, good to see you. Paddy, thanks for coming along. Paddy made this fantastic livery. Aviate says, will you provide any A380 tutorials when the 380 releases? I'd love to. I know lots of people will. I'll make videos on it for sure. I won't know how to fly a 380 particularly, but I'm going to try and find out. I have some ways to find out, I'm hoping. So that would perhaps help us. Tamango, good to see you. Says hello, 787 Pilot. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, 787 Sim Pilot is potentially would be potentially a good name, but I think it's a bit late to change the whole channel around at this point. I didn't foresee this problem coming. Rob's, good to see you. Flying Biscuit, hello to you. Seth, I'm so sorry everyone. I'm way behind on the chat. I didn't realize how fast it had moved. Tamango and yeah, excellent. Right, I think we've. Oh, James Atkinson, goodness me. Yeah, great to have you here, James. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're well. Not sure my 320 can keep up on this one, so not flying along. Indeed, this is going to be a new era where you need to fly something a bit quicker than the 320, I'm afraid. 320 cruises at 7.8. The 787 cruises at decimal 7.8 for a 320, decimal 8.5 for a 787. It's a significant difference, Mach numbers there I'm referring to. So yeah, going over the ocean in a 787 is quicker than in a 320. There's no doubt about it. Right, what else have we got? Good. Trent 1000 is cool, but GENX is a 787 engine, says Mango. Yeah, people like this engine indeed. Good morning, Sean. Chickpoint, great to see you. Chickpoint, it's been a long time. Chickpoint says, destination reminds me of hunting for Santa in our first group flight. Indeed, that's why I thought we'd go back there. Yeah, relive the glory days. I'm so sorry, I'm going to miss loads of people now. But yeah, Patrick Hampson, thank you so much. Givali, thank you so much. I think that's Singapore dollars from Dennis, of course. Thank you so much, really appreciate it. Dennis says, hey, Dennis here again. It has really been a long while since the last stream. Microsoft Flight Simulator is being super realistic, crossing fingers that all goes well. Yeah, me too, and thank you so much. Thank you very much for your very kind super chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Dennis, for coming along and joining us and supporting us again today. Right, Mahindra SimPilot says Storm Code. Yeah, that could be good. Yeah, we could do something a bit more neutral. Lauren V says, we did miss 78.7 thousand subscribers. We did indeed. We're at 79, aiming for 80. We're getting close. We are getting close. If I can get some more videos out, we might manage to push it up there. Ebos, good to see you. Ebos says, you're flying the 7.8 these days. Congrats. Indeed, I have swapped over to the 7.8, Ebos. Thanks for coming along. Yeah, that's our new aeroplane. AC455, thank you as well for coming along and moderating. Really appreciate your support on the channel. AC455 says, it's been a while. Hope you're doing well at 320 SimPilot. I'm doing well. I hope the same for you, AC455. Thank you for coming along today. And Captain Wazza, great to see you here as well. Another hardworking moderator. Really appreciate it. Captain Wazza says, make sure you give the live stream a thumbs up if you're enjoying it so far. Thank you so much. And yeah, please do. It does help the channel out. 1903 says, love videos where you get a real pilot share the cockpit of the aircraft you don't fly in real life. Lots of good insight. Hopefully you know a 380 pilot. That's what I'm hoping. We shall see what happens. It's not always that easy because of schedules, as you can imagine, especially on long haul aircraft. It's not always that easy. Right. I'm not using the FT Sim sound pack. This is the Horizon Simulations GE sound pack. So we'll see how it sounds. I have some thoughts on it, but we'll see what you think. I would like to get back in X-Plane in the future, but I have not yet got that up and running. I did update it recently. It's quite hard, isn't it? When you move away from flight simulators, everything changes around you. So it's been a little bit of a mission to get everything up and running again, and hopefully in a position where we can stream and have a good flight. And I think we're in a good place. I've got this new Gatwick is a big breath of fresh air for the frame rates, really helping. I hope your frame rates are smooth on your end. British Wings, thank you so much. British Wings says, hiya, I'm just wondering, how was the transition process from 320 to 787 and how long did it take, as well as in terms of training? £5 super chat. Really appreciate it, British Wings. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. And Lucas, $4.99 super chat. Really appreciate it, Lucas, who says, congratulations. Looking forward to learning about the 787. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you for your support. Thank you for coming along today. Really appreciate the super chat. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And yeah, lots to learn. There's already the first video on the channel where I take you from cold and dark to takeoff in the 787. But there's loads more to talk about as we go through the airplane. And I'm obviously still learning a vast amount about this plane. Something to remember is when I started my channel on the A320, I've been flying the A320 for many years for several years with thousands of hours on it, which makes me relatively experienced. Not, there's plenty of people far more experienced than me, but for the A320, that was a relatively experienced place to be. Now I come to you fresh on the 787, so this is a different phase of my relationship with an airliner, to put it softly. So it's not quite like when I came to you, like I say, on the A320. So we're gonna loads to learn, basically, which is exciting. It's good for you. It was good for me to have to rewire my brain a bit, and that's certainly something that I've had to do. Patrick says, "Are you going to reveal which airline you flew the dash for?" I won't be revealing that, just because it's nice to keep some mystery. Duarte says, "Your vids are great, mate. You inspired me to become a real life pilot." Fantastic. Always amazing to hear that. I'm really glad. I'm so glad the videos resonate with people. So that's fantastic to hear. Right. Peter says, was the shared type rating with the 777 a factor in wanting to move to 787? No, I wouldn't say so, but certainly useful. So to answer British Wings questions, how long does it take to convert? It's in the region of 1.5 to 2 months to convert, depending how intensely you do it. But yeah, it's no more than 2 months. Usually it's less than that in the UK and Europe, certainly. Varies around the world. But that's about what you do worldwide, I would suspect. How was the transition process? It's a full change. You can do shorter courses. 320 to 380 is a shorter course. 737 to 787 would be a shorter course. But what I did was go a whole new type rating. So full course from 320, and it's a full course to learn the 787. Totally different aeroplane design philosophy. Although that's debatable, I would say. But yeah. So anyway, it was interesting. It's hard work. It's an intense way of doing it. It doesn't matter whether you've stayed in your airline and changed airplane, or if you've gone to a new airline to change airplane. Whatever you do, they want it done as quickly as possible. They want you flying. So it's always an intense process. Hence, I just didn't have the ability to make videos for that time. I had to just focus on getting my work done. Glow Blue Blood, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. Really appreciate it. No question. I just wanted to send some appreciation. Glow Blue Blood, that's really, really kind. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. And I'm glad you're enjoying the channel. It's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Right. I've got loads of stuff here to chat about, and I've got so many things to talk about with you all. And I'm seeing some great questions. I'm going to have to move on now and start up the airplane. We've been going for 20 minutes, so I'm going to get on with powering up the airplane. Please do bring your questions back to me in the cruise. I absolutely do want to answer them. And there's loads we can talk about. So yeah, we've done a video. I've already got videos on the channel of the walk around and the cold and dark through to the takeoff. And I've got an detailed tutorial for the actual takeoff itself. Now, I know that video sounds a little bit repetitive because you've already seen the takeoff before, but I really recommend watching the takeoff full tutorial, because the 787 is probably the most unique airplane in that sense of contemporary modern airliners. It is incredibly derated, very efficient and quiet, but also as a result has some really strange quirks, including, and you'll see this if you see a 787 takeoff, an incredibly shallow climb out, although a very fast one. But it's a very different philosophy to what we've seen and what we did on the Airbus. On the outside, this is a stretched version of the 8, but it's shorter obviously than the 10 that Flight Simulator comes with. But otherwise, they are almost identical. The 787 is incredibly standard. You really don't notice much difference going around them. The 10 probably being the most different because it's so big. But this is really nice modeling, really great. I mean, this is free. And just look at it. It's fantastic. They've added the decals and so on. They really brought to life Horizon the original. They really brought to life the default model, because this is the default model, but obviously adjusted for size. But look at this. Look at these decals, the wear, the paint coming off. Although this could be Paddy's excellent livery making as well, of course. But these warnings are everywhere on the Boeings. They are everywhere. Boeing are determined to tell you what's going to chop your hand off and what's going to cut your hair if you get too close to it. So these are the cabin air compressor inlets. This is the pack inlet. So we had this on the 320. This is new. This is the air that you breathe in the cabin. It doesn't come from the engines. It goes in there. And this door would be open usually on the ground unless you're in extreme temperatures. We're depowered at the moment, so nothing's running. But yeah, that is how the 787 pressurizes. It's hard to believe the whole thing pressurizes from this tiny little gap, but that's it. There's one on each side. But yeah, that is a big feature of the 787. Right, let me just see. Patrick says, please stop with the commercials. Okay, that's interesting. You're getting a lot of commercials. I don't know why. I'm not in charge of that. Let me see what I can do. Okay, I think I've hopefully toned that down. I can only apologize if you're getting too many YouTubes. adverts. Horizon is working on a new model for the 10 as well. Excellent. I would very much like to see that, because the default one is a good shape, but it's missing these little bits that bring it to life. Especially, like I say, the decals and texturing. This is just a great model. Now you can't complain. I would happily have picked this up at the store. Now I know you do have to pay for the premium edition, so you have actually paid for it. But even so, you get some other stuff with that as well. Are we derated today? Dennis will be derated indeed. Serious Pilot says, I have a guy trying to sell me a 787. Excellent. Excellent. It's, yeah, well, I would take it. It's great. Twitch at least has the commercials on, and streamer can't do anything about it. Indeed, yeah, YouTube is just running those for me. Memberships is something I would like to do if I have more consistent uploads. I would feel bad running memberships without making content, you know. So I try to make sure that we get that right. Yes. Anything else outside I want to talk about right now? I mean, we've got loads of streams and videos to talk about it, but no, I think we'll move on. By the way, these wings incredibly upwards flexed. The 787 is very low on the ground. When you get on the flight deck the first time, I was a bit surprised. I didn't feel much higher than in a 320. You are a little bit, I think, but yeah, it's surprisingly low. The wheels are very low, and you can see that with the engine clearance as well. The 777 sits very tall on the ground, but if you park a 78 next to a triple, the wingtips of the 78 are in the same position because the wings just flex up. Well, they don't even flex up. Well, they do in flight, but they are on the ground. They are pointing upwards as well. It's just designed to be in the, it looks like it's already in the air. And then when you take off, they just bend further and further up. Right, enough of this. Let's get onto the flight deck. I need to actually get going. So get us in the air, don't we? And then we can talk as we go. Indeed, not for any real world use. Indeed. Right, flight deck. Yes. Well, welcome to our new home. This is the textures the Horizon comes with, which I think are the same as the default. Perfectly functional, nothing missing, not massively different, but yeah, reasonable. Oh no, don't want to click on that. Oh, this is the problem with a mainly mouse focused game simulator. Yeah. Something that's interesting is in long-haul aircraft, the jump seat gets used a lot more. So you get two of them, and they're proper seats, or certainly this one's usually a proper seat. This one folds away, but the view from here, these windows are beautiful for the pilots. Absolutely stunning, but they don't go as far back as you'd imagine. I'm sure the A320 windows went a little bit further back, so you actually have a slightly restricted view out the side. Not that that's that important for you, but yeah, there we go. It's one of those things. Right, let's jump in the seat and get the airplane. I'm still talking. So we're going to do the electrical power up. Now this is not typically done. These airplanes are very, very rarely depowered. They don't like it at all, and they're designed to be in the air 20 hours a day, much more than the A320. The A320 is used to being switched off overnight, but and still didn't like it that much. But the 787 is totally not interested in being off at all. You can see here the ground power is available. Now, we'd only normally have forward external power. This aft one, they have to actually take a panel off the aeroplane to use it. It's only used if you're trying to electrically start the engines from the ground power, which is something we'll talk about later or another day. Anyway, power up. What we're going to do is we're going to go to the battery and turn it on. And as ever, that's a very common thing to do. The very basics start to come to life. Now, we're going to get the C1 and C2 electric pumps and make sure they're off, which they are. These are the sensor systems. It's basically the main hydraulic system, off and off. Then we're going to put the demand pump selectors here, left and right, off and off. Wiper selectors off, again, very standard. Make sure you don't scratch the windscreen. Landing lever down, just make sure it's down. It hasn't been on several of my videos actually I've done with it because I've used the hardware and it has it in the wrong place. Alternate flaps off. So this is an electrical system that can run the flaps out for us. We want to make sure it is off. I mean, you wouldn't have it armed. And then electrical power establish. What that means is we're going to turn on the forward power. There we go. Now, unlike the Airbus, there's no clunk. It doesn't make a big electrical change. Lights don't go out. It's very smooth, changing from external power to APU power and all sorts. Really impressive. I don't know what it does, if it synchronizes the phases or what it does, but yeah, it works really well. My name is Jamie. Says the 787 looks beautiful in Britannia colours. It does indeed. Paddy had a really good idea there, definitely. Ah, root. Yes, I know what I've forgotten to do. I haven't set up the Streamlabs bot. This explains a lot. So I can only apologise for that. Stand by. Let me see if I can do this quickly. I knew I'd forget something. I knew it. I thought to myself, I must need to put the root in somewhere, and I put it into the Discord and then forgot all about it. So I've got it here. I promise this won't take long. So exclamation mark root into the chat, and hopefully when it comes to life in just a moment, you can see it there. And there's Streamlabs answering, thankfully, about my career. I won't be able to talk about who I work for. Dennis says, by the way, the 787 have electrical relays or circuit breakers right now? Yeah, it's got, basically, there's no circuit breakers in the flight deck. Unusually, it's a very sparse flight deck in that sense, because it can all be done through here, or the physical ones are done by the engineers in the actual avionics bay. Right, okay, so we haven't even powered up fully yet. So external power we've established. We will use the APU later, so it's worth making sure that the APU generators are on, which they are, as they should be. And then we can turn on the APU when we want it. You do have to wait a little bit after power on, but we've done that already. And that's it. We are powered up. Good stuff. Good stuff. So there is actually a checklist included with this. I'm just curious how that compares with... That's the power up. Battery, pumps, external power. Yeah, it's basically the same. It misses out a couple of things. And next will be the pre-flight, which is the flows, basically. So we'll do that in just a moment. Right, so what you do, very similar to the Airbus. Those of you who watch my Airbus streams, do you remember what we would do at the start? You'd sit down and actually before you powered on, you'd do a little flow, but it's slightly different in the Boeing, but we have to run through a few things, just big ticket items to make sure that the airplane is in a good place. So first of all, we want to make sure the IRSs are aligned. So they need to be off for 30 seconds, no short lines. You want fully aligned. We're going to fly this airplane potentially more than halfway around the planet. It quite comfortably can do 18 hours. So we want to make sure that we've aligned these and they're fully aligned. So 30 seconds off, and then you can switch them on. So do that now. Then we're going to move down and we're going to check our status display. So what you do for that, and this is where I'm mind blown by how good the avionics are. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate Working Title's work on this, because it's crazy. For a default aircraft, it's amazing. What you do is you press systems. I talked about the screens before, but we'll talk about them as we go today. We can play with them in flight. Systems, stats, and we want to check here. There's no major status messages, and there's nothing, so that's good. Then we're going to do the usual. Do we have enough oil for the flight? 18 and 20. Yes, very good. That's plenty. Do we have enough hydraulics? Yes, yes, yes. And you can also see it on the status page. Absolutely fine. It would give you a warning if it isn't enough. We don't have exact numbers here. It will tell you. And do we have enough oxygen? So crew oxygen is there. Well thought out. They put it all basically where you need it, which is really very good. Oh, and I've missed a super chat. Sorry, 11 minutes ago. AB, thank you so much for the tip of $6, or just over $6. Thank you. AB says, half of those views on your last stream were my waiting for you to return. Great to have you back. Thank you so much, AB. Really, really appreciate it. That's very kind of you. It's great to have you back, and really, really appreciate it. Sounds like we can multi-stream. Okay, interesting. We'll talk about that later. But yeah, thank you so much for that tip, AB. Really, really appreciate it. And thanks for watching the other video. LB4500 has super chatted $5. Great to have you back. Thank you for sharing your expertise with the community and making our sim experience more enjoyable. You're very, very welcome. Thank you so much for your super chat and supporting the channel and coming back and joining us today. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much, LB. And Martin as well has very kindly super chatted €12. Martin says, no question, just a big thank you for all your amazing videos that have been so useful. That's so kind. Thank you all so much. I really, really appreciate it. It's always great to hear the videos have been enjoyed. So yeah, hopefully that can continue. And like I say, I have a plan. I'm gonna get this sorted. I don't like the gaps being as long as they have been. Yeah. Smooth Flying, good to see you. Smooth Flying says, started working as a dispatcher at the home airport. I've been missing the streams live. Finally catch this one. Thanks, Smooth Flying. There haven't been any streams. You haven't missed anything. Thank you so much for joining us. Stormcode says, exec button is a nightmare for us ex-Airbus sim pilots. Yes, it is. It's super satisfying, though. And we'll talk about that as we go. This button, I absolutely love it. My favorite button, I think. Really nice. Yeah, Martin, thank you so much. LB4 500, thank you as well. It's incredibly generous and really appreciated of you. Right, next we're going to check the ICAS display, which is this. This is our ICAS display. Get used to it. This is basically our new engine display. We need to make sure that everything is about as expected, which it pretty much is. You can press cancel recall to cycle through and see parking brake set, doors to manual, this sort of stuff. And then you press it again and again to restart it. Right, we don't have a crew oxygen low alert. And then you would check your usual things on the flight deck and make sure the parking brake is set. It needs to be set for the walk around as usual to check the brakes. And I'm just going to look up here, see what switches. There's lots of different fit of aircraft. So we have a humid button and that's it. Okay, yeah. So that's fine. Good. Right. Now, in a strange twist, we might consider setting up the CDU. So I'm going to do that. I think why not? Do we have shortcuts here? We do. Excellent. So CDU, we've got it on the lower MFD, but I can actually put anything down here. We could have the systems page here if we fancy. It's fantastic. It's great. Love it. The screen system, I didn't like the look of it. And now I've used it. It's genius. It's such a good idea. Martin, thanks so much for the super chat. Indeed. Yes, I think we did say thank you to Martin, but thank you again, Martin. Really appreciate it. Right, there we go. 787-9. GE and X on these engines. Database is relatively active. So this is actually very similar to the status page on the A320. Now, what I am going to do is see... I'm going to set heading up. I want the cross track. I don't want the V bar. I do not like the V bar particularly. So we've got the older style, or I don't say older, the other style. And I'm just going to put in my sim brief ID. Nobody look. And put that in there. Please work. Yes. So hopefully we can load in the flight like that, which would be really good. So that's great. Yes, everyone helped me out in my video. I didn't know how to get the V bar away because I couldn't stand it. So I've gone for, they told me where it is, which is great. It's in here. Also, I'm going to go to weight and balance and just start setting this up. I want a zero fuel weight of around about 167 tons. These are crazy numbers, eh? Remember when we were doing 40 tons, 167. I'm going to put that in there as a zero fuel weight. There you go, 72% on the payload, 23 tons of cargo. That's a lot of cargo. I don't know how else to adjust it though, so we'll leave it alone. Q8 Pilot, thank you so much for your $100 super chat. Far too generous. Really, really appreciate it. That's very, very kind of you, Q8 Pilot. Thank you. Q8 Pilot has supported us before, and those of you who don't know Q8 Pilot, I'm sure you all do. But Q8 Pilot's a fantastic content creator, streamer, and tutorial maker and reviewer of flight sim products, and is a huge part of the flight sim community. So thank you so much, Q8 Pilot. Really, really appreciate it. Thanks for all your work in flight sim world, and yeah, that's really very, very generous. I don't know what to say. So this is always it's unbelievable. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. And Q8 Pilot says, love your down-to-earth attitude and hope to see you at FS Expo 24. Thank you for your contributions to the flight sim community. No, thank you, Q8 Pilot. Thank you so much for that super chat. Unbelievable. I'm glad you enjoyed the videos, and I don't think I'll be at FS Expo 24, but I've been thinking about maybe seeing if I can start to get to these things. When is FS Expo 24? What time of year is it? Is it March, or am I thinking of something else? Anyway, we shall see. But thanks so much. Really, really appreciate it. It's far too kind of you. Very, very kind. Great. Really, really appreciate it. And indeed, as Dougal says, please check out Q8 Pilot, a wonderful streamer. Yeah, Q8's fantastic. FSX Flight says, hey, when did you move to 787? A few months ago now. Yeah. This is the Horizon 787. Freeware, but it is based on the default. Right. I'm so sorry. I've missed loads of comments and questions. I would love to read and answer them all. I really could just sit here and just talk with you all. Maybe one day I'll just start a stream with the airplane in the cruise and going nowhere and just chat. But that might be an idea for the future. Is he going on, or what's going on, says Diamond. Indeed. Yeah, this is a relaxed channel. We don't work to schedule here. It always takes us an hour to get going. Right, anyway, so that's loaded in. Now we'll go back to our CDU and index. So we have done the ident page. Then we do pos init. We are at EGKK. You don't actually need to type this in. It will find it anyway, and it takes GPS position as well. So sometimes you'll see, or you shouldn't, but you could get boxes here where it doesn't know where it is and you have to tell it. Routes, let's see if it works. I hope it does. Sounds like a podcast, says Seth. Indeed, podcast is also something I'm trying to work out. Yeah, I would like to get that back up and running. I got so close to getting an episode recorded for you all, and it didn't happen. So that is a failure on my part, but we will keep trying. Thank you again, Q8 Pilot. Really, really appreciate it. Some code says we're chatting for 90% of the stream. Indeed. The Vulcan can refuel in flight. Excellent. There you go. That's Serious Pilot. You'll be able to join in. Right. Flight plan is ready to load. So we hit load. And look at that. EGKK, EFRO. And now look up here. We got 1 of 3. We're on page 1 of 3. So I can just press, I don't know how clear that is for you. It's quite small text, but 1 of 3, we press next page. And you can also use these, by the way, in the real airplane. I would highly recommend using these buttons. This is not a touchscreen. It really should have been, but it isn't. Anyway, there's our routes. So departure via Frayne, and we'll get the actual departure from air traffic shortly, and then in by Nemgu. We do not put in an arrival yet in the Boeing. We just don't do it. So we have the routes. I'm going to execute it. Then I'm going to go to perf in it. We've got the cruise level already in because it loaded it in. I'm going to put in the 048, which should be 167 tons. Thankfully, loaded up. The airplane knows that from its. You can just sort of press it just like you can on the fly-by-wire. I do miss the fly-by-wire. We will have to fly these again soon. I just thought we better start with the 7.8, surely. Our reserves, alternate 3.4 plus 2 tons, so 4.4, 5.4 tons is our final, is our reserves. Quite a lot, eh? 5.4, although still a low amount for a long-haul aircraft in some senses. Cost index, they've given us a cost index of 25 today. We won't be doing that. We'll go a bit faster than that. Step size now, it says ICAO, but around Europe and a lot of the world, 2,000 is more common, so we'll put that in. That's where it plans its steps. Now, I'll talk about that later. There's a whole lot of in-flight management of the 787. We spend a vast amount of time perfecting every little detail we can to squeeze every kilo of fuel out of it. Because the flight's so long, if you get the wrong level, that will make a difference. So you need to know what you're doing. So yeah, that's something we spend a lot of our time doing. Wouldn't touchscreen on the flight deck be dangerous with the accidental touch and all that? I think the 777, however, the new 777X will be touchscreen. So I don't think it's any more dangerous than accidentally clicking using the cursor. I think that would be my take on it. Also, there's very little you can do in here that's dangerous either. The buttons on the overhead panel, I agree, should not be touch sensitive. Things like the fuel cutoff switches should not be touch sensitive. Good. Anyway, that's all loaded in. Thrust limit page. We don't do this yet. We don't need to do anything. Takeoff page. We don't need to do anything. This is all to come. Now, what's also amazing is we can use the second CDU. It works. This is, again, a default avionics suite. It's just glorious. Now, fuel freeze temperature set at -37. There is actually a reason to set this higher at the moment, but either way, we can't. You can see it's not selectable. And this is accurate. If it's not selectable, this is what you get. So, yeah, there we go. Danny says 787 is cool, but too many screens. Classic 737 cabin is more my style, even if less friendly to learn. Yeah, it's a lot of screens, but like I say, once you use them, it makes more sense. I was the same as you before. Now, we can put in our departure if we fancy doing that. So let's just grab an ATIS. There is a Gatwick ATIS. Oh, my charts. I haven't loaded the charts. Oh, dear. I guarantee this is out of date. Oh, I knew I'd forgotten things. Yes, we're not doing FAA today. Oh, that was from our one of our videos. So hopefully it will load in the new one. There it is. That's the route. Excellent. Gatwick charts, please. Now we do have to have the taxi charts in the real aircraft. Oh, there we go. We've got some. And we'll just take the parking stands one as well. Pinned, good, and SIDS. Which runway are they using? So we're departing from runway 26 left. Good. Departure arrival. 26 left. Frame. I think it's just going to be the one mic. Yep. Hopefully they use that. I'll probably find out that this is specifically prohibited for the 787. Laurie says, I usually put a few percent in front of my takeoff weight CG. Not sure if that's reasonable. Cruise CG is modifiable. 6% seems far too forward. Right. Okay. Good point. Let me just execute that. So this button, like I say, really big, really satisfying, clicks nicely. I don't ever use this one really. Execute. And now we go to legs. We'll see that we have the departure in as well. And that runs through the frame and on it goes. We don't put in the arrival yet. You must not do that. It can confuse the sequencing if you have to do a return or you press the toggle buttons. A whole host of things that the Airbus wouldn't do and the Boeing does, but there we go. So going back to performance, Lauren is asking, this cruise CG seems too far forward. It is. We're not going to take off a 6% CG. The point is this is the most, or a relatively pessimistic cruise CG. We'll update that once we have the load sheet and we know what it's going to be for the cruise. So that would be something you do. If you remember from the Phoenix with the whole final load sheet things, that's where you'd put in the final CG. If you're just doing a final load sheet on stand, you could just put that in. But that, for planning purposes, is going to be the worst case, right? That would be the highest fuel burn, the most forward CG. So it allows the airplane to start calculating. Now, we haven't loaded in any winds, and what could happen is if we were expecting strong tailwinds on this flight, or if you're doing any long-haul flight, without the winds in, it might give you a warning, fuel insufficient. But we'll talk about that in a moment. Good. You can see also the way I just plunked in the zero fuel weight, that's something I did slightly out of sequence, but it will depend on your airline, and there's a reason for that. By the way, I've set the time to early morning because I want to actually have some daylight on this stream. Otherwise, it will all be pitch black, which is quite common for flying around long haul. But yeah, there we go. Good. Right, where were we? So that is, let's just think what else we need to do down in the CDU. So we've done the init ref through to performance. VNAV, just check we've got the correct sort of speed restrictions. Transition altitude, that's wrong. We're going to put the UK one in. Good, and that's about it on there. Steps for the cruise. Let's check we don't need any fixes. We'll talk about this later. Again, nice that they work. Progress page, we can check that our navigation performance is working on page 3. Oh no, this is a slightly different spec, but there we go. Page 4 has RMP and actual 0.03. So the required navigational performance, actual navigation performance. Good. Navrad can just be auto-tuned. It does auto-tune. It's a Boeing, but it can auto-tune. Thank goodness. Right, that's good. So now we'll go into the flows. If you can believe it, we still haven't done that. This is going to be our slowest ever start, but I think we've earned it. So flight control surfaces, normal. Don't touch those. They're guarded switches. IRSs are on and aligned already. We've got the IFE passengers. This should all be on, basically. Let's start up the APU, get it up and running. No harm in doing that now. APU gens will then take over. These will swap to available. All of these main generators, very important. They should all be on and connected. So don't touch those. Brightness to come. We'll talk about that. You can put your HUD down now as well. Windscreen washer, funnily enough, not rain repellent, but anyway, don't press that yet. Back up here, we're not doing towing. We're not doing this battery, by the way. This is to test how long the battery will last whilst towing the airplane, if you can believe that. As you can see, we've got enough battery. Flight door power on. CCR reset. They should be guarded and off. Passenger oxygen, that should not say on. It should be off. But there we go. And emergency lights armed. Window heats, they all stay on. They don't need to be turned off on power down on the 7.8. They're much more automatic. Good stuff. So sorry. Yeah, I would answer more questions, but I need to. We'll keep going and then we'll chat. Hydraulic pumps should all be off. And it doesn't matter. You could set them to auto. They won't do anything at this stage. But anyway, they should be off. Same with the engine. The engine pumps can stay on, but they're in fault because they obviously won't pressurize until the engine's running. The demand pumps, however, could. Passenger signs. Are we fueled? We got way too much fuel on board. So the answer to that is no. We need to defuel. We'll do that in just a moment. Stormlight would make everything bright, but the master system is very good. So we're going to have that on. I'll talk about that later as well. Landing lights can all be off, as you would expect. Up here, ground test is just normal. We don't test any of these systems. Don't test the APU fire. Don't fiddle with the engine EEC mode. You want it in normal. Basically, as the way of having it protected and running in. If you have TPR on the Rolls-Royce or N1 on this one, we want it in normal. Start switch is in norm. Fuel jettison system should be all in, disarmed, closed. Fuel pumps should all be off, but you'll notice there's pressure light is missing from the left pump because, as is tradition in the Boeing, the left arm fuel pump does provide fuel for the APU. So again, it's modeled. Unbelievable. I am going to put the dome lights on actually. Yeah, look at that. That's better. They should all be in auto. You don't need to turn these off either. Anti-ice switches, and we'll have the nav lights and logo lights on. Lights test off. All the other lights off. Good. Finally, on cargo forward temperature. If we don't have anything in there, we can actually leave it off. We don't need to have it running, just for the sake of it. Now you can actually, it does go in the off position. It would scroll through to click off by pointing sort of in 6 o'clock. Okay, well, we'll leave it there. I'll talk about what that is later as well. So many things to talk about. Equipment cooling, auto, fans. Now you can, the lower one would often be off. That's how you'd usually find it, but we'll have it on. Temperature set, usually as ever in airplanes, set slightly cooler than the middle. The packs now, we're running on APU power. They can come on. They run on electricity only, obviously. They can run on the GPU, but it runs better off the APU generator. But remember, it's not using APU air. It's just using APU electricity. It's brilliant. Trim air on, ventilation norm. Outflow valves auto. Yeah, absolutely, very important. And the HUD on this side. There we go. Right, that's the overhead done. Pretty straightforward. Not a whole lot to do, really. Turn on a couple of things. You would test your oxygen mask, of course. Move around. By the way, this is a tray table. It does have a tray table here. It's also got a tray table, 2 tray tables back here. So there are tray tables on this airplane. Just sadly none that cover your lap. Right, moving across, you can basically, we're going to fly the airplane, so we'll just set up the whole thing. This is you click in for your minimums or not. We're going to go to hectopascals, so we're on QNH, and I'm not sure what the QNH is. We did have an ATIS. Let's just set that in now. 1019. It's taking quite a lot of scrolling. In the real airplane, each click would do a hectopascal. It's quite good. But there we go. And minimums we don't want showing, so we'll leave those off. Moving across, ICAS, we'll leave it on our side so we can see what's going on. Systems pages, we're not going to fiddle with any of those right now. You could wake up if your company uses ACARS systems, which they probably would on an airplane like this. We could set that up now if we wanted to, but there we go. I'm going to arm the auto throttle arm switches. I'm going to turn on the flight director. They are connected here, but in the real airplane, they're not. And we'll put in the runway heading. There's a lot of scrolling of this heading bug going to happen in the from now on this channel, sadly. Come on, I want to get going on the hour. I think we can do that. And then we've got altitude. That's the come. I'm not sure what it is, so I'll just do the old 900. You have to set it to auto to set 900. AP disengage bar should be in as well. Very important. Good. We're in heading mode, by the way, in VS, not FPA. You have to click them separately in the Boeing, but there they are. And we're in IS, of course. And we're going to set this up shortly once we've done the performance. Good. We want air data in auto, PFD, MFDs in norm. This is very, very clever stuff. We'll talk about that later as well. You can see here, it's already populated with our flight number, Britannia, 79 kilo. Britannia, 79 kilo. I think it's the first time I put an alphanumeric in there. Wide Womble says, this cockpit does look very new, clean and fresh. Does it have that new plane smell? They can do, but it's not particularly strong. There's not many sort of oils and things left in airplanes. Otherwise, they are a little bit, we don't want any films or anything left on the stuff. Seth says, I heard something about not arming auto thrust until entering the runway in case someone accidentally bonked the toga buttons. Well, that's a fair policy. They're pretty well protected, but that's not normal Boeing SOP, no. But you could do that. The chances are you'd forget it, I suppose, but if it's normal procedure, yeah. Good. Anyway, and it's got your reg and your cell call. It's very clever, this. I absolutely love the screen. Very handy. And you can see here, everything's looking sensible. We've got the right flags, no V-speed. Well, we know that. We haven't entered them yet. Let's get rid of the yoke. You've got our mini-map down here. You can't change the range on this. We're stuck. That's it. 10 miles. That's what we get. Good. Over here, we have the same warnings as we would expect. And we are going to set the QNH over here. 1019. That's in. Gear is down. Alternate gears in norm. Auto brake. I'm going to set that to RTO. I'm also now going to go into the checklists, and I'm going to go normal. Sorry, I'm going to reset all. We do this because otherwise it could be halfway through a shutdown checklist or something. So you do that, and now normal menu. In fact, now you can get rid of it. And when you go back to checklist, it should. The radar would take you through, but the pre-flight's done anyway, so it's happy. But there we go. That's what we do there. Good. Moving down, we've done the CDU. check that the speed brakes are in, thrust levers are at idle, flaps are up, fuel cutoff control off, stab norm cutouts are in the, stab cutouts are in the norm position. We've already looked at the alternate flaps and make sure again it's not going to run and the parking brake is set. Here's our radio. We're not going to get too excited about that. I don't have my radio panel set up for today actually. Audio panel, this is very similar. This is similar to the Airbus. This is much better. This is fantastic. Really, really great. You can see both. This is like the Dash 8 actually. You've got all frequencies visible and you can change all of them on the left and right radios. Brilliant. Really good system. Transponder, that should be in standby for now until we get our clearance and code. Good. Right, I think that's enough of that. So it's time to run our performance. We're almost there. Thank you again, Q8 pilot. So over on our EFB, we will check the systems and ident, but I'm going to initialize the flight. Doesn't do a whole lot, frankly. And then it should say change, and then I'm going to performance. 26 left from Gatwick. I'm going to copy FMC data. Oh, no, we need to change the fuel first. So make sure you do that. Now I wanted 19.7, so I'm just going to go. I'm not sure how the fuel burn is on this. So I'm going to take a fuel of 22. That is very light. You can take over 100 tons of fuel on this airplane, if you can believe that. 22 tons is more than enough. Fuel balance, there it is, 22 tons. And now, if we copy, that should give us a new weight. There it is, 189 tons. Relatively light takeoff here, because it's such a short flight. No intersection condition. It's dry out there, I believe. No light rain, so we'll go wet. Wind. What's the wind today? 320 at 13. So you can just type it in with your keyboard, which is just great. Outside air temperature. It does actually sense this, so in the real aircraft it would copy that over. That and the QNH it takes from the airplane. Again, great to see this did copy over the QNH. So again, it's great. It's so good. Temperature 9. Chilly. QNH 1019, there's the correct weights. Anti-ice at 9 degrees and raining. Well, we're going to have engines then, aren't we? Flap config, optimum, max ATM, which is just the maximum D rate, and thrust optimum. We're flying to Rovaniemi. Good. So, any questions? Well, questions to come later, but yeah, this is so good. This is very, very similar to the real airplane. You just can't do intersections. That's fine. And there's limit climb. But yeah, this is all you need. This is great. The last thing to put in will be CG. And I was asking where we can find that. And it is actually in here as well. So, I could have set it from OFP. That would have been a good idea, wouldn't it? Oh, well, I didn't think of that. CG actual 26.6. Relatively aft. So 27 just about. I'm going to put 26 because forward is worse for performance. So we'll put 26 in there and we hit calculate. By the way, this is a touch screen. We're talking about touch screens. So you can press on these on the screen and type in. The keyboard appears at the bottom normally. Or you can use these buttons at the side to select, but you still have to type in on the screen itself. I'm not using a yoke yet, but I am planning to do a video where I review the one of the possible options anyway. Do the packs act differently when we run them on the ground power APU? They do indeed. This is why I absolutely love streaming, because you come up with such good questions. So these are the cabin air compressors. There's 4. And the airplane will use as many as it thinks it needs. But what will happen is on a GPU only in the real aircraft, it may struggle and just load shed and not even run them at all. You may get no air from them. You're allowed to turn them on and see, but yeah, it may not work. This cabin occupants, by the way, that's set up by the cabin crew. So that is used to adjust the airflow in the cabin to make sure the humidity stays nice and comfortable for everyone. Right, anyway, performance is done. That's all loaded in. We're going to go from runway 26 left at Gatwick, flap 5, 1,700 feet, mean sea level acceleration. Takeoff 2, so a 20% D rate already, and then we're going to increase the temperature to 50. So this is a huge D rate. This is about as high as I've ever seen. We're using not much engine power at all. Speeds 35, 50, 58. I'm surprised actually. That's a big split. I've seen very few splits on the 7.8. The brakes are very good, so it can actually stop very quickly. So it's not uncommon to see. I've seen rotate speeds of 170 plus. I mean, crazy speeds, because it always wants to use flap 5. And the reason it wants that is that once it gets in the air, the performance is so derated, the engines are at such low power that if you have more flap out, it would actually drag it down if you had an engine failure. So its performance is worked out on a nice low flap setting with high takeoff speeds and a nice long takeoff roll. So usually that's even so with 170 knots rotate speeds, you can still see almost no split, 5 knots sometimes. It's really amazing. ATM is the atmospheric, so that is saying we want to. Oh no, don't mess it up. But that's to what we want to derate the engines to, if you see what I mean. What mode we want to use. You just leave it at max. I don't know anyone who changes that particularly. If you press full down here, you see I could get rid of the ATM and just have it run at Toga and get the Toga figures. But what we're going to do now is send output. In the real airplane, you then choose where you want it to go. But it's automatically here for us. Control 4 was the wrong one. 3, that's the right one. Anyway, we should be on the performance page. That's my fault. So let's put takeoff in here and thrust limit there. Sorry, takeoff page 2 there. Okay, so there's 2 pages to the main takeoff page. You can see here it's copied all the information over, which is just brilliant as ever. I'm now going to accept those numbers because I'm happy that they match. What you need to do is very carefully check they match these numbers over here. 135, 150, 158. We've got flat 5, DTO2, 50 degrees. I'm going to accept them. What it hasn't done is put the CG in. We know that was 26, so I'm going to put that in there. That gives us a trim number. That then sets the trim band up here. So 5.5 is what we're going to set, but it needs to be within the green band to avoid a takeoff config warning. You see here we get this message, FMC pre-flight complete. It's worth checking that the rest of this has worked. So we've got the engine out acceleration altitude of 1500 feet. That's fine. I know it said 1700, but I'm not worried about that. It would also load in the winds. Again, doesn't really matter. Up here, we've got DTO2, which is correct, and the temperature of plus 50 degrees. So this is telling me what the engines are going to do. And you can see here, they're going to go to what we expected, 82.9% N1. Relatively low, just over, still almost in the 70s. Crazy. Then I'm going to take my V2 158 and put it up in this window. We need to have that. This is a Boeing. It doesn't do it for you. The Airbus would not even bother showing it. Sadly, we have to do this. Quite satisfying though. 158 goes in there. Then I'm going to want to take off with LNAV and VNAV, so I'm going to arm those, and you can see LNAV and VNAV armed, and you can see Toga as the active modes. So this is, again, classic Boeing. The flight directors are showing, and they're pointing up in the sky because they're in Toga mode. They want to take off right now, sitting here on stand. That's all they can offer us. We've done the heading, and next is the altitude to come with the clearance. So I think it's time we get that clearance and start getting things underway. 1701. Not too bad. Not too bad. Nearly 400 viewers, 160 likes, says Dougal. Please hit the like if the info is helpful. Yeah, if you're enjoying, please do hit the like button. It makes a huge difference to the channel. So yeah, really appreciate it if you wouldn't mind doing that. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. I can already see them appear. That really appreciated. Next step, we need to get clearance, don't we, from air traffic control. So let me just move this. That's very kind. So Banga says, it's like I'm in an alternate universe. 320 Sim Pilot is confident explaining it. Boeing, I know. How many times have I sat there and asked you all to help me through this process? And I was thinking of that when I was learning this aeroplane. This is the closest I'm getting to my 757 dream. Right. Let's get a clearance from air traffic control. So we need new 80s because I've been talking so long. We're running with information echo. My mince pie is very cold now, as is my tea. Information echo, 26 left, QNH 1020. That's good. The pressure's gone up. It's not going to affect our performance, or it is, but it's going to help us. So 1020, 1020. That's now set. Good. Temperature's gone down a degree, but we've also got slightly high QNH, so that's good. Right. What I want to do now is speak to delivery ground 121.805. Does this work? Will it just... $121.85. No, I need to do it myself, don't I? Now, look at this. I think I need a decimal. Yep. Just type in. Now this is frustrating. I say frustrating. This is something I'd like to see changed. Don't lock the dimmable windows, please. Yeah, indeed. I know people don't like that. Headwind simulations. Hello to you. It's strange to see him on the Boeing. Indeed, yeah. Right. 128.5. Now, I typed that in, and you can actually enter it into the active frequency. If you do, in the real aircraft, it will then dump the active into the standby. Incredibly good system. So when you get a new frequency, you just type it in and put it in there. And don't get me started on how good CPDLC is on this airplane. It's breathtakingly good. But there we go.
1020, is it clear, Mike?
Good. I know my transmit key still works. That's good. Right, we're at a 787-9 with Britannia 79 kilo on stand 102. Gatwick ground, Britannia 79 kilo, stand 102, Boeing 789, information echo QNH 1020, request departure clearance.
Britannia 79 kilo, Gatwick ground, hello, clear to Rovaniemi, frame on Mike departure, squawk 0226.
Thank you, Britannia 79 kilo, cleared to Rovaniemi by frame 1 Mike, departure squawk 0226.
Britannia 79 kilo, correct.
Excellent. So we go to transponder, and we again, super easy. You can just type it in and select it there. That will also appear on the PFD in what's called the auxiliary display over here. How's the audio? Can you hear things clearly? Am I clear? Let me know if anything's wrong. Because yeah, it could be a bit out of sync. It's been a while since I've done this. Good. Frame on mic. Let's put it in the altitude. Frame on mic. 26 left. Straight ahead. Max 4,000. That's our first level altitude. Now, there's nothing to stop us setting the next higher altitude, and I'll show you why. We don't get the VSD, sadly. That's not modelled. I hope they add it. It might be a bit more than they want to do, but yeah, if they could add that there, what I'm going to do is put on traffic and airports, and I'm going to get rid of VOR right. And we'll leave those off for now until we're taxiing out. If you turn on the weather radar now, you will not be very popular, of course. And that is all it takes. By the way, we can zoom right in and we get the map. Now, the real aircraft, this is not a picture like this. It's actually got the labels of the taxiways. Really, 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 really brilliant system. So good. You can just, you don't have to go to your electronic charts or anything. It's just here in front of you. It's great. Right. Your 5 out of 5 ATC is low. Interesting. Okay. I know what I can do. I'll turn up the desktop. Let me know how that goes if it's too loud for you. Right. What was I saying? Yeah, altitude. So max 4,000. So what we need to do, we would actually have a VSD showing here on the bottom of this ND, and it shows you what the airplane will do and what constraints it's aiming for in a visual way. I can actually see here 4,000 or below is the next constraint, and it's in magenta, so it should be applying that. So what I'll do is I can actually put the next altitude in, and it will still obey that constraint. So max 4,000, max 4,000, 4,000, and then cross at 5,000. So as we can see, 4 and then 5. 5 is the last level. No, 6 at frame. Look at that. So cross at 6. So I'm going to put 6,000 in the window. That's interesting. I don't think it would do that. In auto, you can change in hundreds, and you have to put it in this mode if you want to set the MDA. That's something for another tutorial another day. But if you then go to thousands, it should round the thousands. It shouldn't jump in thousands like that. That's an interesting interpretation. Yeah, interesting. Just these tiny, tiny little details, which is great. It's great to be able to talk about these details because it shows how good this model is otherwise.
Grand Longship 29 Whiskey Bravo, stand 37, ready for push and start. Longship 29 Whiskey Bravo, got ground hello, stand 37, push and start, please.
Agency still too quiet. Okay, I don't know if the aeroplane will get too loud for you. You let me know. Cranked it up a little bit. Good. Right, so that's our clearance done. Let me just think through. I haven't streamed this airplane before, and I'm not used to it single pilot yet. We've done the overhead. We're running on the APU. We've got the fuel, and you can see here the ground power goes to available automatically, so that could go, but it's just already loaded in. You see I've accidentally put the HUD away. We've got 22 tons of fuel. We've loaded in the CDU. We've got our performance for takeoff. I think we're pretty much ready to go. Let's run our checklist. Oh, here you go. So yeah, pre-flight checklist is already done, and you can see it gives us a green line. That line appears when it's happy everything is done. Not all items can be automatically sent. Some you'd have to tick, but there we go. So next is before start. Flight deck door closed and locked. Passenger signs. That would be sent normally. Are now on. MCP, we've got V2 158. We're in LNAV, VNAV, and altitude 6,000. Takeoff speeds. Just press init ref and it will take you to the takeoff page. We've got 135, 150, and 158. CD pre-flight is complete. It tells us that green line. This is an important line. You need to see this to know that the airplane is happy you've done everything. Trim, we can't set that yet. So, well, you could, because the stab is actually electric. It's not hydraulic. But I wouldn't normally do it here, I don't think. Maybe.
Get the ground report, your stand number.
I'll just follow this checklist. I think that's gonna be easiest for videos. It's electric, so the stab will. I don't see any reason it wouldn't run at this stage. When we what's called pressurize the Boeing, you would expect it to move then, but that's just left over from old airplanes. Trim, there you go. Set. Taxi tape briefing completed. Beacon to come. Yeah, okay. This is the full checklist. This is with the pressurizing. So let's do that now. So on older Boeings and older aircraft, at this point you'd pressurize the hydraulics. The controls are all sitting there drooping, and you need to power up the hydraulics of the airplane. That way the brakes work, the gear is secure, and all this other stuff. The 787 doesn't need to do that. Half the stuff's electric anyway, and when you do what's called pressurizing, it doesn't actually pressurize anything. You're just moving the switches as if it was an older airplane. Britannia 79 Kilo, request push, stand 102.
Britannia 79 Kilo, hold position, delay about 5 minutes to track behind.
Hold position, Britannia 79 Kilo. Good stuff.
Morning, Gatwick ground.
Right, parking brake is still set, and we're going to wait. So, what we could do is just pressurize anyway, so let's do that. So, you're going to put all of these in that order, right to left as for this one, to auto. Again, doesn't really matter. Then you're going to turn on all the fuel pumps. If you have fuel in the center tank and it gives you a message, fuel in center, you turn those on, but it doesn't, and it's not got the box, and it's 0. So we're not going to use the center pump today. Then we're going to put the beacon on. We've done the... we'll do recall, sorry. There we go. Should just have 4 warnings, which we do. We've done the trim, and now I'm going to put transponder. So transponder. That is us ready to go, and you can see there that completes the before start checklist. So that is before start checklist complete, and all you have to do, you don't have to press anything else, you just get rid of it. Back to ND. So we're ready to go. We're just waiting on air traffic control. Yeah, who is on that taxiway? Let's enjoy the 78 for a second. Look at that. Oh yes, they did the best thing as well for the lighting. Horizon put the correct beacon on. See this long pulse it does. It's always a shame that the default one doesn't do that. It's very iconic part of the 78. The lights, again, are unique. Super bright beacon, pulses like that.
Britannia 79 Kilo after the EasyJet A321 passing right to left, stand 102, push and start approved, face east.
After the EasyJet right to left, stand 102, push that approved, facing east. Britannia 79 Kilo. Okay, enough of that. We're waiting for that EasyJet. That's them there. Where are they going? They're going to EDDH. Kelpie, good to see you, Kelpie. Kelpie says, is the reason for the high upward wings turn stability? I don't think so. It's a stable aeroplane. Now, I don't know why my top beacon's not working. I think it might be lost in there. Yeah, it's a stable aeroplane enough anyway. I think it's just the way they designed for efficiency. They must have their reasons for wanting the wings to twist upwards. Now when I press Shift P, because we sadly only have the basic pushback here, it's just going to go, so yeah.
Alpha 2 by Papa and Alpha Sierra.
Daniel says, is this the fly to see Santa? Yes it is. 2023, indeed it is. Look at the size difference. There's our old machine. Beautiful aeroplane, no doubt. This is the 78 is a big machine. It's the smaller of the Boeing long hauls. You know, it's smaller than 777, but it's not much smaller. The dash 787 variant is relatively short, more like a 767, but even so. Right.
5700 on stand and shutting down. Thank you very much.
He said east.
Thanks for flying. Bye-bye.
Now, I forget how to make the sim do that with keyboard commands, so I won't.
Falcon 426, thanks, taxi.
Any builds are saying the A300 600 will release before the end of 2023. Very good.
Uniform Juliet Hotel Papa, Falcon 426.
787 also has 2 wingtip lights, the normal red and green, and then the ones on the tips. Yeah, indeed. It's actually got plenty of lights. You've got tail lights either side of the cone, and then you have these wingtip lights. Yeah. Unusual. I don't fully know why. I don't believe legally you need to have both, but that's what they've got. Okay. EasyJet's gone. Let's release the brakes. Off we go. Now, the timer actually runs from takeoff to landing, but the airplane does, of course, as you would expect, record all the times, and it can send it off to your company, no problem.
Jet 22 Alpha, contact Gatwick Tower 124.230. Bye-bye.
Ryan Lee says, are you rated for the 777 as well? If so, do you plan on doing some tutorials for the PMDG 777? I am rated on the 777, and the reason is, it's unlikely. I would have to do a little bit of a course to fly it, for the slight variations. There's different screens and so on, but you're talking a couple of days. The 777 is flown and has almost the same, or it has the same memory items as the 787. So it's operated in the same way. The things I just did to power and pressurize, a lot of this is like this on the 78 because it's like that on the 777. So yeah, I absolutely do plan on doing tutorials on the PMDG 777. I'm not in the beta. I have not ever had any luck. Was that far enough? We're going to hope that's far enough. That could be quite a tight turn. Yeah, I won't have any early access to the 777 is what I'm saying, but I do hope I will, once it's out, be making some videos with it because it's going to be a treat. Now, I am aware, of course, there's going to be plenty of tutorials made for it with people with early access, but I don't know if anyone's rated on the 777. So maybe that can be our unique thing. There goes the tug. Park and brake is set. Let's start the engines. Now, the next exciting thing, we can start the engines at the same time, as long as the temperature's above 5, below 40, which it is. Although it's getting cold, but certainly I'd be very comfortable starting both. Put them both to start. It will automatically turn off the air conditioning, and look at that, it's done it. And now we're going to start both engines. The only thing this does that the real airplane doesn't do is it doesn't auto start until you actually move the switches, but there we go. Oh, there you go, the Indiebuilds A300 trailer premiered at the same time as this stream. Very nice. A difference is video for the 777 since long. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah, it could be good. Good idea. I do know 777 pilots, so hopefully I can get rope some of them into talking and comparing. As a Vulcan, excellent. That's pushing my frame rates.
Taxi Alpha 326 left by Juliet Papa Alpha November, Vulcan 436.
Where is the Vulcan? I wonder if it's showing up. I doubt it as a Vulcan. That'd be cool. It's probably that 380, isn't it? There you go. Switches over to running. They stay there. These will automatically pop back to the norm position. Engines are electric indeed. You can start them both on the APU generator. You can start them using ground power, but you need that third power unit. If you don't have the third power unit and you try and do it with just 2, the airplane hates it, and all sorts of systems go offline and you have to reset everything. It's terrible. Good. So they are running. So we're going to go up here. We're going to check that the generators have come online. They have. All the amber lights out. So let's turn off the APU. We just don't need it anymore. Anti-ice. We're going to have wings in auto and the engines on. Good. Then we're going to come down and we're going to set the flaps. We said flap 5 for takeoff, so there we go. Very common takeoff flap setting, especially at light weights. Then I'm going to press the recall and get rid of these secondary engine instruments. We don't need those. And then we're going to go to the flight controls. We don't need to bring them up. We can just run them. Now, something to note, this is a slightly inaccurate model. This bit actually stays still and the yoke moves behind it. I know it looks like there's a line, but it doesn't do anything. They are actually connected. Right, roll, roll. Nice and slow on the Boeing, much slower than we did it on the Airbus. even this would be considered pretty sporty. If you do this really quickly, you can actually feel the whole airplane judder. Not even really quickly. If you do this like this, you'd feel the whole airplane judder. And rudder. That's not good.
Gatwick Tower, New Zealand 973 is ready for taxi.
Oh, that's not good. Why is that happening?
New Zealand 973 taxi, Quebec Alpha Lima.
I'm just going to release the brakes for a second.
Taxi, Quebec Alpha Lima, Quebec, hold short kilo, New Zealand 973.
My pedals have died again. I had this recently. What's going on with them? 1 second, everyone.
Gatwick Ground, good afternoon. Osprey for correction, Finnair 495.
These were working just yesterday.
Type A320 NEO, gate 19, with information echo.
Finnair 495, Gatwick Ground, hello, don't have a flight plan for you.
Hello, Alpha 55,
Finnair 495.
Alpha Foxtrot 55, taxi holding point Alpha 2, runway 26 left, 5 kilo, November, and Alpha Sierra.
Taxi 2, holding point, runway 26 left, Alpha 2 via Kilo, Alpha and November, Alpha Foxtrot 55.
Falcon 46, contact Gatwick Tower 124.
Success. Actual success in a technical issue on the stream. I mean, that doesn't happen very often. Right, rudder.
France 55, new plan taxi.
You see how important flight control checks are? We actually managed to fix it. or find a problem. Good. Right, then we go to the checklist. For taxi checklist anti-ice, we have the engines on. Recall checked, just TCAS. Flight controls checked. Ground equipment clear. APU off. For taxi, checklist complete. Back to the ND.
Taxi 2, holding point, runway 26 left via Kilo, Papa and Alpha November.
Let me just sort out the camera. They've got a cool wing views now on here. There we go. Look at these flight controls. Such a strange design. This inboard flapper on as well.
690 radio.
Just replug the rudder. That's what you do in real life, basically. Yeah, that's what I did.
690, Gatwick Ground, readability 5.
Britannia 79 kilo request taxi.
Britannia 79 kilo, taxi Lima, Papa hold short, kilo.
Lima Papa hold short kilo. Britannia 79 kilo. Good.
Ground, Finnair 495.
We're here. Lima, first right Papa, hold short kilo.
Finnair 495, report your aircraft type and stand.
First taxiway. For taxi, we can use whatever lights we fancy. It's not as prescriptive in the Boeing. I'm going to definitely have the taxi light, and I'm going to use the turn off lights. It's pretty gloomy out. Brakes released. Starts rolling forwards. And, okay, turning left. Needs a bit of power to do this.
495, confirm, Frame 1 mic departure.
Frame 1 mic departure.
Now, the 787... I hope it's not too loud. You let me know how loud it is or isn't. The 787 is not overpowered on the taxi. It does need a little bit of oomph to get going. And if you enter a turn, it will run out of energy unless you move in. You need like 6-7 knots, and then a little bit of power will still probably be needed. It's very easy to run out of energy in turns on this airplane. Very different to the Airbus.
I don't have a flight plan. Oh, I'm sorry.
Simfly UK says, in comparison to the real-world aircraft, how do you think the 787 in Microsoft behaves? I think the way it taxis is super now that they've done their work on it. The Horizon in particular is very, very good. The avionics are incredible as well. It doesn't have the failures, it's missing bits, but it has a lot of really good stuff. The handling in flight, we'll talk about that as we go. Now, we need to oversteer a lot more in this airplane. And you can see here, it looks like we're right over the grass, but actually, we're keeping those main bogies around that centre line, which is basically the aim. So you do get used to that.
Britannia 79 Kilo, taxi holding point. In fact, disregard. I'll call you back in a second.
Roger, Britannia 79 Kilo. Yeah, I have Thrustmaster. No, I don't. I have the Logitech pedals. That's what I've got.
Information, Foxtrot. Gate 120.
Right, we're holding short here. There we go. Expecting a stop line. Look how big this airplane is. I do forget how big it is.
Could you repeat this? I'm sorry. LM690, report your aircraft type and stand number. Stand 120 is a stand at Gatwick. New Zealand 973, taxi Quebec, Juliet, hold short Papa.
Great question there. Doesn't the 787 have taxi cameras? No.
New Zealand 973,
Unlike
taxi Quebec,
the 777-300,
Juliet, hold short Papa.
there's no taxi cameras on the 78. That shows you how it's considered the smaller of the
Taxi Quebec.
long-haul aircraft.
Sorry, repeat for
Even the Dash 10,
New Zealand
which is a long airplane.
Quebec, Juliet, hold short Papa.
The 787-10 is longer than the 777-200. It's shorter than the 777-300, but even so, 300 gets cameras, Dash 10 does not. You do get used to it, and of course, these airplanes are being taxied around relatively big airports. You don't.
79 Kilo, taxi holding point Alpha 3, runway 26 left, via Papa and Alpha November.
Via Papa and Alpha November, Alpha 3 holding point for 26 left. Britannia 79 Kilo.
Quebec, Juliet, then Papa, New Zealand 973.
Right, Papa,
0505.
Alpha November, Alpha 3. That's pretty standard.
LM690, clear to
Gatwick taxi out for us.
Right,
Right, let's get going. Now, there's not a lot to do during the taxi. We will update, we'll do a little review of the brief, so there's no change to our performance there. We know where we're going from. I know we haven't got an intersection, but we know that'll be fine. We'll imagine we did, because in the real aircraft you'd make sure you had performance from that intersection. No change to the routing either. We're going to fly in VNAV path is the idea. I've set 6,000, but I'm expecting it to level at 4. I'll be curious to see if it works. No unusual procedures. We'll just once we're in the air turn off the engine anti-ice because we don't need it. Go into the auto mode. Unlike the Airbus, we don't have to sit there putting the anti-ice on and off as we go into the clouds. I don't have model matching on at the moment.
New Zealand 973 is taxiing Quebec, Juliet.
Now, taxi, you can see it there. We're about on the centre line with the nose gear. So yeah, running just through the right side of this panel. That's accurate. That's what you'd expect on the real airplane. Now the cabin, they tell you, it gives you an alert, but I'm just going to imagine that it is ready. It doesn't stay on the screen. It's a bit strange. It just says cabin ready and then it disappears, and you just have to remember.
Captain Ground, good evening, hearing 628.
Yeah, 90 minutes into the stream. Vulcan's at the holding point.
We're looking for...
There it is, yes! Excellent! That's awesome. What's in front of us? Is it a 380? Thank you again, Q8 pilot, for your, if you're still here, very, very, very generous super chat. Really appreciate it.
Yep, we confirm frame 1 Mike departure. Sorry, sir. Ewing 628, correct information.
If you are enjoying, do please leave a like. It makes a big, big difference to the channel.
Plan QNH 1020 for Ewing 68.
Ha! Seth says, we've entered dark times now. He started talking about how the workload is lesser than the Airbus.
Britannia 79 Kilo, take a left turn, follow the Air France, contact Gatwick Tower 124.230, bye.
Left turn behind the Air France and 124.230. Britannia 79 Kilo, goodbye.
Just make sure you're not following him, so you'll be on Alpha November, which is the parallel taxiway.
Oh, apologies. Alpha November. Speedbird, Britannia 7 Kilo. Right, that is Alpha... Oh, we got this wrong again. This happened before. Alpha November, They've gone to Alpha 5. Alpha Sierra. There we go. Right. Round we go.
Easy 2, 8 Delta Foxtrot, stand 1-1, ready for push and start.
Always
Delta Foxtrot,
always bad following other people on taxiways. It inevitably leads to this.
Easy 3, 8 Delta Foxtrot.
New Zealand 973, taxi holding point Alpha 3, runway 2.
Go on airplane, you can do it.
Juliet, Papa.
That's a lot of thrust. You try not to go over sort of 20%. Sorry, 30% on these. It's 40 on the 320. But yeah, there we go. It can do it though. Even 90-degree turns. Right, 12423.
Juliet, Papa, and Alpha November. I can give you progressive if you need.
12423.
I think I'll be fine.
Oh, it doesn't like that. Yeah, I do know. I need to check this. I'm pretty confident. I don't think you don't need to enter the decimal into the real aircraft.
Don't worry about the traffic in front. He's taking a diverging route.
Okay, for takeoff, runway 26.
Right, done the flight controls. We haven't got any supplementary procedures. We've talked about the engines.
Vulcan 426.
Cabin's ready. Time for the checklist. We know where we're going from.
Enjoy your flight.
122.8.
For takeoff checklist. Now this is a shortened version of what you'd have. But anyway, flaps. That's in the right position. So before takeoff, checklist complete. Back to ND. Good. And we're going for Alpha 3. Yeah, we're supposed to take Alpha November. That's my bad. Turning the wrong way there. I was trying to follow that 380 onto Alpha Sierra, but we're going to Alpha 3. That's what comes from doing too much while you taxi. And even then, we haven't had much to do. Right, we were told to go via Alpha 3. Which is this line here. Yeah, good. So I won't make any right turn. We're too big to do that. We've done the checklist. We are ready to go. Windows seat, good evening to you. Thanks for joining us. It's been a long time. I hope you're doing well. It's only taken us almost 2 hours, but we are going now, finally. Look at that. This is great freeware scenery. Freeware airplane, freeware scenery. We're in a real golden age of flight simulation, I've got to say. Tower, good afternoon. Britannia 79 Kilo, Alpha 3 ready for departure.
Britannia 79 Kilo, good afternoon. Via Alpha 1, line up away, runway 26 left.
Via Alpha 1, line up point 26 left. Britannia 79 Kilo. You can see how little flaps that is, by the way. Look at that. Barely moves at all. Right. We're clear to line up. 26 left. Just to the right, left and right lights. We don't need the lows lights. We don't even need the taxi light now. I'll leave the turn off lights on. And we'll put the strobe lights on.
79 Kilo, runway 26 left, cleared for takeoff, surface wind 320 degrees, 10 knots.
Clear takeoff, 26 left. Britannia 79 Kilo, thank you. So, get round, get the nose ahead, remember, we oversteer. This is a big airplane.
Enjoy your flight.
122.8, 555, thank you.
Needs some oomph or it just won't do it. Look at these streaks and grime on the wing. Just brilliant. They've done a great job of this. And even that, you can see, almost cutting the corner there. Doing the approach. It's finally time to get underway. Got the kids in, they're 7-8 behind. Excellent.
1973 is with you approaching holding point Alpha, being via Alpha November.
New Zealand 5, correction 973, taxi Alpha 1.
Right, we're wind the range up. I'm going to put the weather radar on. Probably would appear both sides. Oh no, it's separate. Very good. That's correct as per the aircraft. Someone is on approach.
79 Kilo, got traffic 5 miles out, so if you could expedite, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Taking off, Britannia 79 Kilo, thanks. Yeah, no trouble. 5 miles will be fine, although we do use the whole runway. So, keep it rolling. We don't hold it on the brakes in the 787, even if you were stopped. Let's set 40% on the N1s. Bit of forward pressure is going to be needed in a moment. Let's finally get going to Robin Yemi. 40%. Stabilised. Press the button. Thrust ref. Toga. Now, it's too sensitive on the yaw there, of course. No surprise, but that's standard on Microsoft Flight Simulator. Bit of forward pressure. Wind from the right, so a tiny bit of right aileron. We're going to use the whole runway here, as you can imagine. 80 knots. We need the thrust to be set, and we'll bring the yoke to neutral. Although you'd still have the aileron in if you need it. You can see how far we're going to head down this runway. We're going to use the whole thing. There's rotate. It's a little bit sensitive on the rotate, this horizon. It's too pitch sensitive here, just in the moments. But we pitch the Toga reference line, which is there, and it should stay pretty steady. Positive rate, gear up. And now I'm going to move to that flight director guidance queue. Now it does this. You don't pitch that high in this airplane. It just doesn't happen. It should steady somewhere about here.
Good evening, Finnair 495, Alpha 3.
You don't really end up, you don't even get above 10 degrees usually.
Britannia 79 kilo, nothing further, Unicom 122.8, enjoy your flight.
1228, Britannia 79 kilo, thank you, bye. Right, lowering the nose.
973 behind you, arriving EasyJet A320, that's on a short final via Alpha 1, line up and wait runway 26.
Lowering the nose.
Line up and wait.
Trimming,
Fine.
trimming, trimming.
On final.
Let's put it in the autopilot.
New Zealand 973.
It's got thrust ref, LNAV, VNAV speed, flaps from 5 to 1. Don't know why it's complaining about the checklist here. And then we're going to hold it at 220 knots for the turn, so we're going to leave the flaps where they are. Now I'm interested to see, it's in VNAV path, good, so it should now level off at 4, which is going to be an impressive level off if it manages. I think it's going to do it. It's going to do it. It's going to do it. Amazing. That was an outrageous rate of climb. I would have expected it to capture a bit earlier.
Easy 218, roger.
So 220 knots for the turn. We're leaving the flaps out. We can't clean up until we get above the up speed, just like the Airbus.
Turn left heading 180 degrees.
No thrust, climb, all the thrust. Yeah, don't get it in my head.
Continue with Unicom 122.8.
Yeah, positive rate indeed. It's not positive climb in the Boeing, it's positive rate.
Be closed by when you return.
Yeah, I don't think you need the decimal. Anyway, there's Unicom. And that's it. We're leaving the flaps out. Engine anti-ice, we'll just put it to auto. We are now... There's good sound effects there. Check this incomplete norm. I think it's talking about the... Yeah, we did that before takeoff. Don't know why it's complaining about that. There we go. Flaps out 1. 4,000. And it should, on its own, follow the constraints now because it's in VNAV path. This is a nice feature. It's like a managed mode in the Airbus. So I'm expecting it to subsequently climb up from 4 to 5 after we pass 29 Detling. There's Detling there, so we can keep an eye on it. Oh, look at that. We got the TCAS working. Excellent. Nicely as well. Once we get rid of the speed limit, we can retract those flaps. So it's 250 knots. So again, it will actually, at 31 Detling, remove the speed limit. And that's good news. Yeah, this livery is from Paddy on flightsim.to. It's excellent. I can't recommend it enough. Oh, look at that. Look at the volumetric lights. Oh. And they've got the correct strobe lights as well with that pulsing they do, which is really accurate. Very, again, unique feature of the 7.8. These engines do hunt a little bit more than the engines in the real aircraft. They don't pulsate quite as much. These are a little bit... They seem to... I don't know, certainly the sound effects, anyway, seem to pulse up and down a little bit. So we've got to watch out here. It's in VNAV, and the speed window is closed. So what it's going to do is just jump the speed up when it passes that constraint in just a moment. And then you need to be watching it, because then you need to bring the flaps in. Although it actually only goes to 250, so the flaps will be okay. If you enjoyed the takeoff, do please hit the like button. Really, really appreciate it. A rolling start for 7.8? Indeed it is. Yeah. Even if you were stopped on the runway, and there we go. So now we're accelerating up to the up speed. Flaps up.
Inbound ILS 26 left 5 miles.
Great. This is great. This is working like I'd expect. Really impressed. Brandon says, what is the difference between NAV, VNAV, and LNAV? LNAV is lateral navigation, VNAV vertical navigation. There you go, VNAV speed. It's now trying to shoot up to the next constraint, speed VNAV path, which is at 5,000. Now I believe it would stay on VNAV path. I don't see why it would swap out into VNAV speed, but that's a whole other topic. The vertical modes are just something else. Also, the real airplane, it wouldn't be quite as aggressive as that. It's quite well tuned to be quite soft. In fact, it's very soft. The auto throttle system in the 787 is really quite gentle. So it will vary. At the top of descent, it takes forever for it to bring the power off. Some pilots actually close them because, remember, we can move these around as we wish. The airplane will then put them back, but we do have that option. So I would not expect it to overshoot the speed like that. You know, that's quite aggressive. 127105. Yeah, I thought there'd be more online.
Transmission was broken.
KLM 9088, turn left, heading 040 degrees.
Turn left heading 040 degrees, KLM 988.
Right, heading bug.
Whiskey Alpha 622, descend flight level 8.
Always more to do with the heading bug. I do not like the heading bug. The Vulcan's making good progress out there.
230, Falcon 436.
Climb flight level 370.
Look at this. Unreal.
Flight level 370 is speed 7 cushion 8 Golf Tango.
London, Britannia 79 kilo, 5,000 feet on a frame, 1 mic.
Britannia 79 kilo, London, hello. Climb now, flight level 130.
Climb now, flight level 130. Britannia 79 kilo. Excellent. Climb now. This is a good chance to test this out.
Turn left, heading 040
Oh,
degrees.
someone's not following something. Right, 130. There it is. We want the airplane. We can go now. We don't need to obey the constraints. So how can we do that? If I go to legs, we'll see what constraint the airplane's obeying. It's obeying 5,000. Now in the real aircraft, if I push that in, yes, it should delete that constraint.
Turn right heading
No, it hasn't done it.
30 degrees, Whiskey Alpha 622.
Negative 30.
There it goes.
300.
And now it's got the next constraint, 60. We can ignore that. So I'm going to press it again, and that deletes that constraint. It's amazing. I can't believe this works. Again, too aggressive on the auto thrust though.
By Logan.
By Logan, level 250, speedbird 702.
But these are minor complaints. So what I did there, if you saw, they had constraints. We were told we can climb now. You could just put it into Flitch, and it would just do it all.
Britannia 79 kilo, route direct dagger.
Direct dagger, Britannia 79 kilo.
London Center, New Zealand
Dagger.
973 is with
So we
you,
select it, then go
flight
back to
40,
active legs 1,
approaching
put it in there, it draws the line, and we hit execute, and we check we're in LNAV. It would not automatically put it into LNAV if you weren't, unlike the Airbus. That is something I dislike.
New Zealand 973.
I think it should. If you've engaged a direct and pressed execute, it should just do it for you.
QNH1019.
And put it into LNAV. Right, let's set standard. We're going to a flight level. That's in. Checklists. Right, well, we know we did that, but that's not going to work now.
2 kilo Mike, resume our navigation.
So I do checklist override. Look at that, it even works. Because we know that's the wrong checklist. Then we'll go to the after takeoff landing gear, flaps up. After takeoff checks complete. Good, and now we can leave it alone. It should come up next with the descent checklist. Through 10,000 feet, it's accelerating nicely. I'm going to turn off the lights. I'm just going to leave the strobe lights on. Get rid of the logo light as well. Could be a bit bumpy up there, so we might leave that alone. What's the climb speed? Relatively low. I'm not happy with this. I want to climb faster. We can go quicker today.
Currently passing
Index.
Delta
Perf.
Tango to 9.
Let's up the cost index.
Finish 495, climb flight level 170.
Climb flight level 170. Finnair for FX.
That's not enough either. I'm going to put the cruise CG in now. We know it's 26-ish. Right, and away we go. What's the 3 buttons below the master caution? This is to do with CPDLC, and we'll talk about that later. I did not start the clock, no. We don't need to start the clock. We have an elapsed time running here. This is from liftoff to touchdown. So yeah, no need to run the timer. There's speed mode, and it's in VNAV speed. We're going to level off now. That's a little bit, we should probably slow down a bit sooner than that. I don't know if this model's TCAS or not. Wouldn't surprise me if it does. Also, this shouldn't appear here. That would normally only appear if you selected the air page. There we go. Now it's gone. There we go. Yeah, good.
Come again from KLM 1019, you were breaking off. KLM 1019, descend flight level 80.
Flight level 80, KLM 1019.
Seth says, I distinctly remember a controller talking about how we'd no longer use the phrase climb now. Indeed, indeed. I couldn't tell you though. You hear all sorts around the world.
Longship 29 Whiskey Bravo, Unicom, goodbye.
Right. So yeah, through 10,000 feet, I think I'm going to leave the belts on for a bit longer. Otherwise, we're in good shape. The flaps are up. We're on standard. We got the lights off. Just the strobe lights stay on. Engine anti-ice. Right, so this is all automatic now, the wing and engines. And it appears on here when they engage, but we don't need to do anything about it.
Climb flight level 350.
Climb flight level 350. Britannia 79 a kilo.
Vulcan 426, climb flight
I love hearing the Vulcan out there. That's great. Good effort. Hard work to fly a Vulcan on this route. I'm really impressed. 350. It's not going to go because it's in VNAV alt. Now, it's off the VNAV path, but if I push it, thrust ref, VNAV speed, it's going to try and find the VNAV path, which is currently way above us. So up it goes. Now, it's not normal to climb with full climb thrust like this. What we would typically do is in thrust limit page, you'd have climb 1 or climb 2. If you select it, you'll see the target speed power is less. So climb 2, which is the most efficient, less engine wear, it's 85.8 M1, and you see that's slightly lower. So you might as well fly at or they would like you to climb at these lower settings usually, because it of course is more efficient, less wear on the engines, less likely of failures in the future. This aeroplane, even at climb 2, can easily climb at 330 plus knots. It's a fast aeroplane. It does not want to be slow. It doesn't like it. It's not very good at it. It doesn't slow down much for the approach either. What it does is it likes to be as quick as it can be. So look at this, 320 knots, 2,200 feet per minute, and we're derating the engines. And this is normal. This is a normal situation for the 787. Oh, glorious.
817 Victor Zulu, you are well off course now. Turn left heading 130.
Turn left heading 130.
Lima Whiskey Alpha 622, clear the line, runway 22, wind is down 290 at 7.
Lima Whiskey Alpha 622, clear to land, ILS runway 22, standard wind 29 at 7.
KLM 1019, the mighty Unicom, goodbye.
Come again for KLM 1019?
KLM 1019, mighty Unicom, goodbye.
Unicom, thank you very much, bye-bye.
Wood Express 229.
What else let's talk about right now? So we hide the secondary engine displays, but there they are. You'll see the fuel. Actually, so good. This quantity is correct. We had about 18. It's been drawn into the engines. It sits around 10 to 13 in the cruise. 15, yeah, that's pretty good going. There's your total air temperature. It's hidden up there. I find that difficult to find often because the static air temperature is down here, and then the fuel temperature is over here. So I find the temperatures a little bit confused, but they are all there. It'll be quite common actually to have pilot flying have the full size navigation display, and you can see I pressed the ICAS switch and moved over to pilot monitoring's navigation display. Now this is quite, I don't know if you can hear that engine noise. The real aircraft is actually, you can't hear the roar of the engines that much on the flight deck. Pilot flying typically would have the legs page. You can have whatever you like on the other side. Often VNAV, because on the VNAV page we can see our maximum and our optimum. What is going on there? Ah, it's applying rudder. Now that's not right either. The real aircraft does apply the rudder for you and the autopilot, but it does not come through the pedals like that.
You need to wait for people to read back, or it's going to get worse and worse trying to get a word in. Lufthansa 27 Echo, someone one charge for 50% flight level 27.
That's what happens eventually. Controllers snap at pilots. I don't know if you all heard that.
3 Lima November, Hamel 1 Bravo for Birmingham, descend flight level 20.
Hamel 1 Bravo and flight.
Yes, it should be pitch black outside, but I put the time to early in the day to make sure we get a bit of a view.
220, sorry.
Now look at the HUD. You can see here it's just a representation of the PFD. It's got the modes, it's got the wind, and it's all the same information as down here, but crucially the main reference through the HUD is this, the flight path vector. The PFD is the aircraft attitude symbol, this little dot here, but on here it's this, so this is what stays visible. You can see as well, vertical speed isn't shown as a nice arrow. It's actually a little bit hard to read. It's just a numerical value. So some things are not as simple to see it here.
Climb flight level 390.
Climb flight level 390. Britannia 79 kilo. Alright, 390 is what we expected. That's what we've planned. Optimum 388, so that's where we want to be. Recommended would be there if we need the winds and everything loaded in. I don't think the winds are working on this. Yeah, we'd have to type them all in. Unless anyone knows a quicker way. Oh, we request it. Does that work? Is it going to work on this? Ah! I don't believe it. Load. Again, all things you absolutely would do.
Lot 1 Victor Zulu, hello, Logan 2 Hotel, squawk 2050.
And there it is. Oh, it worked. Fantastic. So we've loaded that in.
702, descend flight level 80.
There it is.
Descend flight level 80.
You don't need to load anymore. Thank you very much. It worked. That's fantastic. Route.
London Vulcan 46, did you have me on?
Vulcan 46, 8 mighty Unicom,
Fantastic. Good. That's there. Right. Let's go back to ND. Now the climb performance does tail off eventually. If you have a restriction to make, so we're at climb 2 still. If you had a restriction to make, you might say, well, let's help them out, and we'll go to climb. And see what happens to the climb rate. About 1100 feet per minute. Boosts up 1400, 1500. It does make quite a difference. John says, is the use of the HUD in your SOP? Can you fly without? That depends on the airline. Some airlines will have it down all the time. I think that's actually quite common. But there are some that will allow you to stow it in the cruise, so you can just do that. Frankly, it doesn't get in the way as much as you'd imagine, because it's further forward than your head. So the only thing is, if you're trying to lean forward to look, if you want to look at weather at night, this is a projection, right? This is the HUDs are projected from these units overhead. It's very clever, but what can happen is the HUD. Look at the graphics, unreal. This is amazing. This is probably the best 787 that's ever been made available. And it's from the hard work of freeware. It's fantastic. It can at night reflect a little bit, so you need the cockpit lights nice and low. Otherwise, you find yourself actually looking around it to see weather coming up. What is good is this shows you where you're going to go compared to the weather. Although it doesn't. Obviously, you have to remember the wind is going to also move the weather as much as you move with it. VNAV, there's forecast load.
973, stop climb flight level 230.
VNAV.
Stop climb, flight level 230, New Zealand 973.
There it is.
Express 229, Papa.
Now, normally you would load all these winds in. So you do the wind request. You can do it through a different menu actually, and then you load it all in on the ground. And this would only be if you wanted to update it, and that can be automatic as well. But there we go. So now we have the winds in. We haven't actually got a descent in yet, an arrival, so I'm not sure where it's put that, but it has got them in. It said.
702, mighty Unicom, goodbye.
Right, there we go.
Average speed 702.
702, mighty Unicom, goodbye.
Thrust traffic and VNAV speed, all good. Up to 3. Oh, we said 39. That's my bad. Been too busy talking. 390. So as I was saying, common to have the VNAV page open, because in the VNAV page you'll see on you have to press next, of course. It's the Optimum is 390, max 41, and the recommended is. So this is confusing. Optimum is your current Optimum. I believe doesn't have the winds taken into account. So the recommended is where you actually want to go to. Optimum would just be the optimum level for that moment. Max is obviously the max, and I would happily go to 410 right now. The wing is very, very good. It's more thrust that becomes the issue. So you'll hear 7-8 pilots often say things like, "Oh, it's engine limited, not wing limited," a phrase that you never heard before on the Airbus. But what it's saying is, we just run out of thrust on the engines to get up there, whereas the wing is happy to go. The airplane itself, if it had more powerful engines, it could get up to 430. But it is a powerful airplane. We go higher much quicker than the 777 does. Unicom, Britannia 79 kilo. Goodbye.
Center Control, good evening.
Oh.
November 212 Alpha.
Control Yankee, flight level 130.
Oh, I'm sure you don't have to put the decimal place in because then my muscle memory is not allowing for it. Alright, Unicom. This is Horizon 787. Simflyer says, Boeing flight decks look so smart, unlike Airbus, which is a bit clinical. Interesting. I mean, this is... Yeah. Fair enough, yeah. I would definitely agree with this versus the 350. Definitely, I can see what you're saying. Can you do a distance to the runway centre? You can indeed. Oh, not the threshold, but you can to the runway. But it's a different way. It's taking me ages to learn this. I'll show you once we're in the cruise. Saint says, hey Cap, would you say the 787-9 by Horizon is a decent model that flies somewhat like the real-world aircraft? Until PMDG 777 comes out, I'm thinking of using this for long hauls. Yes, this is a great aircraft. Now, hand flying, it's a little bit oversensitive. That could be to do with the fact that in the real aircraft, the yoke is very heavy. It's very heavy. And it's very sterile. It's like a side stick. Just imagine a larger Airbus side stick. And the side stick on the Airbus is also very heavy. So if I disconnect the autopilot, the real airplane, it's just not this sprightly. I need to turn down the curves, I think. They've done a good job, though. And the taxiing is excellent. But the biggest example was the pitch on takeoff. It's too happy to rotate itself up. But it's very good. I think the performance is very good. Look at this. We are, we're just taking off. We are relatively light, 185 tons, but up to 390, 1200 feet per minute at 314 knots. This is all pretty reasonable. This performance takeoff is very good. So yes, this is an excellent add-on. I would be happy if I'd paid for this, as an individual product. I would think this was money well spent. Yeah, they've done a great job. I know I keep saying it. Why are you not on real weather time? I'm on real weather, not real time. Seth says, this over the 350? Absolute heresy. We've definitely lost him, lads. Yeah. So I saw somebody, I missed the question. Look at that. Did we used to have contrails from other traffic? I don't remember. Somebody said, why did you choose this over the 350? That is a question I had a lot when I announced a little while back that I'd moved over to the Boeing 787. So what's going on? Why didn't I choose the 350? Well, what I'm going to say is, as pilots, we don't get as much say in what aeroplane we fly as you might imagine. So it's unusual that you'd be forced onto another aeroplane, but it's not uncommon either. It does happen. Also, I'm not saying that's what happened to me, but if you change airline, you're going to have to just fly what that airline gives you. If you change base, you're going to have to fly what that base gives you. And sometimes you don't get a choice in either. You'll be given a base and an airplane that you had no say in. And that's, again, quite often a case. It's particularly common moving airlines. You'll just change airplane and have no say in it. Although some airlines will recruit you because you're trained on their airplane already. So it depends. But you can put in preferences in some airlines for what you'd like to fly as well. There's another way of doing it. But that's not to say they'll definitely give it to you. It's also not to say you'll get to stay on the airplane. So I don't get the choice to sit down and just say I would like to fly this airplane now. It's a little more involved than that. Having said that, did I want to fly the 787? Yes, I did, and I'm very, very happy I got the opportunity. The reason is I've flown the A320 for several years, quite a few thousand hours, and was not the Airbus is always changing, so you're not totally, you're never going to know it all, because they change it all the time. There's so much to learn. You'd be daft to think that you know the Airbus inside out. You just can't. And if you do, you should be you need to reframe your thinking. But in terms of normally operating the Airbus, it was what I was used to. It was like a glove. I could jump in an Airbus, feel comfortable immediately, and go and fly any sort of approach, and I was happy with it. And it was time for me to move on. I did say on the streams before, I was often asked, do you want to fly long haul? My answer was always yes, and this is my chance. You know, it's such a different way of thinking. Flying long haul alone is so different, and then the Boeing is, of course, different again. So it's been really good to force my brain to rethink things and to put myself back in the position of being new and inexperienced on an aeroplane, because it's been a while. It has been a while since I felt like that, and that was part of it. I also wanted to fly Boeing. You can't really say one's better than the other unless you've flown both, and I consider myself incredibly privileged to have flown both the Airbus and Boeing aircraft, and I'm even more privileged to have flown a long-haul Boeing. I mean, what a dream come true. Really breathtaking. Like, I can't stress that enough. Also, as we said at the start of the stream, and the reason I'm in this livery, I grew up wanting to fly the 757. This is pretty close. And frankly, Boeing's automatic management is barely changed since then, so luckily I do get to do the same old modes. It's, you know, the modes in this are the same as the 75, same as 747, 400. It's crazy. Max says long haul is more money, right? That depends. There's no guarantee of that. That does depend. It can be. It's a different responsibility. Long haul is a different job. There's just no doubt about it. This route we're doing here today is a short haul route. We're just using a long haul airplane, but you don't normally do this with these airplanes. You go to some of the most remote parts of the planet, and it's you and your airplane and your crew, and you now have to solve all the things that come your way whilst you are over the Pacific, over the Atlantic, over South America, over the Arctic. You know, it's a different world. Short haul, I am how far from decent, you know, is that Eindhoven? It's within 80 miles. I couldn't even descend quickly enough to land at that airport. There's so many airports to choose from. And this is what's so different. On long haul, you can have no airports in this range. You know, it's very normal, in fact. Very, very different world and set of responsibilities. Plus, of course, the rest and the tiredness. Right, there's speed VNAV path. That's what we expect to cruise in. 8.85 is what I wanted. That's good stuff. That's good. Reasonable performance. You can see there, it took us 27 minutes to get to 39,000 feet. No trouble at all. Big advantage of the 787 over other aircraft is that it can climb so quickly. Like I was saying, this wing, oh, so pretty. Look at that. Glorious. Actually, let's get rid of that. This wing is super. It's really very, very, very good. And it allows us to climb up straight away as long as the engines can do it and cruise higher. Why is that important? Well, what it means is we have now reserved this level. You got to remember, long-haul aircraft often spend hours in the vicinity of the same airplane going a similar route. Long-haul schedules are dictated by time of day. They often synchronize. So you'll have several airplanes going exactly the same way, just a few minutes apart. It's quite common. Same for if you're crossing the Atlantic Ocean. Your level is set when you start the crossing. And if somebody's just sitting 1,000 feet above you, you can't then climb. Remember, nobody descends as the flight goes on. As we go on further, the airplane gets lighter, we burn more fuel, and on the VNAV page, which now you can see is active Econ Cruise, on the VNAV page, oh, it's only doing 843. It's a bit slow. That's because we've got a strong tailwind. This is good, actually. It won't take too long to get there. Yeah, so what I was saying was, as we go along, this max will increase, and the optimum will increase, and the recommended level would increase. So everyone wants to climb. You know, a 777 might end up down at 340 at this stage of the flight. and then they're going to want to climb up underneath us, and we might be at 36, 37. So we can get the level earlier, and then there's no one above us because we're the highest at the start of the flight, so we can climb up and up and basically get the level we want, which is quite handy. It's also quicker than a 777. This airplane tends to cruise a little bit faster. Again, that wing, it is a beautiful, beautiful thing. Look how swept it is. I'm never going to get over the wing on this airplane. Flying Biscuit, thanks so much. €2 super chat. Really, really appreciate it. Flying Biscuit says, it's not much, but it's honest work. It's very kind of you, Flying Biscuit. Thanks so much for coming along. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for supporting the channel. Really, really appreciate it. Good. Right, let's have a look in the chat. Tamango says, don't worry, there are 1 hour flights using 787 or 350 in real life. It's not a normal. Yeah, there are indeed. Yeah. Yeah, if you got a high capacity route, then you want an airplane with lots of seats. We all know that in the UK, for example, TUI has 787s with just loads and loads of economy seats in, so they send them off down to the holiday destinations. Oh, seatbelts, we'd be getting a call from the cabin by now. There we go, they can go off. It is a 757 converged delivery by Paddy 256, indeed. 8455 says, if you want to fly A330s, 777 short haul, Air Canada does it daily between Toronto and Montreal. There you go. That could be fun. I am looking forward to the 777. I am confident that the 777 will be able to jump in it and treat it like this, because they are essentially the same, and they are certainly operated the same way, and the overhead panel's the same. The only difference is the bleed air and a couple of switches, and you don't have these lovely screens, which are really good, and of course no HUD. Something Funny says, are RNAV and ILS the only two approaches done these days? Is visual very rare? Yeah, it's a good question. Visuals are rare. VORs are rare, and NDBs are almost non-existent. So yeah, RNAV and ILS are the two approaches of choice. You're starting to see some other ones crop up now, GLS and things like that. But there are visuals. America loves a visual approach. Thank you again, Flying Biscuit. Really appreciate it. Let me just have a look. Wide Womble says, night flying is nice in the sim, but when you are presenting to an audience, then it's often better to be able to see things easier. Plus exterior views not usable. What we do like to see. Indeed, Wide Womble, totally agree, yeah. I just like having a bit of light in the flight deck. Otherwise, it's a bit of a strain on everyone's eyes to watch it in the pitch black for the whole time. Let's do a bit of showcasing. Breathtaking. So good. So good. Right. Sorry, so many questions. Alita's Maggie, good to see you. Alita says, Captain, did you see the video of Lufthansa diverting because they couldn't do visual separation at night on their arrival at SFO? I did indeed, yes. Yeah, I did. I might not share my thoughts on that right now. There is a similar video of an Aer Lingus aircraft trying to dodge weather on a departure, and they are put into a holding pattern with some interesting conversations with their traffic control. And if you watch that one, you'll probably know my thoughts on it. Harriet says, now you've had a taste of both. Boeing greater than Airbus, right? Tricky question. So, we've seen already on this departure some great things about the Boeing. I like getting everything done before we taxi. I like I like a lot of the way the CDU is loaded. I think it's really quite obvious and neat. But there are some things that are not as good. This does not use colour very well. We only have magenta, and that's it. And you can see here. As you saw on departure, to make the airplane climb past restrictions, I had to keep pushing this button. In the Airbus, I would just pull it, and it would just climb in open climb. Now, I could just press flitch and do a similar thing. It's true. But this is tied into then having VNAV path and VNAV speed and VNAV out, which is confusing when you come onto this aircraft. And it's been the hardest part. A lot of people ask me what's it like, the conversion. The hardest part has been the vertical changes, these FMAs. And you'll see more of this in the descent, I'm sure. It's very, very, very different to the way the Airbus does it. Otherwise, the handling's the same. It's the same things, isn't it? We've got an APU. We start up the engines electrically and so on. But even so, actually, a lot of the way we do this is very similar. But those vertical modes, I prefer currently the Airbus system of open climb, open descent, managed climb, managed descent. I think that's very neat. And I think the ergonomics of the flight control unit are simpler. This has more buttons on it. Look at this. Climb con, auto thrust, VNAV, LNAV, flitch. All this here. The Airbus is so simple. It's just the auto thrust button is on the whole time. You don't even touch it. And you just push and pull the 3 knobs and that's it. It's great. Really great. Boeing, no pulling. No, indeed. We do click in the altitude one, but that's it. Yeah, no pulling. Elitist Maggie said, haha, to be honest, expect better from the controller. Really good seeing you on live stream again. Those are the thoughts of Elitist Maggie and not me. Embraer is king of colour. Yes, the Embraer aircraft, I would love to fly an Embraer. I know people who have, and they absolutely love the Embraer. Like 195, 170. These are very popular, very modern, very well designed airplanes, is my understanding. Organ Aviator, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. Really appreciate it. Organ says, which airport are you flying to? Thinking of joining on VATSIM? I'm flying to Rovaniemi, EFRO, Echo, Foxtrot, Romeo, Oscar, as Britannia 79 Kilo. Now, the engines, again, you wouldn't hear them like this on the flight deck. I don't know if you can hear that sort of whine. It's very quiet. 787 flight deck, first time ever I have heard another airplane in the cruise, but an airplane passed 1,000 feet above us, and I heard it. And it wasn't an exaggeration. It wasn't in my mind. You hear it go by. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Organ Aviator, for the super chat. Really appreciate it. And if you'd like to join in, do please indeed. Exclamation mark route, and it will show you the route. Right. I'm sorry. I'm going to work through questions as best I can. Adam says, what's the crew rest area like on the 787? Now, that is a question that pilots ask. Because that's what people are worried about on long haul. What's it like? It's very good. Very standard. There are videos of it on YouTube, actually. It's quiet. It's just quiet, and the air is lovely. And I'll talk about that in just a moment. But yeah, very, very good. Thank you, Organ Aviator, for the super chat. And Dan the Man, thank you for the $5 super chat. Really appreciate it. With a little game controller jumping up and down. I hope you're doing well, Dan. Thank you so much. If you have a question or something, type it in. I'll try and make sure I see it. Really, really appreciate it. Aviate says, adverts in live streams is terrible. Yeah, I've heard that this is a problem, so I can only apologise. I don't know what it's doing. They've changed this since I was last here, you see. Before, I had to insert adverts. And if I didn't insert an advert, I don't think you got any. So yeah, it seems to have added them in now. Ed, good to see you. Ed says, what did I miss? Great to see you back on stream. Hope you're well and enjoying the 787. Great to see you heading for EFRO. Spent a lot of time there in the Twin Otter. Excellent, Ed. Ed is our Twin Otter expert. But yeah, I'm doing very well. Thanks so much for coming along. Thank you for sticking with the channel. Really appreciate it. Apologies for the delay we had, but it's great to see you here, Ed. Thanks for coming along. Right. Someone did say something about Flight Deck to Sim. What's Flight Deck to Sim up to today? Seth says, would you consider making videos about flight planning like ETOPS briefs about equal time points and diversion plans, oceanic clearances and the relevant position reporting? Good question, Seth. I mean, that's something I'd never done before, and then suddenly now I do it as my job, which is really quite a strange sensation. I remember talking about it with you all, saying I just don't know what it means. Thank you again, Dan the Man, for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I think that'd be a good video, talking about some long haul operation stuff. It's quite complex. It's a little bit dry. It's mainly planning exercises. A lot of planning exercises. But yeah, it is interesting though, I think, if I can frame it that way. We'll see. Yes, I think someone was saying Flight Deck to Sim's doing a group flight, is he, into Rovaniemi? Igloofu says, how are you adjusting to different rules in so many different countries? Obviously, it is a lot of countries in the EU. Most are similar compared to, say, UK, US. and so on? Yeah, that's a good question. There's a huge variation in let's say huge. It's probably, compared to other industries, it's probably quite small with a variation. The charts, you know, we can read all the charts, but for example, China fly around using meters. So before you get to the Chinese border, you have to convert to a flight level based on meters. So you, on your charts, you can convert it. You can also press meters here, shows you. So they'll say like maintain 11,900 meters as a flight level. So you're still on standard, but you'll be 11,900 meters. So that's interesting. When it comes to minimums and so on, it changes around the world what you can take off in, what low visibility counts as, and so on. That's a real headache. You've also got things like in America, different sort of departures, but we've seen that already on the channel where you're taking off and you're just given a vector and then you're going to work it out from there. They're going to guide you around later. So you do get used to it. There were differences in Europe, but you're right, they were relatively minor. Europe was it was incredibly standardized, really. When I think about it now, it's amazing. So many countries with so similar rules. But yeah, the world is very different as you head out and out and out. Different challenges. You have more time to think about it though, remember, because often on a long-haul aircraft, you won't just fly to another country. You're going to fly all the way through it and out the other side, even if it's somewhere as big as China. So you've got time to learn this. Cirrus pilots burning £300 a minute. Excellent. Johannes B, thank you so much for the $15 donation. Johannes says, thank you very much for the stream. Just finished my instrument rating in real life and finally got the time again to watch a stream of yours. Looking forward to get into the 787 simming now. Johannes B, that's so kind. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your instrument rating. That's excellent. That is a hard thing to do. Don't underestimate the instrument rating. For those of you who don't fly in the real world, what an instrument rating is it gives you the ability to fly aircraft just using instruments. So the test, as you won't be surprised to hear, involves blocking out all the screens and flying just using instruments, and they're not usually instruments as nice as this, although these days there's more and more Garmin 1000s which do actually look just like this. But either way, it's a challenge, and you have to do holding and all sorts based just on headings and working out your timings and drift with the wind. It's something else. So very well done. Thank you so much. You haven't missed any streams. There haven't been any for a while, but it's great to see you here today. Thank you for coming along. Kelpie says, what's the longest short haul can be? That's a question from Cabin Pressure. I can't remember what they said the rule was. Was it Istanbul? 136485. Yeah, it should just go there.
Airline 61 Lapland, traffic information.
Are in Bob.
Airbus A320 moving from right to left, same level as you, should be no offense.
That's a shame. I thought the progress page, I was being really impressed if that works, but it doesn't. Control, Britannia 79 kilo, flight level 390.
Inbound Argus.
Oh, we all checked in at once.
Stations, Britannia 79 kilo, Copenhagen Control, identified. And New Zealand
there we go.
973,
And New Zealand's flying with us. There we go. We've got traffic right behind us and 2,000 below. I might speed up a bit. I think we have the spare fuel. Now the progress page would tell us that. It would show your... In fact, progress page 1 is working, so let's go to that. Arriving with 8 tons. So let's spend a bit of that fuel. I'm going to open the speed window. Look at that, we can go up to 8.7, no trouble.
Evelyn 61 Alpha, thank you.
K20017 says, I would love to see airline pilots do NDB hold raw data. We can do them, but we won't be very good at the drift. That's what I would say.
What aircraft passing me about 1 minute ago near Monarch?
Delta 6 Copenhagen Control, Roger, what is your intention?
Fade Lemon says, what things do you miss about flying short haul and long haul? And if someone were to have a family, would flying short haul be better fit for them?
About 1 minute ago, I see it on my radar.
Delta 6, well, there's nothing near you at this very moment. The one nearest to you is around 20,000 feet above you.
Okay, thank you. I make sure
That's a good question.
Make some
What do I miss about short haul? Short haul, you just get to fly approaches, taxi the airplane, land it. Long haul, I could do, regularly 4 flights in a day. On long haul, I'll do. I think that was for us. I think he said Tanya 4. I'll just let him transmit it again.
Copenhagen Control, good evening, Eurowings 719.
Selby. Oh, look at that, that's the whole flight. Hopefully we'll beat the flight at Sim.
719 Copenhagen Control identified.
It's basically our next waypoint anyway.
Eurowings 125.
That's an aggressive turn. To be fair, the 787 does do relatively aggressive turns. Let's check, bank angle is in auto, but not quite that aggressive for such a short one. Yeah, so if you have a young family, it's often considered short haul's better, because on long haul, as I was saying, I'd fly 4 flights a day on short haul on an Airbus, and now on this direct XLV, Britannia 79 kilo, thank you.
New Zealand 973,
Selby, there it is. Execute. And we are now nav. You've got to check that every time. I'm sure you'll see me miss that at some point on the stream. Obviously, from the real world, there's another pilot who picks it up for you, and I'm sure you guys will pick it up for me. Right.
New Zealand 973, direct XL.
So sorry, I'm missing so much here. Yeah. So, long haul, you might do 2 flights in a week, and one of those flights you won't get to land, and you might even not land on either flight. You know, sometimes there's 4 pilots on these airplanes. So, yeah, it's very, very different in that sense. And short haul, you're just doing a lot more landings and flying. That's not to say, though, I do enjoy sitting in the cruise in a long haul airplane, because you are, like I say, over some amazing parts of the planet, and you can be sat here and you might look out your window over Greenland and just see icebergs and glaciers and or the northern lights or whatever. It's amazing. Right, Diamond Matthews there very kindly super chatted $5 US, really appreciate it. What do you recommend for people who want to start doing VATSIM and learn the language? So this is tips that I think collectively everyone's come up with on this channel, which I like. Make sure you're comfortable with the airplane you're in. So choose an airplane to go onto VATSIM that you know you can fly. You can do headings, you can do lateral navigation, you can go direct to waypoints, you can enter a hold if you need to, and you can fly and approach comfortably, because you don't want to be thinking about that too much. Then you want to load into an airport and just listen to the frequency. Load in on stand at Gatwick and listen to the frequency. Then you're used to tuning the radios and you can just hear the language in use. And then you could even tune in the air frequencies and hear what they're saying in the air. And that I think would be a good way to get introduced to it. But thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate that, Matthew. Very, very kind. 4 prawns. I'm so sorry. I missed that as well. This is terrible. 4 prawns. Thank you so much for the $40 tip. Very far too generous. Amazing. Thank you so much. 4 prawns says, what a treat. Great to see you back on stream. Thank you, 4 prawns. I want to thank you as well. You did give a tip while we were off air as well in the gap there, which I did see come through. So thank you so much for supporting the channel. Really, really appreciate it. And it's great to have you back. It's so generous of you. So yeah, thank you so much. Glad you're enjoying it. Thank you for coming along again today. And that's Serious Pilot. Thanks so much for the £10 super chat. That Serious Pilot says, I've slowed right down to let you catch up. I've got to go soon, as I got a feeling I'm going to get a call from the caddy. Great to have you back. That's Serious Pilot. Thank you so much for flying along. Really, really appreciate it. And thank you for the super chat. I hope you had a good time in the Vulcan. I'm incredibly impressed that you managed to get a Vulcan off the ground in Gatwick and follow with departure. So well done to you. All credit, because I don't think I'd have the confidence. That's brilliant. And thank you for the super chat and for coming along and supporting the channel and coming back. I appreciate you all so much for rejoining us here today. I know it's been a long time. Right, yeah, so thank you again. 4 prawns, Janesby, Diamond Mafia, and that Serious Pilot.
Contact Polaris 118.875.
Right. And there's that serious pilots message come through. So thanks so much. Thank you again for those super chats. Really kind. Captain Wazza says, watching lots of your streams help me with that sim. There's an interesting one. There you go. So yes, watch more 320 sim pilot content. That will help you out as well. Yeah, the 787 does have a tray table. This is a tray table. It doesn't animate here, but this actually folds up and out, and then you have a little rest here for it to sit on. So it's clunky, but it's big, it's sturdy, and it can hold your meal, so you don't have to have it on your lap straight away, but you do ultimately have to eat with the tray on your lap, which is a shame. There is a proper tray table for the jump seat that folds out the armrest, and that's great. That's a proper over your lap tray table, and there is also one over for this jump seat as well. Yeah, and there's another tray table here. This as well folds out. This bit pops open. This is slightly different, but yeah, so this is a tray table as well. There's tray tables here, so there's actually 2 tray tables per pilot, which is good going. It's just a shame none of them fold over your lap, but they are there to an extent. Right, how are we doing with the Vulcan? So how far away are we? Just going to load up old VAT scope. Where are we? We are in a line. There we go. I can see us. There's Vulcan. There's us. Finnair. And then New Zealand's. All in a nice line. Perfect. So the Vulcan is at 37,000. A little bit lower. There we go. Good. So we are slowly catching up. But yeah, I think the Vulcan has beaten us. Having the same engines as Concorde has paid off.
Go for Finnair 495.
Finnair 495. Confirm what is your next waypoint, sir?
Next waypoint is Nemgo.
Diamond, I think you're very welcome.
Finnair 495, thank you.
Right.
Vulcan 426, contact Polaris 118.875. Bye-bye.
118.875, Vulcan 426, bye.
Leonardo says, I've been away from aviation for a few months now due to work and study, and just came back to your video streams today. I was so happy to hear you moved to your long hauler plane. Congrats. Thank you so much, Leonardo. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming along, and yeah, it's great to have you here. I'm glad you're getting a bit more time to hopefully come and enjoy aviation alongside your work and studies. Elisa Maggie says the 787 doesn't even have NDB radios, does it? Good spot. This one does, but they don't all. Yeah, it's not uncommon to have 787s not fitted with ADFs. We also, so the ADF is the NDB, and the NDB, for those of you who don't know, is a navigational beacon. Like a VOR, we can point a needle at it. Like this needle here is pointing at the SVA VOR 111 miles away in that direction. ADFs work similar, but they're not as accurate, and they don't have a DME. But the ADF needles are displayed, and if it tunes them, and they show up, and that's all you can do. I cannot move the ADFs over here. I can't display them over here. Which brings me on to another point about the 787's flight deck. This is a flight deck of the future. When they designed it, they were not interested in some of the older aspects of aviation. So it's along with the 350, it's this new generation. So actually, compared to the 320, is
490 kilo. Contact Polaris 118.875.
118.875. Britannia 79 kilo. Bye.
Bye.
Very nice controller. 118.8. No, I'm sure you don't need. Oh, also that clear should only clear at 1 digit, but you don't need the decimal in the real airplane. Control. Britannia 79 kilo, flight level 390 to Zelby.
Station calling call on
Britannia 79 kilo.
Britannia 79 kilo, Polaris Control, hello.
Hello. Excellent. Yeah, so NDBs, they weren't interested in them. They're tucked away down there. You shouldn't have them. I think they were just an afterthought. I can't see how that was how they. You can't navigate with them like that. Absolutely hopeless. There's also no. There is a Rose mode like that, but there's no Rose VOR, Rose ILS. So if you remember, to track a VOR needle in the Airbus, we could bring up that page that looks like this with a course bar and then a VOR deviation needle. Same for the ILS. Totally missing in the 7.8. There is no way to bring that up. They're not interested. You don't need it. We're going to fly around the modern way. So it's not there. You can't do it. I was surprised that you can't track a VOR on the Airbus, but on this one you can't even display it. There is nowhere to enter the VOR course. You're just not having it. I suppose this course entry, this is because you'd, if you're flying a VOR approach, you could do it. But again, we're not going to see it here. We just don't do it. You're going to fly. What you're going to use to fly a VOR approach in the 7.8 is what's called IAN. I don't know if it works in this set of avionics we have here, but it's how the 787 is designed. I'm going to have to try it out for a video. It's a non-precision thing. We might find out today. I'll be curious to see, actually. It's called IAN, Integrated Approach Navigation. And it's effectively like the FLS. If those of you who saw the FLS, the FMS landing system on the A320, it is like that, but it was already out. You know, it's been around for longer. And it makes it into basically a glide slope. So you don't need to track the needles. It draws out a localizer, it draws out a glide slope, and you literally fly it using the localizer and approach buttons. It's so simple. Can't always be used, but very often that's how you'd fly in non-precision. So there's just no need to have the VOR shown like that. Also, we were asked about these buttons earlier. This is the master caution. What are these? These are for CPDLC. Now let's see if I can get that right. Computer, controller, pilot, data, link, clearance? Anyway, CPDLC is, we have it on the Airbus. It's used to send messages from the pilots to us and vice versa. On the Airbus, it's usually a little box added in. On the 787, it actually appears here when the message arrives. You can then hit accept, cancel, or reject up here. So you can accept the message or you can reject the message and say no, we're not able. So it would say something like climb flight level 3. Let's say it said climb flight level 410. I could hit accept. It would send a yes, okay, back to air traffic control. And then this is how good the 7.8 is because it's so integrated. 410 would then appear here, and then you could hit the transfer button and it will go into the main window. Same for frequencies. You'll get a CPDLC that says contact the next frequency 12345. You hit accept, and that frequency will appear in the scratch pad of your radio panel, and you can just enter it and start talking. It gets even better. If air traffic control says to you, right, I need you to, at a certain time, contact a certain frequency, then you hit accept, nothing happens. At that time, and it does show you a little ATC dot here when it's going to do it, but at the time it goes bing bong, and it says contact this frequency, and it puts it in the scratch pad for you. So it even knows the time you're supposed to do these things. And that works for headings, altitudes. It's genius. It's so well done. Now, I'm aware that A350 certainly has the same system or a similar system. But still, the 7.8 does have it, and it is the older aeroplane. So there you go. Ian does work, says K2017. That's excellent news. Elisa Maggie says the PMDG 73 has Ian mode that I'm short about. Very good. I didn't know what Ian was until here, so very good. Dennis asks, how does the 7.8 handle stalls compared to the 320 as Airbuses have alpha floor? Yeah, it has a stick shaker. It's a Boeing. It's a normal airplane. It does stick shake. It tries to lower the nose for you. If you're not touching it, it will be fine, but you could pull through to a stall. Yeah. But it will give you a lot of warning.
1484, contact Sweden control 131.130.
Over to Sweden control, can you name 1484, thank you.
Confirm frequency 131.130.
121.130, can you name 1484.
So yeah, 787, very, very, it looks after you very nicely. Something else to note, the air. We talked earlier about the air coming in those little panels outside. Most aircraft take the air from the engines, but the 787 inhales the air here, and those doors are closed now. Are out the way now, which is correct. And it pressurizes it and sends it into the cabin. Look at the texturing, lovely. These are ram air inlets for the packs. That air then gets vented overboard further back. That air does not come via the engine, so it doesn't actually make much difference. But if there's oil and grime and bits in the engines, you know, these are specialist cabin air compressors just for pressurizing air, so you get less sort of smells from it because it's its own separate system. It also means the pressurization system is not having a significant performance degradation on the airplane. So you remember on the Airbus we would turn off the air conditioning packs for takeoff if we want to be efficient. 787 you just don't need to. It doesn't make any difference because they're just running on electricity anyway, and they'll just shed. If the engines need the power, they just shed automatically. It's so easy. It's so nice to just turn on the airplane and just fly it around, and it's just doing everything for you. It's fantastic. Same for starting the engines. You don't need to turn the packs off because they're electric. It will just shed the air conditioning packs because the airplane prioritizes where it wants the electricity. This is an electric airplane, there's no doubt about it. So many things on this airplane are electric that aren't on others, including the wing anti-ice, the horizontal stabilizer, the brakes, and then of course the air conditioning. So, and in fact, some of the spoilers on the wing are, by the way, this should default to fuel. It normally defaults to fuel page when you just press system. Anyway, flight control. Yeah, there's a spoiler that is electrically controlled. So if you lost all hydraulics on the 787, and I mean everything, all the fluid as well, so not just the pressure, you lost all fluid, you can still fly because the stabilizer's trimmable because it's electric, and you've got roll spoilers, and you can run the flaps out on electricity, and you've got brakes because the wheel brakes are electric. It's amazing. And you might think, well, that sounds worrying, relying on electricity so much, because of course on the Airbus we had a generator per engine, and that was about it. Well, no surprise, they thought of that. We have 2 massive generators on each engine. Then we have 2 huge generators on the APU as well. And if you lose 3 of these generators, the 1 generator left will be, it intelligently supplies that power where it needs to be. So yeah, that's a smart system. It allows the airplane to put it where it needs to be. You don't have to think about it. You can see here the load shed box that would start filling up with all these things that it's having to do. So this is very different to normal aircraft where you have the bleed air coming from the engines, you have the hydraulics and so on. This is actually different, and I think for the 777X they're going back to the other one because it's really still a 777. But I think this is a great system, and each of these generators, by the way, generates more electrical power than the entire 320 aircraft. You know, they are huge generators, very powerful. It's a very good idea. Right, I'm so sorry. 11 Clark M has super chatted £1.99. Really appreciate that. 11 Clark M, that's very, very kind of you. And they say, had my first PPL solo on Friday. Do you remember yours? Well, well done, 11 Clark M. That is fantastic. I'll run that once more because that's really, really, really kind, and a fantastic bit of news. The first solo, do you remember yours? I do. I probably remember it better than any flight I've done, and it was well over a decade ago. It's brilliant, fantastic achievement. Did you enjoy it? I hope you did. It sounds like you did, and it sounds like you're on your journey. But yeah, the first solo is just something that sticks with you. There's no feeling like it. A sort of sense of anticipation and sort of nerves and butterflies all at once. But well done. Brilliant news. What airplane was it in? I'd be interested to know. Mine was in a Tomahawk, which I'm still waiting for Just Flight's one in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Captain Wazza says, unfortunately, I'm heading out for a Christmas meal. We'll catch the stream on demand later. Enjoy the landing. Thanks so much, Captain Wazza. Thanks for coming along. Thanks for sticking with the channel. Really appreciate it. And enjoy your Christmas meal. Oh, that sounds very nice indeed. Thanks for the subscription, Tristan. Right. Do you practice ditching the simulator? You might practice running through the checklist. Dennis, I don't have CPDLC working. Does anyone know, does CPDLC work on this aircraft?
Can you repeat, please?
Uchi2 says, sounds like Captain is really enjoying the 7.8. I like this aspect of the systems. You don't know how nice it is as pilots when you have a double hydraulics failure
Yeah, but you're only cleared for level 160.
And your landing distance doesn't increase because the brakes still work and the flaps still work. It's very clever.
Just stay on my flight level.
Peter says, have you ever done a delivery or ferry flight? Ferry flights, yes. Delivery, no.
160.
Deliveries are rare.
Yes, okay.
Delivery flights are usually taken by management pilots, so people high up in the airline. Nice new aeroplanes, fun trips to go and see the factories and so on. Vostek says, when are you doing another 780 tutorial? So, I've had a real difficulty getting streams and videos done, as you can probably tell by the huge gap we had. Now, why is that? Well, we had I took a break while I converted airplanes because I needed to focus. I didn't want to say what was going on. I didn't say I'm converting an airplane because there's no guarantees in aviation, as COVID proved to us. You're not guaranteed to anything. You know, you're not owed anything. So there's no way to know for sure you're definitely on, you know, going to go onto that airplane. Halfway through your course, things could change and all sorts. So I didn't want to say anything until it was all done. And now I'm living the long haul life, which means a lot of time away. As we mentioned earlier, short haul for people with families is often considered better, and for good reason. So I am struggling. No, I'm not struggling, but I have struggled to find time to stream and make videos, as you can tell. Like I say, I want to do more. I want to get those next tutorials done. I am hoping I'm going to get a laptop, basically. That's where this is all going, so that I can get these done when I'm away from home. That's the plan. I started this channel on a laptop. I'm not going to run the channel on a laptop, but I think if I have that with me, I can get the videos done, and then I can stream when I'm home, and then we have a better balance of life and work. And I think that's where I'm aiming, and that's what I would like to do. So that's the plan, because I'm a little bit upset. I've missed out on some big bits of flight sim news recently. I wanted to get that Vulcan video out quicker. I missed out on the F-14 launch. The Heatblur F-14 came to Microsoft Flight Simulator, and that's essentially my favourite add-on ever. And I missed the launch, you know, and then it's... Yeah, I think it would have been nice if I could have got that done. So I'm hoping that would give me the option to do it. Now, I know no one asked. I know that's not very interesting, but that's where we're at. So that's why it's been quite a gap, and that's why hopefully it will change in future, and that will mean I can get the rest of the 7.8 tutorials done. So yes, there's a plan. That's a long answer to that question. This is the Horizon Simulation 7879 German, but you need the Premium Deluxe Edition to get that. Benji says, I took delivery of Bombardier Global 6500 yesterday. It was amazing. Wow, that does sound amazing. That must be quite an experience. I'd love to do that. K2017 says, CPDLC does not work, unfortunately. Lots of interface needed for InSim ATC and any external VATSIM, etc. Fair enough, I can understand that. Booty2 says, electric over hydraulic. Agreed. Right, 11 Clark says, so 11 Clark M did their first solo recently. It was so good, crazy. Just said to me, you've done your medical, right? And I was like, yep. And he goes, okay, we'll stop over there. I'm going to get out, and you're going to do another circuit on your own. Fantastic, fantastic, 11 Clark M. And that was in a Robin DR400. Lovely. I've never, one of the few German aviation airplanes I've never even been in, of the more popular ones. But a lovely airplane, I understand. Very, very popular.
Very good evening from Toliss 040 Papa 350.
Very, very popular. George Lumpkin, good to see you again. George says, hello Captain, lovely to see you again. I've started flying lessons and you're to blame. Amazing. I cannot believe how many people have got into aviation via this channel. That's amazing. Because I got into aviation because I could go and see the flight deck when I was younger. And I love the fact that this channel is helping people get into aviation. I think that's amazing. And not something I predicted. Genuinely not something I predicted. I thought this would stay very much a flight simulation. Well, I suppose they go hand in hand. I suppose, yeah. Fantastic, great. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for sharing that, George. Great to see you again. That Serious Pilot says, I have a gaming laptop that I used Microsoft Flight Simulator on whilst I'm away, and it's fantastic. Take an HDMI cable and use the hotel TV. That sounds like a great plan to me. Yeah. So it's on the way. I ordered one. recently, and I'm excited because then that will give me a bit of breathing space. My question to you all is there a joystick? Am I just going to have to take an Xbox controller? I have an Xbox controller on my computer which I use for the cameras. Am I going to have to take is there a compact joystick that is smaller than like the Thrustmaster TCA Airbus, which is great, but is there a more compact one? I just need a joystick. I don't need all the buttons or anything like that, but if I can have a joystick with a throttle, that would be a lot better than using an Xbox controller to fly with. It's not going to matter too much, but it would make a big difference. But I need the most compact one, foldable if possible. That would be ideal for travelling. So Mango says that default 787 review with another 787 pilot video from 5 months ago is in a way foreshadowing. Indeed, indeed. Dennis says, could you use the laptop whilst cruising in the real life? No, that would be frowned upon. Serious Pilot says, I managed to take the Airbus TCA. Fair enough. I mean, it's got everything you need, hasn't it? It's got the throttle, it's got the yaw for the rudder. VKB Gladiator, I'm going to write that down. It says no, thanks no, I'll have a look. So you could separate from the base. Yes, that is an interesting one. Basic Thrustmaster HOTAS, fairly compact, 37 wide. Interesting, thanks Dayton. I think I originally had that. That's actually a bit bigger than it looks, if that's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, okay. A couple of votes for the VKB Gladiator. Amado says, I went inside the 787 cockpit. The level of modernity is outstanding. It is, yeah. It's lovely. Now here we go. We're getting up to the snowy regions. Very nice. Oh yeah, there's our colleague. Is that the Serious Pilot? Yes, it is. Look at that. That's cool. Let's put that back to ND. Right. Oh no. Oh, that was a stressful moment. Thanks for those suggestions. VKB Gladiator. VKB hello to you. VKB Gladiator. Benji says, what's the absolute worst weather limits that would cause you to divert to an alternate on this plane for approach? That's going to be down to the limitations of the aircraft. Is it outside the crosswind limits of the aeroplane? The crosswind limits are slightly higher than the Airbus. It can do, well, it depends on the aeroplane and the runway condition, but you can get up close to 40 knots of crosswind on this and land. But that doesn't apply if it's, you know, pouring with rain, runway's flooded, or you've got snow or anything like that. So it's going to be a combination, isn't it? Is the fog too bad where you're going? Is there thunderstorms where you're going? It's basically the same as the Airbus. When we plan flights, because of course, as we said earlier, it's all very well sitting here with airports all around, but as we plan flights, that Vulcan is really hammering my frame rate. As we plan flights, where airports have to have the suitable weather. So if they're full of thunderstorms or snow or fog, then you might not even be able to fly that way. You have to find another route that takes you within range of an airport that does have what you need. Relatively rare, but some parts of the world, like I say, the Pacific Ocean springs to mind, you can have issues with planning for that reason, if the airport's full of snow. Clayton says, I use the VKB alongside some Windwing kit these days, and the Gladiator is a very good bit of kit. Throttle can be done on the slider axis. Yes, that's perfect. Does it yaw? That would be good. Not required. Well, that might be required. I like to combine the rudder on the ailerons, I think. James says, Satec X35, X36. Perfect. Yeah, smallest, most portable is ideal. Dennis says, I went into the 320 NEO cockpit. It's a real experience, even though they were in a rush. I told the captain I was super interested. Flight Seminole. Got a picture with him. Very good. Yeah, always worth doing. I always enjoy saying hello to people. You don't see it so much on long haul because, of course, the flight deck is further away from the cabin with the most passengers. The most people get off doors 2 usually on these airplanes. Captain says, do you land in crosswinds in real life? Well, I don't do many landings anymore, but yes, crosswinds are quite common. Yeah. Now I think I missed a super chat there. I missed 2, so I'm so sorry. From 10 minutes ago, I'm just going to run it again. Tristan, thank you so much for subscribing. Tristan says, never seen your channel before, but really loving this content. Cheers. Tristan, I'm so sorry I missed your message. Thank you for coming along, and thank you for that super chat. Thank you for subscribing. I'm glad you enjoyed the channel, and I'm so sorry I missed that. I hope you're still here, and at least hear me finally get around to it. It's what happens when I get wrapped up in a topic. Vuti 2 as well. Vuti, that's so generous. I'm going to run yours again. Thank you. Vuti so kindly super chatted £20. Vuti says, happy Christmas, Captain. You have no idea how your regular streams have been missed. Great to have you back. Vuti, really appreciate it. Again, sorry for missing your chat for 5 minutes there, but really appreciate it. That's very generous. Thank you for supporting the channel. Vuti's been supporting us for a long time. Great to see you here. Merry Christmas to you, and thank you so much for coming along today, and that very generous super chat. Again, apologies it took me so long to get to it, but yeah, great to have you here. Tristan says, no worries, I know super chats come in a weird way. Yeah, thank you, Tristan, very much appreciated. Glad you're enjoying the video. That Cirrus pilot is heading off. I have to go, everyone. Sorry I can't stay. It's been great to be back flying in this amazing community, and I hope we can do it all again soon. I wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Mac 1 New Year. Very good. Thank you, that Cirrus pilot. Thanks for coming along. Thank you for flying along. Really appreciate it. You have a great Christmas as well, and we'll see you next time. Like I say, I have a plan. We can get the streams and videos back up and running, which is good. I'm really excited. So happy to be here. Thank you so much for coming along.
Cool. Echo, request 5 minutes out of cockpit.
Station calling, call on
Golf Kilo Echo.
Lorenzo has a good question. Why do you always seem to land with the auto thrust off in Boeings? The Boeings were designed such that there's a pitch power couple. As you apply thrust to an engine in a Boeing, it will pitch the nose up because they're under the wings, and when you take it off, the nose will drop. So what happens is, if you are flying with the autopilot out but the auto thrust in, the auto thrust will adjust for speed. That's all it can focus on final approach. As a result, if you take out the autopilot and then the airplane gets a bit slow, the engines will spool up and the airplane will go out of trim. Now you can preempt that more easily by flying it yourself with your hands on the thrust levers. You can just put your hands on the thrust levers and feel what the auto thrust is doing as well. That would also work. I'm saying this without the experience though, because the 787 does not have a pitch power couple. It is like an Airbus. Without the autopilot in, this airplane feels like an Airbus. I can't stress that enough. It's surprising how much it does feel like one. It's just heavier and it's quicker. Perhaps a little softer as well. It's more dampened, but it's very responsive, very smooth, very much like it's on rails. On landing on the 787, like the 777, the thrust levers close on their own. They do automatically close as long as your auto thrust is engaged. So you do actually leave the auto thrust in on the 787. There's no pitch power couple. They idle for you. Why wouldn't you? The only thing is you don't have the option on the 787. Remember on the Airbus, if we were sinking the last few feet and we were about to have a hard landing, we're running out of energy, you could leave the thrust levers on. Not an option on this. They will just close at the rad out. It doesn't matter so much because this airplane has a lot of energy. The approach speeds are very fast. The flaps are very small. It's more efficient to have small flaps. Less weight, so less drag and less fuel burn over the whole flight. Remember, this airplane is efficient. It also has small landing gear. We talked about that 2-3 hours ago at the start of the stream. So having small landing gear, smaller flaps, it makes the airplane is happy and efficient where it is. It does have the downside of meaning the approach speeds are fast. But this is where this airplane wants to be. It loves nothing more than being as high as possible, cruising along. Yeah, it can sit here all day, and it does regularly. 15 plus hours, 18 hours down to Perth, no trouble. It is not quite pitch stable, Dada. You do have to trim the 787, but it's sort of like an artificial trim. The yoke doesn't move in sensation either, but you do have to trim, so it's not entirely pitch stable. It doesn't hold the pitch attitude. As Lauren V says, they're meant to keep the auto throttle in for landing and will auto retard in the flare. Indeed, they do. I don't know if there's a real 787 simulator open to the public route 2. That's a good question. I don't think so. I've never heard of one. You're welcome, Lorenzo. Lauren V, yeah, the auto retard does work. I have checked.
6290.
Eric says your 320 videos are being very helpful in learning the 320. 787 will probably be next. Flight Sim has played a large part in pursuing a career in aviation. Currently in school for aircraft maintenance. Fantastic. That's great to hear, Eric. And always amazing to hear people have gone into aviation via these videos. Flight Sim. Really great. Enjoy. Jace adds the ultimate question there. How are you getting on with jet lag on long hauls? This is a huge topic.
Check your navigation.
Almost the biggest topic. Long haul pilots. Someone asked earlier, have you had any interesting conversations over the ocean? Long haul pilots talk, or long haul crew talk about sleep more than any other topic. Did you sleep? When are you going to sleep? How long did you sleep for? How well did you sleep? Are you going to sleep later? Are you going to sleep now? It dominates your life on long haul, and that's the truth of it.
Directing to New Road, Cargo 185.
Why is that? Because you could say, well, you know, if you're doing an 8-hour flight, what's the difference on short haul? You'd be at work for 10 to 12 hours quite easily. So what's the difference doing a 10-hour flight on a long haul plane? The reason is you nearly always cross many time zones doing it, because you just set off, you're going much quicker, and you just stay in the cruise, so you cover much more ground. So on short haul, you rarely change time zones more than 2 hours. Very rare more than 2. On long haul, you can easily do 8 hours in the same, in a 12-hour shift. Then you're now 8 hours out of sync wherever you are, and you may well have flown overnight to get there. If you've flown overnight, you've missed a night in bed. You might arrive morning time where they are, which is dinner time at home or bedtime at home. So you're going to bed at breakfast time wherever you are because you're tired and you've flown through the night, but you've actually missed the night. You've accelerated through time. Then you're going to wake up a bit later, not having had a full night's sleep, because it's not possible in the middle of daylight to have a full 8 hours. And if you did have a full 8 hours, you'd wake up in the evening where you are and then be awake overnight. So there's different schools of thought. Should I convert to local time and miss out on a bit of sleep, but there might be less tiring in the long run for the trip and for the return flight, or should I stay on my home time and just accept that I'll be awake at 1 o'clock in the morning and everyone else will be asleep where I am? But the problem with doing that is, if you do a night flight one way on long haul, often you'll do a day flight the other way. So if you set yourself up like that, then you're going to be tired for the flight home. That'll be like a night flight instead. There's this, you could talk about it forever. Techniques, how you sleep, things you do to help you sleep, when you want to sleep, how little or much you get. It's a whole huge part of your life. Tomango says, remember 787-9 can fly from New Zealand to Canada. Indeed, yeah, it can just go forever.
New Zealand 973 back in cockpit.
Then it says, after my studies, I'm planning to work in my job field at the moment and learn to fly during the weekends, maybe get a PPL, fly friends and family overseas. That would be fantastic. Yeah, private flying, great fun. Fuji2 says, I suspect the self-discipline in long-haul pilots is paramount. Long flights and throw in a complete change of time zone. The possible change. Yep. Discipline, careful with the rest, being aware of your rest and giving yourself every chance to be as rested as you can. These are the tricks to long haul. An interesting thing is, I don't find flying overnight as bad as I thought I would. I actually can sit in the seat over the ocean in the middle of the night quite comfortably, which is a testament to the airplane. And I do make sure I get as much rest as I can before the flight. I actually find myself, no surprise, most tired afterwards, once I'm home. And that's fine. Then you go to bed. But that's the tricky bit. Max says, do you get food and drink for free when you fly? You do indeed get fed. Yeah, you don't have an option to go anywhere to buy food, so they have to provide it. Lorenzo says, I need to go to bed, unfortunately. I have a flight to Heathrow early tomorrow morning and need my rest. Enjoy, Lorenzo. Fantastic. Are you operating on that flight? Dada says, so are you also type rated on 777? Do you fly both Why do 787 pilots also get a rating on the 777? I am type rated on the 777. Flying both is very rare. They're quite different in the screens and things, but otherwise the reason it's the same type rating is they are operated the same way. It's the same memory items, it's the same flows, basically the same checklists, so that's why.
4765, glad it's hello, clear direct, pushing clear direct, Bavta.
Clear direct, Bavta, Scannaven 4765.
Polaris, hello, Scandinavian 2884, flight level 350, direct answer.
2884, flight control, hello. From 36 Golf uniform, descent 4,000 feet establish.
Yes, you can bring your own food, Mikhail. Yep. It's a good question, but yeah, absolutely. Sean asks, how does your FO feel when you're away from home? She doesn't like it. Yeah, I do feel bad for the FO. Obviously, someone checks on her, but even so, she knows when she sees the suitcase, and the FO is my cat, if anyone's wondering. And yeah, she'll as I walk down the stairs, she'll roll around on each step in front of me when she sees me in uniform with the suitcase, and she'll make it really dangerous to walk downstairs. She just tries to get under your feet. She knows that you'll have to stop and sort of cuddle her and pick her up. History Field says, is there a limit on how many aircraft pilots can be rated on? Not to spread knowledge too thin and confuse systems. As long as you keep them revalidated. Airlines will have their own rules, but there is that channel, YouTube channel, Speed Tape Films, who does ferry flights of all different aircraft. And I think he's type rated on almost everything. So I don't know if there is. I don't think there is much, especially if you do it privately. In airlines, on the other hand, it's very rare to hold more than one at a time. Some pilots will hold two, but that's about it.
Bye.
Yoji has a good question. What's the worst turbulence you have experienced as a pilot? Turbulence is categorized as light, moderate, and severe. Moderate turbulence, if you've had bad turbulence on a flight and people were sort of screaming a little bit and your drink was being thrown over you, that's probably moderate. Severe is when you have the news stories, right? Severe turbulence is loss of control of the aeroplane momentarily. And I want to stress that. There's no turbulence that can bring down an airplane. It's just not possible. Turbulence is never unsafe unless you're standing up. The key thing is have your seatbelt on. We can't see turbulence. It's just a fact. There are some reasons it can be there more likely. We've got 65 knot tailwind here. You know, that could be a sign of a jet stream. Our charts would tell us about that. You know, we can predict roughly where there might be some, and sometimes it's beautifully smooth, and other times the chart looks perfect and it's rough as anything. So have your seatbelt on. We mean it when we say unexpected turbulence. There is no way to predict it. But if you've got your seatbelt on, the aeroplane's safe. Don't worry about the aeroplane. But if you've got your seatbelt on, you look after yourself. That's the way to do it. Now, the 787 rides turbulence beautifully. This is me. I'm being very positive on the 787. I understand that might be surprising, but I've talked what I don't like about vertical modes and so on. Its ability to ride turbulence is excellent, and that's because it's a long-haul aeroplane, right? It's heavier, it's bigger, it should be better at it. It's also got a beautiful wing. This wing has no trouble going fast, really, really fast. So when it gets a rush of air from turbulence and so on, it just soaks it up, no trouble. It also has a very smart low alleviation function. Sorry, low alleviation was the name on the Airbus. But the way it handles turbulence, these inboard flaperons will move up, the ailerons will move up and down, the elevators will move up and down. Basically, all the flight control surfaces will maneuver to ensure that the aircraft rides that turbulence nice and smoothly. And it works. It works really well, especially with gusts and things like that. It's an amazing system.
You're clear to land.
Amazing system. But what's the worst turbulence? Yeah, I've had moderate, I've had rough turbulence on approach, really, really rough, where the airplane's being really thrown around. That was back on the Dash 8. These heavier airplanes tend to punch through the air a little bit more, but I'm sure I'll see plenty more bad turbulence over my time. George Lampkin says, it was very nice of you, Captain, to change your career just so that we all get an insight on another aircraft. We appreciate it. Excellent. I'm glad. I had run out of Airbus tutorial videos, so I was looking for something new, and I'm glad I'm glad you're enjoying it. Lucia 2 says, turbulence in the air is like the rogue 7th wave in the ocean. 9 times out of 10, not a problem. It's true, but even the rogue wave is not dangerous with turbulence. That's what I'd like to stress. It's only people get injured in turbulence because they aren't strapped in securely. That's what happens. But the airplane is fine, even if it's a rogue wave 1 out of 10 event. Takita very kindly donated $2. Says the most realistic A320 fly-by-wire or Phoenix. They're both very, very.
79 kilo, contact Sweden control 131.130.
131130. Britannia 79 kilo. Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Right, 131.130.
With 6290, identify the climb path number 2.
781 New
So,
5374.
which is more realistic? The Phoenix is stunning and it has more failures, so ultimately that probably wins. But if you're doing normal operations, they are both excellent. I think they both handle really nicely as well. Luckily we don't have to choose. But thank you very much for the super chat, really appreciate it. Dennis says, hey, I think I might be heading off. It's 3 AM here in Singapore. Can't wait to catch you live again, my man. I know you'll have an awesome landing. Stay safe and healthy. We'll see about the landing, but thank you so much, Dennis. Thanks for coming along. Thanks for supporting us, and we'll see you next time. You get to bed, and yeah, this should be online when you wake up. Igloo says, how close to top of descent do you usually load the start? You can do it much earlier. I've left it much later than I should here. Now,
Tommy at 73 Yankee from Sweden.
I do need to check in with this controller. Thank you again, Takita, for the super chat. Right, let's just check in. Sweden, Britannia, 79 kilo, flight level 390.
Britannia 79 kilo, Sweden. Good evening, identified.
Good evening.
Britannia 79 kilo, New Squawk 5357.
Squawk 5357. Britannia 79 kilo. Transponder 5357. Remember on the Airbus having to dial it in? How easy is that? Just great. And again, if air traffic CPD will see it to you, you just hit accept and it just goes in. It's fantastic. Victor, thank you so much, Victor, for the 120 PLN. Now, I do know that is Polish zloty. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you're doing very well. I still have some of those. That is very generous, but thank you so much, Victor. Really, really appreciate it. Very, very generous. Victor says, despite your totally changed lifestyle, you still manage to delight us with your streams and videos. Thank you so much for your hard work and for sharing your passion for aviation with us. That's so kind, Victor. That's such lovely words. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for the incredibly generous donation. And thank you for coming back to the channel. I'm so chuffed that I wasn't sure. I thought, you know, with the streams being so far apart, that I might be sat here alone today. So I'm so pleased that so many people have joined us today to come along for the flight. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you, Victor. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the super chat. So much. AC455 says the Dash 8 400 for its size is still pretty good for turbulence crosswinds. I would argue it's good for crosswinds, yes. In turbulence, it's good for the instant response on the power. It does get blown about a little bit because it's very light and has a big surface area with those propeller blades, so it does get blown around. Also, in turbulence, it's very rough, the Dash 8, because the wing is very, very straight. Part of the reason the 7.8 is so good, aside from its fancy systems, is that it's got a really bendy wing. And I actually not sure. Yeah, maybe that is about right. It does bend up about that much. Yeah, so it's so bendy that it soaks up some of the bumps, I'm convinced, whereas the Dash 8 was a completely rigid wing. There's a lot of chat. Thank you again, Victor, for that really kind super chat. I appreciate it. Benji says the people screaming in the cabin because of turbulence is what makes the experience bad more than anything. I just sleep through it. I know, and it's a lack of understanding. The bumps, it's just not a threat to the airplane. It's so hard to get that. It's so hard for people to believe that, I think, which I can understand, but it's just how it is. Yeah, this ND, no, it should not. I'm not sure why it's got this slight curve. That's not accurate.
Sorry, was that last call for Lufthansa 6 Kilo Mike?
No, was for Lufthansa 5 Alpha Oscar 131055.
Hayden says, had you on sound only in the car for the last hour, now home, through live stream is a breath of fresh air. Thanks Hayden, really appreciate it. Thanks for coming along, glad you're enjoying it. Infinity says, I believe it is an airline option to have a similar radio panel on the latest news. Yes, the NEO aircraft can now have a radio panel like this, yeah. Which is what the Airbus should have always had, frankly. It's, yeah.
Nordic 51 Charlie, flight level 2990. Nordic 51 Charlie. Per day, squawk 5321.
So Mango says, speaking about that, Shay, I just learned recently how their reverse thrust works. I didn't know the fan can twist around. Yeah, the propeller blade on the dash would just reverse. It would just change angle. The engines go the same direction, just spin change the angle. It's very clever. AC445 says, yeah, the wing on the 787 is crazy to see how much the thing bends. It is. And if you see it in turbulence, it's something else. There's some videos of it. It's amazing, and you'll see how responsive it is. Those wings absorb it. They do indeed. They do indeed. Right, I think it's time. Let's see. So, what was going on with Flight Data Sim? Someone mentioned that he's flying there. Is that true? Are they? Do I need to look on the
Control, can you
see?
Sorry, Sweden Control, can you confirm Hamar after LTOC?
Scandinavian 0377, it will be LTOC 4 Tango, it will be LTOC then Echo Romeo Kilo.
EFRO is one of the busiest airports out there at the moment. That is fun. We're all doing it. There are loads of people flying there.
1201 clear to Exceeland 5 Tango, arrival 4 runway 26.
Fantastic.
Descent 120 and cleared Exceeland 3 Tango, arrival runway 2.
Fantastic. Some easy jets. Chris says, do you plan to assist developers for the 787 to help make it more realistic? I'd love to. I don't know how. I don't have any contacts involved, especially as the avionics for this are done in-house now, aren't they, at Microsoft Flight Simulator?
27755 over to 3. Thank you.
FD2S is still setting up, says Bible. Okay, thanks very much. Good to know. Okay, so that's just the general traffic. It's very, very busy up there. How do you load the weight, says Manolo? So I was doing it. You can do it in Microsoft's menu with the weight, but you can also go into init-ref, index, settings, weight and balance. Really neat. Very good system. I like it.
Yeah, but it was earlier, so no problem.
Okay.
Iron Drummer says, I'm still an Airbus fan, but I really like your streams anyway because I'm also a fan of you and your content. It's good to see you back on stream. Thanks so much, Iron Drummer. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is my first 787 stream we've ever done.
5347.
Right, time to... Yeah, that's what I was doing. I'm getting myself distracted. Time to put in an arrival...
Nordic 51 Charlie, high speed approved during descent. Stand by, I will maybe give you direct. Stand by.
Arrival airport.
Sweden Control, New Zealand 973.
So EFRO, do they have an ATIS? They got an approach frequency? I bet they do.
2.5 miles from Yelby.
New Zealand 973, Sweden, hello. Squawk will be 5344.
Okay, they don't have an ATIS. That's interesting.
5344, New Zealand 973.
Nordic 51.
Let's bring up our charts and just see what's available there. Time to start getting ourselves situationally aware for where we're going.
Finnair 802, reduce speed 250 for traffic, descend to flight level 120, and you are cleared.
Very IFR.
Tango arrival.
Approach. So 03 is non-precision. ILS on 21. Let me just see what the weather's doing up there.
250 on conversion.
Amuse yourselves, EFRO, Miami.
Romeo 2464, confirmed direct Tango Echo Bravo.
Of course, 04013. So I think they're going to be on the 03. Light snow, broken 800, overcast 38 -4. Very Christmassy. You won't see the northern lights like that, but still. So that heavily suggests.
Romeo 2464, proceed direct Tango Echo Bravo, and you can expect vectors after that.
Yeah, approaching on 03. There's 2 there right now. 3, 4 people on approach. Right, we're going to find out. We'll do the RMP 03. I don't see why not. It probably has the lowest minima.
Kväll, Ryanair 3 Echo Sweden identified. Direct Hammar to join Hammar for Tango for runway.
In fact, these are pretty low, 300 feet. These are very good minimums. Thanks,
Thanks,
Iglafu. So yeah, 04013, light snow, broken 800. So RMP, do Elna VNAV,
Stockholm 126655.
Cat D 921. Remember, we are no longer a Cat C.
12655.
So,
Charlie.
pin
126655.
126655 Star.
Och bara bekräfta du direkt Heavy nu att Stora Erik Bertil.
By the way, here's the step climb. S/C, step climb. If we go to VNAV, it will show us what it wants. It wants us to go, yeah, Optimum 397, max 424. And if we go to, it would show up on the VSD. It would be cool if that works, but still, it doesn't, and that's fair enough. Yeah, so it would now be suggesting a recommend, and it would say step at 0. There it goes. So it would say step 2, and it would say 410, and then it's like at. So it's expecting us to climb. Now we're not going to do that because we're about to start down. We've made up fuel, so we're, even with a higher speed, this has been very efficient. Let's go to 88. By the way, this in the real, actually no, that's too close. In the real airplane, this actually scrolls through the second or third decimal place. You can actually be that specific.
12655.
Yeah, 126.
Yeah, code 222 with 75% compacted snow. That's going to be interesting. Right, so
2464, contact Stockholm 126655.
what was I doing? Legs, Nemgu.
Merry Christmas.
Well, there's 2 options there. Oh, we're not doing that one, are we? We're going to be doing this one. Nemgu, Ropov. So this is the Nemgu
0377.
2 Delta. And it'd be RNAV 03. Nemgu 2 Delta. And it goes Nemgu Ropov. Now it doesn't automatically choose the obvious transition, which is a bit daft, and this is true on the real aircraft. The Airbus does. So there we go. And we can click plan, and remember, in real life you'd be using this cursor down here, this little mouse pad, and then you press left, right, lower to put it where you want it. I never use it on the EFB. You can also put it over there and scroll around with the mouse, but ridiculous. We're never going to do that. And then we're going to zoom in, and you would actually. Now this is, it's in a way a pain, and in a way a neat part of the Boeing. You would actually have to go legs, step, to then step forward. Although actually, because that's a 2-way point, maybe not. Maybe not. That would have worked like that. There we go. Anyway, that all agrees, so I'm going to hit the execute button. Now you can see that it can't do that because it's too fast. So I'm going to go to legs and put in a speed restriction. Now good luck to me typing this in. Oh no, it's got 2 Ropovs, but we don't want that. We want to go Nemgu to Ropov. So something funny with the coding here. I'm going to get rid of the second, and then move
Sierra Lima Alpha
Anuka there.
identified. Proceed direct Sierra Lima 602 for ILS runway
That's better.
29er.
Again, it's just like the Airbus, just connecting the puzzle. So Nemgu above flight level 100s, which is in 100, 10,000 A above. Then we've got Ropov above 2,500. Now that is 21 miles apart. That's quite a height loss. 860. That's going to be. We're going to need the speed back and speed brakes to dive down to Ropov at 2,500. That's the initial approach fix.
Correct.
And then from 2.5 down to 2.4 over the next 5 miles. So there's a bit of margin there. Anuka, and then down to 0.3. So good. There's not much else to set up. We don't put in the wind or anything like that. It's less to do than the Airbus. Now we can go to init ref and we look at the weight. 178.2 tons. It's the gross weight. That's the current gross weight, which we can see here, 177.8. Oh, well, that was relatively recently. 10.8, we're going to lose another ton. I think we'll be 176.8. Let's just put that in. Close, pretty close. It only changes a little bit. And we'll do a flap 30, because, I mean, if the runway's contaminated, that's going to be pretty tough. For flap 30 this time, 146. Wind correction +5, that's fine. Good. Now, we don't have landing performance in here. You can effectively do the same thing for the landing data, but we don't have that option. So back to map and zoom out. So yeah, sadly, we're just going to have to hope. I don't think Microsoft Flight Simulator will model the snow on the ground, but we shall see. I will just... Look, I'll say this now. We're doing this as a flight sim flight. If the deceleration is modelled and the runway is contaminated, 222 is poor. I mean, I'll be amazed if anyone's landing there.
Yeah, that works perfect for me.
Have a look.
Flight level 370.
Climb now 370, Alex. 040.
Yeah, it's not. I've never landed on the runway with a code that poor. Yeah, there's no one there now. No one on the approach right now. In real life, I'm talking here. Yeah, interesting. It could be shut. Peter says, I was on a flight last week in which ATC gave a shortcut. Never experienced a descent like it. Speed breaks out all the time at high rate. It was fun to geek out about. Yeah, it does happen. Unlikely on our flight today because we have a pretty direct route already. You can see it's planned to top of descent. Now here's my next bugbear with the Boeing. The 787 vertical planning, it always ends up high. It gets confused and just has to dive down from above. I don't know why. It has the winds, it has everything loaded in, but it just super slowly brings the thrust levers back at the top of descent, starts down and gets high immediately. It happens every time. Very strange. I don't know how that's happened. By the way, let's put auto brakes to max, because you wouldn't normally set max, but it is an option. So there we go, max. We have max manual is still more than that. So we'll see how that works or not for the approach.
Control 054, reflect level 120.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm hoping Flight Sim hasn't done much with the ground. Look at this, whenever I right click, the auto brake drives itself back again. Why is it doing that? Very strange. See how long that can last before it breaks something. Alex, thank you so much for the 50 Swedish krona. Really, really appreciate it. That's very, very kind. Keep it up, Alex says. We shall indeed. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Nice to see the pair make an appearance on the stream.
Climb to flight level 190 and if you're able, direct November 551 for runway 34.
If anyone does land in front of us, I'll be curious to see how they find the runway. You do often rely on pilot reports of what the braking action is like. They do all these tests, but they know that ultimately it's up to what pilots are experiencing. I think your hardware is affecting the auto brakes releases. Yeah, so I've set it high on my... Oh, it's really not happy, is it? What if I set it off and then just set this myself? No, it doesn't like that either.
Okay, direct November 551, Scanner 054.
Tack så mycket.
Strange. Utterly strange. We'll see what happens with that. Goodness me. We would, of course, do fuel checks. In terms of systems checks, there's a lot less. You know, on the Airbus, we would run through the systems checks, but like the Airbus, this aircraft will tell us anything. It actually says in the manuals, these systems pages are not to be used for diagnosis of faults with the aircraft. They're just information, and they are a summary. These are excellent pages, by the way. Really well done by the working title with Microsoft. Really impressed. But yeah, there are certain faults where this can show you something that isn't true. So they're not that reliable. But thank you again, Alex Cyber, for the 50 Swedish krona. Really appreciate it. Oh, sorry. That livery link is the wrong livery. That will be for my last stream. I do apologise. Go to flightsim.to, look up Paddy, P-A-D-D-A-Y, or Britannia, and you'll find this for the 787. There's not many Britannia liveries on flightsim.to. It is pretty snowy. Dougal says, "What a fabulous return to streams! This has been brilliant. Thanks, Dougal. Really appreciate it. We'll see how the rest of it goes now. The tricky bit coming up. Yeah, thanks for coming along and thanks for moderating, Dougal. Really appreciate it." Lauren Reed says, "Looks like we got to stamp on the brakes as hard as possible." That's what I'm going to have to do. Yep. We'll go max reverse, which is annoying because my reverse is not assigned to my thrust levers, so I'm going to have to press F2 for that. We'll see what happens. Tamango says, "Do you miss the brake fans?" Boeing don't have that. No, don't miss them at all. They're really good ceramic brakes on this, and we can see the brake temperatures. Again, you don't ever look at it. The airplane will complain if there's a problem with them. Essentially, they're cold for the whole flight because you do long flights. Then you land. They heat up, but then you have a longer turnaround. You don't have to take the airplane out again, and they'll be cool by the time you go again.
Britannia 790 kilo, contact Sweden 131.055.
131.055, Britannia 790 kilo. Bye.
Bye-bye.
131.055.
And Canadian 1016 with a question.
1016, go ahead.
I was just wondering if you could get the Met report for Skellefteå, also what...
If we actually get the brake energy is shown on this performance tool, so it will tell you how long it will take to cool down the brakes or during the turnaround. It's usually about 50 minutes. If it goes over sort of 70 minutes, then we would start thinking about using max reverse just to stop them getting too hot.
Please fly heading 360 now.
I am headed 360 on Newton.
Diamond M very kindly super chatted $5 Diamond M says, "So when you're at top of descent, the plane will automatically descend up until the landing, and will it automatically follow the restrictions?" Yes, if you're in VNAV path, all of that's true. Yep. Yep. Thank you, Diamond, for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the channel. And yes, at top of descent, I'm just going to wind in the lower altitude, and the airplane will just start down. And I'm guessing it will get itself high. That's what I'm suggesting. Part of the problem is it's a fast airplane. It's got absolutely no drag on it. It's super slippery, and it just loves to fly. So it just doesn't get any drag. Control, good evening, Britannia 79 kilo, flight level 390 to Nemgu.
Britannia 79 kilo, Sweden, radar command.
Your wings 5590, we are into top of distance.
Your wings 5590, descend flight level 100.
Lucy 2 says, "No planes are scheduled to land in real life before 1 tomorrow." Yes, interesting. I can see why. I love the lighting, this is great.
7 Fox Delta, descend flight level 100.
Gabriel says, "Hello Captain, how do you know what runway to land without HC?" I just looked at the weather, so it gives me a good clue that we'll have to land. In fact, I'm certain we have to land on 03 with the snow on the grounds. As I say, I will just go into slew mode if I think there's a problem with the the braking action. Thanks, Diamond. Really appreciate it. It's always high for me on descent, says Dougal. Yeah, the real aircraft as well. The real aircraft is always high in descent. It gets fast and high. Why they can't code it to account for that, I don't know. Elitis says it's pretty cool. The OPT calculates the brake energy and heat produced like that. Indeed. So Elitis is talking about the onboard performance tool down here. And yeah, if we had the landing option, that's what it would do. I hope they add it. I hope they're still working on this. It's really great, but I would love it if they could add in these last details. The reality is though, in a Boeing, you can just you just get your approach speed like that and you're done. Look at these brakes. I might leave them off and just do maximum manual. That might be the way forwards here. I need to know they're going to work. I think I'll do that. Elise Megan says, speaking of lighting, the new ozone layer has made things look so much better. None of that pink during dust on. Ah! Let's do another little bit of camera work, shall we? Oh, that auto rotation's still a problem then.
On 8-8, expected heading for around.
This is, I mean, this simulator has just really matured, hasn't it? This is really great. It's still a shame about that ground friction, but look at this. It's breathtakingly good. Really amazing.
400 meters in light snow, clouds broken 500 feet. Temperature -1, 2 point -1, QNH 971, transition level 75. Ice the jet level 30. Copy the weather, QNH 971.
A lot of people struggling with the weather. I don't know if you could hit that from air traffic, but yeah. It is a cold day up here. The Britannia livery really suits the 787, says Vuti. I totally agree. I'm really impressed with how good it looks. By the way, I said earlier how quickly we're going. So 8.7, remember the Airbus will cruise about 77.77.78. Look at our ground speed, 519, and that's with 36 knots tailwinds. Yeah, it's a quick airplane. That certainly caught me out in that. You take off in the 787 and, you know, within an hour and a half you're at Budapest if you're heading out from London. So that is much quicker than doing it in an Airbus. It does make a difference how fast it is. Santiago says, remember the icing problems way back? I do, yes. I think I don't. Do I have the icing turned on again? I'm not sure actually. Here's the cloud layer then. We're entering the nasty weather.
I was cleared to flight level 100. If that's clearance still
Elivu says, alternate is Gatwick. Great for a long return to streaming. Indeed, yeah.
When I say flight level 100, it's Scandinavia 1016. Alipon 8, turn right, direct miss.
Ruji2 says, I'd forgotten how much fun it is watching how professional pilot deals with truly adverse weather. Yeah, we shall see. If I'd known that weather was that bad, we might have I'd have taken even more fuel and we would be going back to Gatwick. Yeah, Tristan, if the auto brake failed in real life or was messing around, then yeah, you'd just do maximum manual. It's also the best performance, so.
KLM 740 Sweden, radar contact, climb flight level 320.
Tristan says, opinion on the 757-300, flying one tomorrow night. It's long. It is long. Love the 757. I'm sure the 300 is very nice.
When ready, descend into 100 on Nippon 88.
Wind 559 no report to traffic into Arvidsjaur, report when established, ILS nomenclature. Welcome, will report established your flight.
So, amazingly, we've gone so far north, it's actually going to be dark for our arrival, and it's a brutally snow-covered runway. So, what are we going to do? Well, we've said it's the RMP. We've got the arrival in here. If we go to legs, what we're going to do now is... This is actually, by the way, having a mouse in the flight deck makes these systems easier to use than they are in the real aeroplane. It's quite something. It's really great. So here's the arrival. Let's check it against the chart. Nemgu. I know we did a bit of this, but let's just check the final approach.
Finnair 7 Foxtrot Delta, contact Helsinki 1213.
Nemgu.
1213, thank you, bye, Merry Christmas.
Ropov.
Merry Christmas.
Anuka. Anuka's the final descent point from 2,400. Then we're going to fly 3-degree slope, pretty standard then, onto a 2,000, I think the runway here was 2,500 meters. And it's 634 elevation. So Radat should come alive about just over 3,100 feet for that. The tricky bit we've already said is getting down to Ropov at the right altitude. We could be high there, so it's definitely going to be a speed brakes and get the energy out of the airplane as we get to that point. Then might even need the gear, but that's 10 miles out, 5.4 and then 0, so that's all good. And that matches here, Ropov Anuka runway 03. So it's down to the threshold and it has a 3-degree slope in it, so it's all here. Very similar to the Airbus. I'm just checking that it has the right approach in its head, and it does, matches what I think we're going to do. So we're going to use Ian. How do we do that? It's dead easy. It will appear on its own. We'll get these white diamonds, and I'm gonna arm the localizer and then arm the approach and let it fly down like a glide slope. I'll do that as we approach Anuka. The only trick will be it will draw out a glide slope as well, so I'll just need to make sure we get below that and we can intercept it, and that's the plan. If that doesn't work, we can use LNAV VNAV. If we do that, we have to do the whole before, as we start down our descent, wait till we set the MDA below, then we can start down the descent. It's a whole other video. It's way more complicated than it was in the Airbus. Ian is simpler than the Airbus. VNAV is worse than the Airbus. That's the way I would describe it. If we have to fly in VNAV, for some reason Ian isn't working like we expect, then what I'm going to do is get to 2,400 feet. I'm going to configure the airplane because it'd be a pain, just slow it right down. Then I'm going to, as we approach Anuka, we'll put an MDA, which will be, in this case, 921. So I'm going to put that in now. What? Each foot. There we go. Come on. Go, 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 go.
Nippon 88 descend now, flight level 100.
You can actually see it in the HUD there.
Descending now to 100 on Nippon 88.
Go, 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 go.
Nippon 88, contact Helsinki 121.3.
Helsinki 121.3.
So yeah, only about 300 feet above the ground. 91. There we go. So we've got a minimum sim. So I'm going to put that in using the auto mode. 2,100 feet. Set the minima. Start down in VNAV path. Once we're 300 feet away from the go-around altitude, which in this case is 2,500 feet. To Vekip, 2,500 feet. So once we're below 2,100 feet, I can then set that altitude in the window and let the airplane carry on down. That's something, the one time I flew a non-precision in a Boeing in that Australia stream ages ago, that was something that happened. I forgot to do that. Which I think is a crazy system compared to Airbus, is a much simpler one, but that's what we've got. Right, back to map. We're getting there, we're getting there. Descent in 80 miles, it reckons. We can also see that we have 186 miles to, 195 miles to go to the airport, landing with 8 tons now, so it's gone back a little bit once we loaded in the arrival. If you are enjoying, do please leave a like, really appreciate it. Ian Peter is the integrated approach navigation. Elitist asks, it looks like we might be getting the Inibuilds A300-600 soon. Will you be checking that out once it drops? It looks fairly similar to the A310, at least the copy does. Yeah, I will check it out. But yeah, we have such a good A310. I mean, it's so similar, but it does look amazing. I'm sure they put a lot of work into making it special. This is where having this laptop would really help, because then I could get that done while I'm away. But there we go. I think someone asked earlier, are you at home for Christmas? No. Rare. Benji says, is there a way to toggle between selected and managed climb descent if you need to? Indeed there is. If I want to do it myself, we just press Flitch. If I want to manage it, I can press VNav. So yeah, it's quite straightforward swapping between the two. Let's dim those lights a bit, dim the dome a bit. The 777, all these lights are like slime lights in the Boeing military aircraft, so they're all green. I do wish the 787 had green lights in the overhead panel. I think that's a really cool thing on the 777. Traffic going the other way. When did they add contrails for other airplanes? I'm sure that wasn't there for a long time. Shoulder and foot heaters, by the way, really nice. Electrical panels heat up the area underneath your feet, which just stops them from getting cold. The shoulder heater is an electric heater. It's actually tucked away over here somewhere, and it heats up the air coming into the flight deck via this duct here. So it just chucks in some hot air into that. Very cozy. We can also, on the HUD, press this little declutter button, and it looks more like a fighter jet. But there you get 39,000 barrow altitude. 3 degrees is the descent approach path, useful for visual flying. 272 is the heading. We've got standards, barrow 921, Mach number, selected Mach number, wind vector, FMA, speed and VNav path, autopilot, bank, and the heading selected. Sorry, no, 272 is not the heading, is it? 037 is the heading. 272. There you go. That's the indicated airspeed. So Mach number, indicated airspeed. Yeah. Yeah. FMC is being used in navigation. L for the reference system. That's just an automatic swap over thing. These diamonds here, this is something I want to talk about in a video. It's a big topic, but this is showing us our required navigation versus the actual navigation performance. You can tell again that the 787 was built in a world where they were expecting not to use ground-based nav aids at all. But actually, funnily enough, the world's going backwards a little bit with that right now. But yeah.
Sorry, was that for welding 7698? A firm, fly direct X-ray Oscar November Tango uniform.
They've done a great job on the HUD. It looks just like it. It's identical. And to have the declutter mode, I mean, just again, what a treat.
Fueling 7698, maintain speed 280, not so great.
Maintain 280, not so great, welding 7698.
Tom to 73 Yankee on conversion to
shoulder heater, so fancy. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. It doesn't. It's not like I thought when I saw the sign there'd be something nice in the chair blasting hot air out, but no, sadly not. It just sort of warms up your side of the flight deck a little bit. Yep, you can put the vector on landing zone. To fly 3-degree descent, you just put the vector onto the 3-degree line. It's genius. It's a really good system. Right. Oh, look at that. Even the contrast work. Oh, fantastic. There we go. Turn that down, because that's just showing us lots and lots of weather. Top descent now in 40 miles. You're going to see. I'll be curious to see how this behaves compared to the real aircraft in the descent. San Diego says, why is that? Why go back to ground nav aids? There's lots of GPS interference in the world right now. Wide Rumble asks, do you find dialing the minimums in, especially when quite high, tedious when it was so much simpler in the Airbus? Yes. It's tedious because you can turn it a bit quicker than that in the real aircraft. Oh yeah, we can set the QNH in the background, by the way. If we turn this dial, it would actually appear, and then you can just hit the standard button and it will swap over. So that's quite nice, have it ready and you can see it. But it's the exact same. I did it even there. I went for the wrong one. They are identical looking. And and they feel the same. So it's incredibly easy to go for the wrong one and either press, because you press the reset to get rid of that, and then press it again to bring it up.
Cockpit 303.
Oh well, it shouldn't have done that, but it did. So I'm going to scroll it in again. It is quicker to scroll it in the real aircraft. I've got to say that. Because look at this, it's outrageous. If I...
New Zealand 973, report Mach number.
Ugh. Ugh. And this is exactly what it does.
Report Mach number.
It will... suddenly, it will go super slowly, and then it'll suddenly, when you don't want it to, start jumping in tens and zoom past what you wanted. It happens all the time.
Mach number. Mach number... .867.
Finna 495, report Mach number.
Sweden, hello, Tom Jet 8004, level 370.
Tom Jet 8004.
I have never had
Finna 495, report Mach
to adjust the brightness on this lower screen here.
Speed Mach decimal 84, Finnair 495.
Finna 495, maintain Mach decimal 84 or greater.
Mach 84 or greater, Finnair 495.
New Zealand 973, maintain Mach decimal 82 or less.
It's always just done it on these.
New Zealand 973, Mach 82.
That's very bright.
1016, met report left, 0, wind 290 degrees 16 knots.
Very bright.
Visibility 4,200 meters.
Oh, it's bad weather.
Light snow, vertical visibility 1,800 feet. Temperature 1, 2.1, QNH 971.
How are we going to get this dim?
QNH 901, Scandinavia 101. Confirm QNH 971 and T level 75. QNH 901 and transition level 75, Scandinavia 101. QNH 971. Oh, sorry, 971.
Yeah, that's just a light switch. I've never, it always adjusts with the
Britannia 79 kilo when ready, descend flight level 100.
When ready, descend flight level 100. Britannia 79 kilo. FMC is on overhead. Indeed. Why is it not working for me? There we go, finally got it. Lower display contrast. Yeah, never had to adjust that because we always just use the master. The master system's very good. It just adjusts everything at once. Thank you very much. Sorted. Right, MCP altitude is higher. It's warning us. It wants to descend. We've been cleared down to 100. Let's put it in.
Stand by.
100. I told you I'm new to this aeroplane.
I don't think it's paused. I can see traffic moving on my ND.
100. Now we're in VNAV par. The airplane has a lower flight level. It can now do its descent. But yeah, thank you, Shaib. This is Maggie. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on.
Duty 344, are you back?
FM Duty 344.
Duty 344, contact Sweden.
Can you change the 3-degree line to something else in case of steep or shallow approaches? Yes, it's based on the approach we entered into the FMC.
344,
FMS.
And the name of 1316, descend 5,000 feet, QNH 971. Descend 5,000 feet and the QNH.
So this is interesting. The HUD, you can actually control the brightness in the auto position. And this doesn't seem to make a difference, pulled or pushed. Because that's pulled. So you can put it to manual and then it will just stay at the brightness you set. So in manual, you can put it out and set a brightness and leave it. But if you can also, in auto, then adjust the brightness. And what it does, it just adjusts the scale, but in auto position, it will still get brighter when lights are bright and dimmer when it's dim. Some pilots will never use auto, they'll just put it out. I know that some people have had issues where they've been landing and the runway lights, modern LED lights are very bright, so they're landing, the big bright lights cause the HUD in auto mode to go very bright, and that can make it tricky obviously to see the runway as you would like to through it. We tend to, on landing, all flight, this is, you know, this is quite bright. I wouldn't have it this bright in the cruise, but you'd have it fairly bright, and for takeoff as well. But for landing, you turn it right down. The HUD is something you need to see through. Yeah, that's way aggressive. The real aircraft trickles the power back so slowly, and there's hold VNAV speed. But you can see it's got itself a little high. Yeah, the real aircraft would be 1,000 feet high at this point. What else is going on? So it's in VNAV speed, LNAV hold. Hold means the thrust levers are free for us to move. Now it's recaptured VNAV path. That will eventually change back to speed, actually. But yeah, in hold mode, you can just add power and adjust it as you see fit. Although typically you don't. So I'm going to leave it at idle, assuming that's what it was planned in. FMC message. Unable to maintain VNAV descent speed, extend speed brake. See, it always just gets itself high. It's actually doing a good job. Google says, so there is something to put in the Boeing. Indeed, yeah, that's the only thing. I'm going to use manual brakes today because my switch isn't working, and we know that the weather is pretty poor where we're going. I can't believe even this little light works, and that's correct. It's amazing. Just great. The chart light, by the way, here is a light over here, which you're not realistically going to use because it's a bit...
79 kilo, contact Helsinki 124.2.
1242, Britannia 79 kilo. Goodbye.
Bye.
Helsinki, good evening. Britannia 79 kilo, descending flight level 100.
Hello, Britannia 79 kilo, Helsinki control, radar contact. Cleared Nemku, 2 Delta arrival for runway 03.
Thank you, Nemgu 2 Delta 03. Britannia 79 kilo. 2 Delta. 2 Delta, there it is. Yeah, hold will remind you of the Asiana incident because, yes, it was involved in that. You can see it getting confused about its speed. It's doing a better job than the real airplane. Like I say, the way it took power off was so aggressive. The real one just trickles it back forever and then just gets so hard. I'm not currently using the TCA yoke. Crash Ed says, can you use descend now on the DES page like the 737 to initiate an early descent? Might help with the slow descent. You can indeed. Yep, you can. Provided, of course, air traffic are allowing it. Right, we have an ATIS for EFRO. Yeah, well, okay. You simply, in real life, if it was this contaminated, you couldn't land there. It's 222, 100% ice, unreal. Contaminant thin, reduced width 48 meters. That's okay. Drifting snow. 24 meters from centerline. So you got 48 meters cleared. Ooh, that's pretty tight, actually. Oh, there's all sorts of limits for that. That's an incredible report.
Good evening, Finel 4994, will be passing.
There we go, information. India. RMP03. It's icy, light snow. 6 kilometers viz, few 700. It's getting bad. Temperature -4. We might actually get in here.
Cleared. ILS to approach runway 34, report local ice established. Cleared, ILS runway 34, report established.
If that happens, we'll do one go around and then we'll just make the weather nicer. So for flying the approach, we talked about how we'd fly in. To land, I can just disconnect, leave all of the automatics in just like the Airbus, and land the airplane. It will idle. We're going to go max braking, max reverse. Things for landing the 787, I mean, this is a whole video to come. By the way, I said earlier, automatic icing. It's here. Engine anti-ice, wing anti-ice, all automatic. Just brilliant. And it's probably going to be on for the rest of the flight now. Landing it's very much, you don't flare before 30 very often on a 7.8 unless you're correcting something else, because it's got so much energy. Our approach speeds are so high. What's the approach speed today? Hence we're a Cat D aircraft. Yeah, 146. So actually we're going to be flying the approach at 151 knots. It's fast, and that's with flap 30, not even flap 25, which is the standard setting would be 25. 20 for emergencies, the single engine, and so on. 30 is relatively unusual. So yeah, it's fast. So it's very responsive as a result. So you get to 30 feet and then you do your flare, it will respond quickly. If you flare earlier, in an attempt to sort of give you yourself a chance to smooth out landing, you can just float past the whole touchdown zone. Because remember, the touchdown zone in a 787 is drifting by so quickly, because again, you've got that really high approach speed.
Britannia 79 kilo, contact Rovaniemi radar on 129.9, have a good evening.
129.9. Britannia 79 kilo, goodbye. 129.1. I've just had to turn the lights off in my room where I'm streaming. Make sure I can see out the windows.
Speed 170, QNH 967 hectopascal, Finnair 539er.
Rovaniemi, good evening. Britannia 79 kilo, descending flight level 100, Nemgu 2 Delta.
Palmera 79 kilo, hello, radar contact.
And Britannia 79 kilo, 787-9, and we have information India.
Thank you. Seen. Finnair 3 Delta X-ray left heading 065.
Air 065 Finnair 3 Delta X-ray.
Finnair 7 Fox Delta, speed 170.
Speed 170, Finnair 17 Fox Delta.
All Nippon 88, descent, fly 5.
Right, something else we didn't do, descent checklists.
Descended to 5,000 feet on Nippon 88.
So descent checklist.
And QNH 967.
Here's the things we should have done while I was chatting. You're going to check the notes. They would appear if you've had a non-normal checklist. There's none here. You'd also do a recall, which will bring up on the ICAS any faults. There's none. Recall's empty, as you can see. So recall is checked. Auto brake, we're going manual. Landing data, VREF 30-146 and minimums 921. Approach briefing completed. That's the descent checklist complete. Next will be the approach checklist. We're going down to flight level 100 though. So it's got the American transition level in again for the descent. Oh no, 6,000. Let's get on here. Descent. Speed trans. Nemgu 10,000. It's normally automatic this. It's gone amber because it thinks we should be on a QNH. But wow, goodness me. Toward Forland, thank you so much. Sorry, give me 1 second.
Correction, Victor Fatanga 949, contact Helsinki 124.2.
Radar
14,000. Okay. Todd, thank you so much, Todd, for the incredibly generous 1,000 Norwegian krone. Really, really appreciate it, Todd. Todd says, glad to see you back in the virtual skies. Eagerly looking forward to the rest of the 787 series and future live sessions. Would love to see more on non-precision approaches. Season's greetings from ENBR. Fantastic. I hope it's nice and warm where you are, and certainly not as icy as it is here in Rovaniemi. Thank you so much for the incredibly generous super chat, Todd. Really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming on today, and thank you for supporting the channel. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Yes, more to come, and I will continue with the 7.8. I have more tutorials on the way for that. Now, we don't actually have clearance past Nemgu. No, we do. Nemgu to Ropov. We don't have clearance past Ropov. We can enter the hold there if we need to. Good. So it's doing a good job. The vertical profile is relatively sensible. It's going to reach 100 around Nemgu, but then we're going to need descent fairly quickly, or we're going to run out of room. See how this goes. But thank you so much, Todd. Very, very generous. Really appreciate it. British Wings donated £2. Thank you. Do you miss flying the 320? I do miss the 320 a bit. I do. And I'm going to bring it back to life on the stream soon. But thank you so much, British Wings, for the super chat. Really, really appreciate it. There's 1,000 feet to go. It goes into speed mode. That's fine. Oh, no, been a path. And thank you again to Tor for that. 250 Britannia 79 kilo. Right, so how do we do this? Easy. We just set it. I should have closed that window for the descent. That probably helped it out. I gave it a higher speed, so we'll have to test that out again in the future. Anyway, IS-250.
Scandinavian 056.
It's so hard to see the runway.
2,500 feet, Kenneth 967.
2,500 feet,
Right, let's get rid of the dome light. Just a little bit. Passenger signs on.
539, please turn left heading
90 lights.
010 to intercept.
Turn off lights.
010, Finnair 539.
Logo lights. There we go.
Nippon 88 right heading 215.
What a beauty.
Heading 215.
Love the strobe lights. They've done such a good job with the strobes.
Okay, Finnair 539 cancel approach clearance, fly heading 1.
Oh no, someone's not getting the approach. But yeah, thank you, Tord. Really appreciate it. Thank you, British Wings, of course.
Finnair 539 cancel approach, left heading
Right, let me
115.
get the recording software up and running.
Approach left heading 115, Finnair 539.
Scandinavian 056, please descend 2,500 feet, on heading 200.
What I didn't get was the Q&H.
Scandinavian 4 left heading 205.
967.
Scandinavian 74.
Britannia 79 kilo.
No wonder it's so bad at that. That's horrendously low.
Stand by. Britannia 79 kilo, left heading 020.
Left heading 020, Britannia 79 kilo.
Finnair 539, turn left heading 150 now.
So here we go, 020.
Left 150, Finnair 539.
And please don't climb, it's not in,
Heading cell.
instructed.
It's going to take me forever to wind that down to 967. That's unbelievably low.
On Nippon 88, descend 2,500.
Descend in 2,500 on the 188.
Warning 7698, descent 6,000.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's in amber. It must have the wrong transition altitude in it.
Right heading 130, Kenneth 967.
I'm glad I'm getting the chance to pre-select this.
Warning 7698, turning right heading now
967. My goodness, that's so low. So actually, we're much lower than 10,000 feet above the ground. It's not ultra cold, it's just low pressure today.
Finnair 539, turn left heading 150.
Left 150, Finnair 539er, and sorry about that, we were having an issue with the aircraft.
Route 5 Tango 0, right 050.
Right 050, 5 Tango 0.
American 9852, right 050.
Fuji2 says, not wanting to worry you, but there's a Lufthansa 747 on finals. If he can get in. No, there you go. We're not the only ones. This is going to be a delayed approach. I'm a little surprised it's as busy as it is. Does everyone do this?
Scandinavian 056, speed 170 now. Nippon 88, speed 200.
Speed 200, on the 188.
Scandinavian 741, turn left heading 195, descent 2,500 feet, speed 200.
Speed 200, say again.
Let's put the wing light on.
741.
Speed 200.
There you go.
Speed
Nice.
200, Scandinavian 741.
And then left heading 195, descent.
I don't know why the 787 has a wing light. Oh, I missed it again.
Scandinavian 056, right 305.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. High, slow, watch out below your hand. It's exactly.
Heading 305.
Lapland Tuesday on VATSIM. Oh, well done me. What a coincidence. Thanks for having me.
Boeing 7698, then right heading 120, expect right hand final.
Right, we need to get this right. So,
Sunset 73, Yankee, same for you.
got Ropov as the two waypoint. I don't want it to sequence to the wrong waypoint. If we get too close over there, we'd have to reload the approach.
Right hand final.
Got to keep an eye on that.
Scandinavian 741.
Hopefully it doesn't.
180,
We are 10 miles away.
2,500 feet.
Left heading 180.
Landed without mishap on taxi to stand. Excellent news. So it sounds like the 747 made it.
Finnair 7 Foxtrot Delta Tower 1187.
So 10,000 feet, signs are on, lights are on. We'll just do all of them.
Scandinavian 056.
All for landing, nose that can stay off for takeoff, just like the Airbus used to be, although now it's the same. Oh no, sorry, the Airbus is the other way. See, it's amazing how this stuff starts to fade from memory. You can hear in the sound effect the engine hunting and hunting. It doesn't do that, but I think it's just an audio effect because they look very stable here. So I think it's just the audio glitching a little bit.
Correct. Nippon 88, speed 170.
Say again for Nippon?
Speed 170.
I'm using the Fly Live overlay.
170 on Nippon 88.
The next 040 Papa, hello, radar contact left 035.
Well, we do have a way to fix that.
Ryanair 214, hello, radar contact left direct all up. Ryanair 214, radar contact left direct all up.
Direct all up, radar 214.
The next 040 Papa, left heading 035.
There you go. I'm letting the people speak. Put a poll up. Do you want to change the time to daylight for the approach? Your choice. It would be a sort of dusky sort of daylight, but yeah.
205, speed 170, Scandinavian 74.
Tom set 73 Yankee, right heading 115.
Right heading 115, Tom set 73 Yankee.
Boeing 7698, right 195.
Right 195, running 7618.
Scandinavian 056.
It might feel a little more Christmassy if we could see something. Where are we going?
Finna 539, left heading 020.
We can set it to sort of a sunrise or sunset.
Approach to Finnair 495, descending flight level 100.
First Finnair 88, right heading 3.
Kevin, good to see you. Doing well, thanks. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining us.
Nippon 88, right heading 300.
Maybe a nice sunset. Yeah, I think we can get a sunset out of it.
Nippon 88, right heading 300.
300, Finnair 495.
No, it was not for you, stand by. Nippon 88.
Ah, it's sequence. It's sequence to the go around. Not what I wanted to see.
Radar, Oscar Hotel Mike Oscar, passing 2,800 feet, Renemi 3, Bravo, Evan.
Okay.
Oscar Mike Oscar, radar contact left
Got a
heading
plan.
300.
Yes, we've got a plan.
Army,
Good.
New Zealand 973 is with you, flight level 13.
I don't have the Aurora Borealis mod. That would have been good, yes. Because you'd probably see it here tonight. Four Prawns says we may not fully appreciate landing at night. So, another problem with the 787, the rear aircraft landing it.
Break, Oscar Mike Oscar, left heading 300.
The nose gear drops down. On the Airbus, you could sort of relax the back pressure on the stick and the nose would gently come down, even with the auto brakes. On the 787, you have to hold the nose off. It will just drop down on you. And that is slightly exaggerated in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So it's very common for the nose to just slam in. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see it. Horizon did improve it, but it's still a slight feature of the 787 in Microsoft.
Ryanair 214, contact Helsinki 124.
I hope we can land soon. I'm running out of time here. Right, 61%. The eyes have it.
Britannia 79 kilo.
That's as much daylight as you're going to get.
80, speed 220, right heading 09.
So I'm just going to put it as if the sun's coming up.
Britannia 79 kilo, right heading 090, descent, flight level 80, speed 220.
Riding 090, speed 220, descend, flight level 80, Britannia 79 kilo.
On Nippon 88, clear approach 03.
Right heading 090.
Clear for the approach for runway 03 on Nippon
Need that
88.
on auto.
Scandinavian 74 right, right heading 2.
I'd appreciate if they could just turn off that auto switch because I'm going to continuously end up turning that instead. 090, 220. Now we are not allowed to go below the green speed in the Boeing. On the Airbus we could, but we simply do not. You have to put the flap out first. So let's slow down to up speed, pretty close to 220. And also we said flight level 80.
Finnair 539, left heading 315.
And I'm just going to do it in vertical speed, just trickle down.
315, Finnair 539.
8 feet per minute.
Oscar Mike Oscar, left now heading 220. Scandinavian 056 Tower 1187.
Thank you for voting. 58%, the ayes have it. Pretty close though. Surprised how popular nighttime was there.
Heading 030, Finnair.
I must pay attention. This controller's working very hard. Right.
040, New Zealand.
Let's come back to flat 1.
Scandinavian 741, right heading 010.
There's one.
010.
It's complaining we haven't done the approach checks, but we haven't gone to QNH yet, so
539, right heading 350.
we shouldn't normally do that. So now we can come back to the green 1, but I only want to do 220, so there we go, 220.
170 until Unuka.
Right,
And let's put go around thrust as the max limit with the flaps out. It's very good, this.
170 until Unuka.
Engine anti-ice, wing anti-ice in the cloud. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Brightness 5 left 360.
Left 360, Brightness 5
American 98.
Issue feels there's very nice sunset through the cloud. That's that. Yeah, very nice indeed.
Say again, right or left 020?
Sorry, left heading 020.
Left heading 020. American 98, right, so thank you.
All Nippon 88, speed 170 until Unuka.
170 until Unuka, only Nippon 88.
Departure, good evening, Tomjet 8005, 4,400, 300.
There's a Tomjet. That's effectively the modern day version of what we're doing here, because this became 2E.
Radar contact 6 o'clock, 4274.
That's actually a sunrise. Alex, thank you so much for the 50 Swedish krona. Really appreciate it. Alex says, what's the odds nowadays to ask crew to sit in the cockpit during flight, domestic or international? No. Won't happen for either of those, I'm afraid. Just before or more likely after the flight is the time to ask to visit the flight deck. But yeah, they're not going to happen during, I'm afraid.
1242. 539, direct drop off. Finna 539, direct drop off, speed 170.
Can you give me phonetic alphabet for the direct, please?
Drop off, Romeo, Oscar, Papa, Oscar, Victor. Break, Britannia Lines 79 kilo, right, heading 185.
Riding 185, Britannia 79 kilo.
Finna 1 Papa Alpha.
Finally.
Heading 115.
Might be coming our way.
115, Finna Bump. Nippon 88, contact tower.
We've got a fair way to go though, especially at 220 knots.
Nippon 88, tower 118.7.
Tower 118.7, 88.
Finna 539, reduce speed 1.
But yeah, thank you very much, Alex.
Direct drop off and
of course, for the super chat. And thank you again to Tord for that very generous one. I really, really appreciate it.
1315, welding 7698.
So hopefully this is a downwind leg. We may need to re-enter the approach again.
Left heading 280.
Left 280, Brightness 500.
I can't believe I timed this so well. Oh, look at it. That does look like a volcano though. I see what you mean. Look at that.
Proceed direct drop off, right there.
That's unbelievably beautiful.
Nippon 88, confirm tower 187.
And it's pretty good. Pretty good.
Okay, sitten Chanex 040 Papa, then right heading 215.
187, he keeps telling people for tower, so we'll have that ready to go.
1 Papa Alpha, right 225.
225, Finna Bump.
Chanex 040 Papa, please listen to me, right heading 210.
My glass cockpit refreshes, I think at medium? Yeah, this is a very low. 967 is really low pressure. Lucky we haven't got more winds, strong winds or something. We are significantly lower than 8,000 feet though.
Heading 345 and speed 220. American 98,
Tomjet 73 Yankee, descent 2,500 feet, KNX 967, speed 170.
I'm sure we got here before Tomjet. Yeah, we're 1,400 feet lower, so we're actually at 6,600 feet. If you can believe that.
Say again for Finnair 539, sorry.
Speed 170 until Unuka.
A long way to go, round and in.
170 until Novo correction, and then cleared ILS 03 or cleared approach.
Maybe by Octus.
Finnair 539.
Airfield 973, where are you descending?
Hopefully. Just out 5,000. So, yeah, the level will change now based on the QNH. But this is going to change, so it'll be, I reckon, 7-0. So the next thing, it'll be an altitude next time.
New Zealand 973, stop your descent to flight level 80. You are not cleared to descend.
Sorry about that. Autopilot malfunction. New Zealand 973 correcting back to flight level 100.
Look at this, amazing.
Just to confirm approach, do you say speed 220 for American 982?
HUD's pretty good on my end.
220 left heading 280 now.
I'm going to say
speed 220.
Pretty smooth.
And right now turning left.
I can see there's a bit of lag in my stream, I'm afraid.
Chenex 040 Papa, speed 220. Volume 7698, speed 170 until Unuka, clear approach 03.
Ooh. Unuka, okay, that's there. We've got that one in. Sequencing is good. I'm hoping we get direct to Ropov.
Return near 79 kilo, descent 5,000, KNH 967.
Send 5,000, QNH 967. Britannia 79 kilo.
Dinner 495.
Let's hope this works. 5,000. VS. QNH 967. There you go, look at that. Not very far to go. And let's do checklists. Altimeters. They're now on 967.
Sorry, New Zealand.
And I won't change this one because it'll take it forever, but that's the approach checklist complete. In real life you would. And that gets rid of the checklist incomplete norm.
Send 5,000, QNH 967.
Now, we could do an intercept.
Right 190.
Right 190, Janex 040.
Process passing 0, left 165. Process passing 0, left 165.
He's getting really overworked now.
Left heading 165 now.
Left 165, Bratton 5 Tango Sierra.
Dinner 539, tower 1187.
Switching tower 539.
Approach, good evening, Moonflower 9022, Napix 3 Bravo, passing 3000.
Not sure why it's drawing these curved lines.
Moonflower 9022, radar contact. Check squawk 3201. 3201, Moonflower 9022.
Providing the radar, good evening, sir. Finnair 531 with you, sir.
Hello, Red 6 and radar contact.
No, that did not work.
Moonflower 9022, reset squawk 0544.
Why has it got a hold?
544, Moonflower 9022. Tomjet 73 Yankee, right 005, clear approach 03170 until Unuka.
There you go, 800 feet to go.
Right 005, cleared approach, so I can repeat power a bit, Tomjet 73 Yankee.
And speed 170 until Unuka.
That's all fine. Just going to try re-entering it.
Finna 1 Papa Alpha, left heading 135.
Heading 135, Finnair 1 Papa.
Evening, Red 6 Nicky Alpha.
6 Alpha, radar contact.
That hold is bothering me. That shouldn't be there.
Britannia 79 kilo, descent 2,500 feet, speed 170. Britannia 79 kilo, descent 2,500 feet, speed 170.
So 2,500 feet, 170 knots. Britannia 79 kilo.
Genex 040,
Right. Getting low to the train now. 2,000. 500 feet. 2,500 feet in there. 170 knots.
Speed 170.
Back to the 1.
Correct. American
Next stage of flap. Got our flap limits handily down here. We can go to 10 at 230, so we can actually get to 10, no trouble.
Sorry, say again for American 982.
5 won't be enough. Keep the speed coming back.
Turning left, heading 155. American 9852. 155.
I'm going to try and get direct to Ropov. That would work for us.
Air 539er with you again.
Next stage of flap 10. That's going to work for us. Back to 170.
Vueling 769 radar contact. Correction contact tower 1187.
Once we sequence, we should see Ian reappear.
Moonflower 9022, Helsinki 1242.
1242, Moonflower 9022, bye-bye.
Red 06 Yankee Alpha, descent 2000.
For example, it shouldn't be showing us Nemgu. This isn't. It's not a waypoint it has. It's just concerning me about its sequencing right now. It's because we flew past it all. I'm going to try and do a direct to Ropov, and hopefully that works.
Speed 170, descent 2500,
Hopefully that works. No, you can't start the engines on battery only, sadly. The Dash 8 you could, but not the 787.
Stand by, Brotens 5 Tango Sierra, speed 170, descent 2500 feet, QNH 967.
Speed 170, descending 2500, QNH 967.
Plenty of fuel still, 7 tons. We're using it up.
Then left heading 290.
We are using it up. I didn't see the any builds A380Ts. I thought I saw the fly-by-wire Ts.
Can I 005, I think you already left my airspace. Monitoring Nikon 122.8. Okay, bye-bye.
So 25 at Ropov is
right heading 295.
right heading 295. Britannia 79 kilo. Base leg. Ah, see, this auto thing's gonna be annoying.
Tomset 73 Yankee Tower 1187.
1187 Yankee 5.
Red 06 Yankee Alpha 230 until Ropov 10180 until Unuka Flight approach 03.
I might use my mini FCU instead, I think. See if I can make it work well.
230 until Ropov 10180 until Unuka.
295.
Alpha left direct Ropov.
Let's back off the vertical speeds. Could get the red out any moment now. Wouldn't be surprised. Now the mid aircraft, that would sequence better. Let's put Ropov.
Right heading 230.
Heading 230, 5,000 feet. We're
To the top.
Right 230.
230, roger.
Final 495, left heading 235.
Heading left 235, Finnair 495.
New Zealand 97.
So when we gauge,
3, speed 240.
we should see Ian appear.
Left heading 275.
We've really messed up the sequencing here.
240.
We can use Airline VNAV if we need to.
New Zealand 973.
I'm hoping we get sent direct to Ropov.
Yeah, I'm trying to, but you're asking me to descend.
Oh, the A380 was teasing in the background. I see. I didn't see that.
Okay, you can descend 1,100 feet per minute. You have 15 miles to final. Reduce now 170.
Rovaniemi radar, very good evening, Finnair 295.
So busy.
First, American 9852, descent 2,500 feet, QNH 967, speed 170.
Speed 170, QNH 967.
Smooth flying, good to see.
Continue descent altitude 2,500 feet. American 9852.
Scandinavian 803, left heading 130. Tomset 8, correction, Scandinavian 8003, left heading 130.
There's out.
Scandinavian 8003, left heading 130.
Left heading 130, Canadian 800.
Red 06 Yankee Alpha, contact tower 1187, bye-bye.
That controller sounds about as tired as me.
Britannia 79 kilo, right direct Ropov.
Right direct to Ropov. Britannia 79 kilo.
Genex 090 Papa, right heading...
So we reselect it like that. Execute. LNAV. I don't know if Ian's going to work here, because Ian should be appearing. Anyway, LNAV. Out.
Contact Helsinki 1242.
LNAV's working at least, so that's a good sign.
Genex 090 Papa, right now 310.
That's a very good sign. By the way, the real 787 as well, when you intercept the final course, if you're using like Ian, it will actually bring the heading by round for you. Really nice feature. I know the 777 doesn't do that.
Okay, all stations stand by. I'll call you back. Each of the stand by. Fina 5, straight 9 left, heading 190.
So I'm just going to put that round on the missed approach.
New Zealand 973 left, heading 205.
Well, I'm glad we brought extra fuel.
Heading 205.
We need to land within the next ton, really.
New Zealand 973.
New Zealand 973 left, heading 205.
Or we're heading off.
Left heading 205, New Zealand 973.
Scandinavian 2106, hold over Oslit. Inbound.
Holds are starting up.
170 and 1 minute right there.
Hopefully this will work as Ian then. Okay, we might be right here. Because there's the final approach. So, Ian will show us not localizing glide slope, but it will show us the final approach course and the glide path, not the glide slope. So we should see those modes. Now we're cleared to Ropov. We haven't been cleared for the approach. The approach starts at Anuka. So when we're cleared for the approach, I'll press those buttons. Need to be aware as well that we're getting close, so we must slow down. This is not an Airbus. It does not slow down that well. It's super efficient, super slick. Not much drag.
Then right heading 215, American 985.
Fina 29 Charlie, descent to 5000, Kinets
9 we go.
7, speed 220.
And then you would of course compare the altitude with the charts to make sure it's all working out. Coming into Ropov.
Finally, Tomjet 8004, hello, radar contact, descent 5000 feet, Kinets 967.
Watch breakers off, we go max manual braking. I must remind myself, max reverse, max manual. To get the reverse I need to press F2. I will pause the sim if I think the runway conditions are 160 Britannia 79 kilo.
Fina 531, please turn left heading 100.
160 now, you can't actually do that in the Boeing. You have to select the flap before you bring it back. And this is going to be interesting. We're going to have to go to 20 here.
Okay, right heading 03.
Because all those other flap settings don't actually add any margin to your lower speed. They're just used for takeoff, these 17, 18. 160 knots. Here we go.
Okay, Fina 495, please fly heading what I assign. Turn right heading 200.
Oh dear, it's pretty intense.
Fina 1 Papa Alpha Tower 1187.
Tamango, I haven't practiced much in this airplane, I promise. That's my excuse. I haven't actually used the Horizon 78 much.
Fina 531, where are you climbing? Descent now to 3,500 feet.
Here is still weighing 25,000. Confirm descent 3,500.
Correct.
Your descent 3,500 feet, 531.
Route 5 Tango Sierra, right direct drop off.
Right set up off.
So you wouldn't know sitting back here what's going on at the front, would you?
New Zealand 973, speed 170, descent 2,500.
Something I didn't talk about.
Speed 170.
It's vacating.
Send 2,500. New Zealand
to the right.
973.
Anywhere to the right.
106, cancel the hold, fly heading 110.
I'm just going to start these modes now, and we'll just talk about it if it happens. So press lock. There's FAC, final approach course. Good. That has worked, so Ian's working. I'm going to check if we're clear for the approach shortly. The speed is back. You can see we don't have much speed to lose, so that's pretty good.
2,500,
Fina 531, left heading now to...
Because he is a little distracted, and we are 100 feet high, so we need to get this sorted. We're only 7 miles out now.
Currently 3075, Fina 531.
Britannia 79 kilo. Are we cleared for the approach? Right, putting the gear down. I need to make some room here for workload. 187. Britannia 79 kilo. Are we cleared for the approach?
FM contact tower 118.7.
Clear for the approach 187, Britannia 79 kilo. I didn't hear us get cleared, but there we go. Approach. So that's glide path arm. This is amazing. I can't believe that works. 187. Here comes the glide path. It's intercepted. We can leave 2,500 for the missed approach in. 5 miles out, let's just slow down. So gears down, flaps 30, arm the speed brakes, and put in the final approach speed. They shouldn't be extended, they should just be armed. There they are. Tower, Britannia 79 kilo, approach, runway 03, 4 miles.
Balmoral 700 kilo, Rovaniemi Tower, wind 03, 7 degrees, 13 knots, continue approach. Number 2, reduce the minimum approach speed and expect late landing clearance.
Continue approach, and we are at minimum speed now. Britannia 79 kilo. I'm going to disconnect if they send us around. I'm running out of time. Sorry, everyone. Right. There we go.
Latvia 516, you are still missing one waypoint.
So we want 1 degree on the pitch, which is correct. You can see here the 3 degree line should sit at the touchdown zone, which is correct. And we're at VREF. Let's do the landing checklist. Speed brake landing gear flaps. Landing check is complete. Missed approaches sequence. Got the going altitude. We have enough fuel, really, but that would have to be committing to here, which is a bit dodgy in these conditions. Look at the ice. That's still a little bit extreme. Very cool. And remember, it's going to automatically reduce the thrust, and we're using Ian, so we can just disconnect and land. We are stable at 1,000 feet.
Easy 9er, 19er kilo, stand by for clearance.
How are they doing in front? Problem is, we approach so fast, we do catch up with other aeroplanes. Anyway, we are visual, so that's been good.
Balmoral 700 kilo, runway 03, clear to land.
Good land 03, Britannia 79 kilo. Autopilot off. Keep it driving towards the touchdown zone.
Red nose. Boeing 737.
That's getting a little bit low. There we go.
Taxi to stand 7.
Keep it to Norwegian and then stand 7, Finland Brahma Puff.
Not sure what's going on there. Got very slow. Anyway, idle, max reverse. Get on those brakes. Through to 60 knots.
Easy 901.
Oh well, it's clearly not simulating any problems with the braking system, so we are down. Yeah, that was weird. The horizon's not normally better than that. I'm not sure. I'll have to have a look at that. Something went slow and low there. Here we go. Something to do with the way that HUD angle was set up, I think. But there we go. We made it to the ground. Let's vacate here. Yeah, the braking action, thankfully, is super. Off to the right. And we made it. Fantastic. A mere... How many hours have we been going? I hope you all enjoyed that. Yeah, something going on there with the overlay at the end. So we got very low on the profile. The 50 was read out early, and then it just ran out of energy, which is surprising because the 787 has a lot of energy in the flare, and we should have been at 1 degree pitch the whole way down. So I'll have to have a look and see what happened there, because we were nose high with low speed. Very unusual. I think, I'm going to say, it's probably the icing modelling has overdone it. Oh, keep the turn going. The snow's affecting us now. Yeah, the icing is definitely having an impact now. There we go, that's better.
Enter airspeed 2005 is ready to taxi.
So that would probably explain it, because that approach speed was absolutely fine, and we're at the right weight. So yeah, anyway, interesting. So we made it. The tower's very busy, so we'll just do a sensible thing and taxi back. I did save the recording. Right, things to do on the ground. Straight away, get the ice on. We need the anti-ice on. It doesn't work on the ground, so we turn on the engine anti-ice because it won't work automatically. Sort out the lights. Landing. We'll leave the turn off. Strobe.
700 kilo, Rovaniemi Tower, welcome to Rovaniemi. taxi to stand 5.
Thank you very much, taxi stand 5. Britannia 79 Kilo, thanks for your help. Stand 5. Let's get rid of the HUD because it gets in the way while taxiing. Let's zoom all the way in on the range.
Oscar Hotel, Oscar Hotel, Oscar Hotel, Oscar.
And if I'd been clever, I would have already brought up the charts for parking. I failed to do that.
Information Kilo, QNH 968, request taxi for traffic circuit.
Oscar Hotel, Oscar.
Stand 5, good luck to us for getting in there. We shall see. I haven't got any scenery here either, by the way. I'm going to stop here for a second. We'll get the speed brakes in, the flaps up. We've done the ice, done the lights, auto brake is off. Get rid of the weather radar. Oh, they've done a great job modelling that. It's just spot on. And they've done it independently on both sides. Really impressive. Ice, lights, radar, auto brake, flaps, and transponder. I love raft as a way to remember that. Ice, lights, radar, auto brake, flaps, transponder. Good. Right, airplane secure. You have to have a 5-minute cooldown on the engines now. I will actually not shut down fully because we're going to do the replay. We did remember the replay wide one, but we did indeed. Look at the snow. So soft. Flight Simulator, just lovely. Really great job.
Tower American 985 with you on RMP 03.
Do I need to turn left here? Let's get him stand 5.
985 Rovaniemi Tower, wind 0303 knots. Continue approach.
So we just come down Tango, so yes.
Continue approach, American 985.
Present 5 Tango Sierra, runway 03, clear to land.
Runway 03, clear to land, present 5 Tango Sierra.
I do have a replay, hopefully, with the replay tool. How well it will work, we shall find out. I haven't used it much with this airplane. Oh yeah, look at that. But yeah, what fun. Beautiful graphics, a default aircraft that is this good, and also all credit to Horizon for making it even better, so a freeware aircraft I should say. Fantastic livery from Paddy, great company, thank you all so much for joining us. It's been absolutely fantastic. And yeah, welcome to your Christmas destination. That was an interesting approach, there's a lot of tension there. We were actually starting to run tight on fuel. We were dealing with inclement weather and non-precision approaches and sequencing and air holding at all varieties. I think it worked out quite well. More experimenting needing with the landings on this airplane to see what's going on. Oh look, it's marked. It is marked. Maybe I downloaded the Rovaniemi a while back. 2 years ago or 3 years ago when we did it. Thanks Dougal so much for coming along and moderating. I'm glad you enjoyed it. 3, 4, 5. You can see that we barely fit here. By the way, on the flight deck, no chance of seeing the wings. You can just see the tips, but you're not going to be able to judge it very easily. You just have to know you're doing the right thing.
Give way to the Boeing 787-900. Coming from your left and right, and taxi, hold short of Tango.
Stand 5, here we go. So all the usual things, you'd do the APU, turn off the lights, get yourself past the stand, and then in. Again, we're not actually going to fit here. Ed, thanks so much for the $1.99 tip. Really appreciate it. Ed says, can never thank you enough. Have a lovely Christmas. You too. Thanks so much, Ed. Really glad you enjoyed it. Thanks for coming along. 4 prawns as well. Don't park to that guy. No, we'll do our best. Actually, overcooked this slightly. Not sure we're going to fit next to that Airbus either way. Yeah, this is lovely. I can't recommend Horizon 78-9. It's fantastic. A little bit awkward on landing again. More experimenting needed. I haven't used it much aside from the video I made for you, everyone, and today.
Ready for immediate departure.
Well, we'll just tack in a little bit more. Very much interfering with the taxiway there. And there we go. How long did that take us?
Roger. Sorry if that call wasn't for me. I thought you
almost a 5-hour stream. Excellent. Getting close to long haul. Right, we would now shut down. I'm seeing loads of messages appear now. I'm so sorry that I haven't read them all. I'm way behind. It's been lagging a lot. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming along. I'm going to disconnect from VATSIM. Thank you to VATSIM and all the controllers who've been so good looking after us today. All that traffic. We're off there. Right. what I'm going to do is load up the replay. Let's see what happens. So let's put the flaps out. They're at flaps full, gears down, brake off, thrust levers up, and we go. Stop. Replay. Pause. Let's see. This is pretty advanced. Let's see. This is pretty sporty. If it manages this, I'll be really impressed. Just traveling the flaps out. Oh, look at that beauty. Look at it. Doesn't get better. Elite Maggie, thank you so much for $20 super chat. Really very kind. In case this is your last stream for 2023, thank you for all the content in 2023. Wishing you and everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. All the best in 2024. That's so kind, Elite Maggie. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really, really appreciate it. All the best to you. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you for coming along. See, this should work out. 3 degrees. It's not that cold. 1 degree pitch. It was already too high. It shouldn't be this high on the pitch. I think this is the ice. I think the ice just dragged us down. You can see here it getting low. Flight Director Guidance Q was saying up, but the 3 degree line was sitting in the touchdown zone. So, yeah, interesting. There's something going on with the way... We do know this is a bit awkward in Flight Simulator, because this should, if the 3 degree line is there on the threshold, it should work out. So I think it's something to do with the way the HUD perspective and so on all ties in together. Because that's a bit low there, definitely. Still helpful for the snow. Flare. Touchdown. Yeah, not bad actually. In the snow, that would be pretty good. Just get yourself down. Reverse us out. Speed brakes up. Look at that. And the replay software seemed to work. Yeah, that's pretty good actually. I'm surprised the software worked that well. So just a little bit low on the approach there. But again, I think there's a bug there between the HUD and everything. Because the HUD, that 3 degree line would be more reliable in the aircraft than the vertical profile of Ian, of course. But anyway, there we go. Yeah, so thank you so much, Lisa Maggie. Really, really appreciate it. Merry Christmas to you. And thank you so much for that very, very kind donation. Thanks for supporting us and being here today. Nick K, thank you so much for the £5. Nick says, really enjoyed that. Thanks. Happy Christmas. Have a great New Year. You too, Nick. Thanks so much for coming along. Really, really appreciate it. And thank you for joining us today and chatting along. Let's give you a nice wing view. We're getting ready for the replay. Let's see if the music works. Right. Peter says, so glad you did this live stream after 6 months. Merry Christmas to you and your family, Captain. Bye bye. Bye, Peter. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the channel as well. Yeah, I'm so glad I managed to get this one in. I was so looking forward to this. It's been absolutely brilliant fun. And now, unfortunately, it is time to end. But yeah, 5 hours. I think we've done pretty well, or 4 hours 45. So yeah, hopefully that's given you a bit of a taste of the Boeing 787 and what I enjoy about it. Thank you again to Paddy for this fantastic livery. Thank you to the Horizon team for making the default one even better. Thank you to Working Title for making the avionics so good. And now, thank you all for sticking with the channel again. I said at the start and I'll say it now, I am sorry that there's been such a gap in content. I'm so glad that you've stuck around and you're here for us today. More stuff to come, and I have a plan. I'm going to get more content out on the channel, and I'm excited to do that. As well, I'm going to get back into the streams, and that way I think we can get a nice balance going. And we'll have more flights in many different airplanes in Flight Simulator World, including the 787. And we'll go back and, of course, visit our old love, the A320. But yeah, thank you so much for your patience and for joining us today for this stream. Really, really, I can't tell you how much I appreciate it, and all the kind words that we've had today. It's been really overwhelming. So thank you all so much for that. I can't say that enough, and I know I've said it a lot, but I could say it continuously for 5 hours and it wouldn't be enough. Thank you as well to the moderators who have also stuck with us. They kept this place running while I've been away on the Discord and looking after the comments and looking after everyone. So thank you so much to the moderators for doing that for us. It's really, really appreciated, and it's a big reason why the channel has kept its shape so we can be here today. So thank you to the moderators for your hard work on that. Thank you as well to everyone who's chatted along. Really appreciate it, and the engagement is always great. Please do leave a like on the way out if you have enjoyed, and also thank you to the anyone who's very kindly donated towards the channel. Really appreciate the support on that side as well. Very, very kind of you. Thanks for watching. If you haven't chatted or anything, you just watched, really appreciate it as well. It's great to have you here. I'm going to say now, enjoy the music, enjoy the outro. Please do enjoy your Christmas. I don't think I'll get another stream in before Christmas, certainly. So please do have a fantastic Christmas and New Year if we don't get to speak before then. But I look forward to 2024 and the things we're going to do in Flight Sim together. I think it's going to be good fun. So that's it. Let's jump into the wing view. Let's find the music. And thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you again in another video. Keep safe and well. Bye-bye.